Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 21 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 401. Even though 4 root agents had recently been captured in Inohara, there was much more buzz about the discovery of 3 agents. This wasn't surprising because they were found in the Hidden Leaf village. The higher-ups were much more concerned about spies in their backyard, and because of it, there was tremendous pressure on the team to complete the arrest of all 3 agents without fail. Barbary, who followed very much a laissez-faire style of management, had them prepare a report on how they would handle the arrest, but also grilled them on things that could go wrong. As annoying as it was, the team understood that the lieutenant was under direct pressure, and he was doing his best to shield them. But Takuma had to admit, he didn't feel much pressure when he laid out his target with an augmented punch to the face and saw him fall to the ground on the feather-strewn floor of a communications tower with carrier birds screeching and flapping their wings in their cages and pedestals. The attention and pressure also came with free use of resources to ensure everything went smoothly. He immediately ducked as a masked eagle, with metal on its talons, flew towards him after seeing a masked man drop his handler. The bird was grabbed by its neck by Yatso before it could reach Takuma. The other 2 assault squad members also covered him and the root agent to shield them from the frenzied birds. "Thanks," he said, nodding to Yatso and his 2 assault squad teammates, who didn't get an opportunity to do anything. Takuma and the team crafted a plan to arrest all 3 agents simultaneously. Each team member was going to lead one of the arrests, and they were not only accompanied by assault squad members but also had police force backup. The team also restricted the information because it had created such a big commotion within ANBU. The police force was told that their targets were unrelated criminals who had escaped to the Hidden Leaf from another city and that they were helping those city police arrest them. ANBU's involvement was kept a secret until the very last moment when the operatives arrived on the scene. They also had to rush the planning and preparation in 2 days because it had been a while since they had left Inohara, and the chances of Root finding out which of their people could be affected and alerting them rose with each passing day. Not to mention, they were also concerned about the other Root agents finding out about Penrojuro's arrest and going into hiding because of it. "Another easy win," Yatso said as he handed the eagle to one of the other handlers. Takuma had to agree. After his bunker and Inohara encounters, he was expecting and prepared himself for another bloody fight or a drawn-out chase, which was why he had disregarded sleep against the doctor's orders and used his 4 hours of shadow clone usage exclusively for work to dial in the planning, but things had gone smoothly for him. His walkie-talkie crackled before Jotomi, an Inquisitor squad staff member, informed him that Amami and Kryet had also been successful in their arrests. Takuma suddenly felt the tension drain from his shoulders now that all 3 agents were in custody, but a moment later, he steeled himself because the job wasn't over until the agents were secured at the holding facility. "That's that. Now, we just need to get them into prison," he said to the assault squad. "Let's get him prepared." A few Anin checked the agent, and once again, there was no death seal, so they simply slapped a chakra suppression seal on him and got him ready for transport. "This one also doesn't have a death seal," Yatso commented. "We actually came up with a possible reason," Takuma said. "Why do you think this guy was working here?" Takuma's target worked at a communication tower as a bird handler responsible for sending and receiving messages to other cities, outposts, and countries via trained carrier birds. It was a strategically important position because the carrier birds had to be trained to their specific location. If someone wanted to send a message to the Hidden Sand, they not only had to train the bird with the city's location, but also with the specific tower's location. His current access level is middle of the line, but if he kept doing a good job, he could eventually be hired by us or be transferred to a tower that handles sensitive information. Places like those do regular body checks, and the death seal would show up and get him booted. Hell, the death seal probably would show up during the hiring checks. The team reasoned that now that Root had lost its influence over Hidden Leaf, one of their primary goals was to regain what they had lost. Gaining the influence they had before would be impossible, but it was likely that most Root agents in the Hidden Leaf village had orders to rise to important positions around the village. Amami's target worked in a power plant that generated the electricity that powered the entirety of the Hidden Leaf village. On the other hand, Kreit's target was a guard at a major armory warehouse. Forget about the future, they were already in important positions. Straight-faced. A day later, 2 men and a woman gathered in a dark, dingy hotel room where the only light came from the street lamp through the gaps in the dusty blinds. 2 sat around a table while 1 man leaned against the wall with torn wallpaper. The woman's rusty chair creaked as she leaned forward. 3 of ours were caught yesterday, she said, her voice emotionless, but her words carried weight. ANBU regularly operated within the boundaries of the Hidden Leaf Village, but most of it involved keeping tabs on clans and known criminal elements, communicating with the Leaf's intelligence department, interrogating people for their secrets, and solving cases of national importance, among other duties, but an active combat operation within the city boundaries was exceptionally rare. So, the news about an ANBU operation involving 3 different locations spread quickly through the circles that monitored such things. How did they find out about them? Asked the man at the table. Were they in contact with each other? They were part of the same cluster, yes, the woman replied. Root agents never met face-to-face unless there was something pressing that forced them to. They exchanged information through drop-off locations. Status checks were done secretly. At a periodic interval, 1 agent would watch another agent for a day in secret to see if they were alive. However, that was only one level of separation. Not all agents knew of the existence of other agents, so even if 1 agent were captured, they wouldn't pull down everyone else along with them. In this case, the 3 agents knew each other so that they could call upon one another for support. Do you have any news? The woman asked the man leaning against the wall. A 4th one was arrested the day before yesterday. The duo at the table was shocked because they hadn't heard about a 4th arrest. However, it could make sense because an individual arrest wasn't as eye-catching as a simultaneous triple arrest and thus could take a few days to spread and reach their ears. I received a message from the main command earlier this morning. If the 4th arrest was surprising, then the communication from the main command made both of them alert because the 2 events coming so close to each other couldn't be a coincidence. What did it say? These arrests are a result of ANBU successfully capturing other agents elsewhere, leading to an information leak. The message was purposefully vague without any information about who, how, or when, but it did warn all agents that they should keep their eyes and ears open for any suspicious activity and raise their internal threat levels for the foreseeable future. The agents operating within the Hidden Leaf Village were already facing the most danger, but not only did they have less overall support, but there was also a possibility that their identities could be leaked at any time. Every day from now on would be spent looking over their shoulders, looking for ANBU, even if they were keeping their heads down and not trying anything that might reveal them as agents. Those at risk of exposure would be getting Jinjutsu blocks to protect intel in case of capture. Jinjutsu blocks weren't permanent and required periodic maintenance to keep up. None of you are exposed, but you need to spread the news to your cohorts. The other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. The safest option would be to send everyone at risk of exposure underground, but that would mean abandoning their undercover post, wasting all the progress they had made in the last year or so, and sacrificing anything they could have accomplished in the future. Risk of being exposed didn't mean it was certain that they would be captured. Anywhere else, they might have gone the safe route, but abandoning progress in the Hidden Leaf Village, even if it were only a portion of agents, would put them back significantly. It was a risk assessment question, and the main command had decided to toe the line. Anything else? Asked the woman. No. The trio of agents ended their meeting after discussing some more details. The agent who had received the communication from the main command walked through a dark street, keeping in the shadows. He had lied to his peers because there was something else in the message. He had been given an additional mission. It was to keep an eye on someone who was possibly behind the capture of their agents. Takuma, he whispered to himself. I wonder what you're like. Chapter 402, the ANBU headquarters was a block of concrete built inside a mountain without any natural light. On the best days, it was a dreary place with art curated by a 60-year-old as the only form of common decor. That was why people who worked in the building took it upon themselves to individualize personal spaces like their offices and desks to breathe some life into their workplace. Takuma looked around the office, decorated according to a traditional Japanese theme, with green tatami on the floor and a wooden facade covering the concrete walls to give the room a softer feel with warm lights diffused through screens. There was even a big plant in the corner with a thermal lamp hanging above it. It was a big office befitting a Jonin and ANBU captain. The secretary outside had a small office of her own and had 2 assistants to help with her work. He felt déjà vu when the sliding door on the side opened and Itachi stepped in with a tray of tea and snacks. 8 agents in a month. I'll admit I wasn't expecting such quick progress, said Itachi. Neither did I, Takuma replied as he put the cup to his lips and took a sip before putting it down. I guess I can't match Mother when it comes to tea, can I? Itachi said with a small smile. You need practice. It had been 2 days since the root capture operation within the Hidden Leaf Village. Capturing and transporting the agents was hectic, but telling everyone about it was an ordeal. Everyone with clearance wanted to know how they did it. Fortunately, he only had to produce a rushed initial report. Barbary and Campbell did the rest of the talking and were missing from the evening of the operation. The thing we talked about. The department-wide initiative? The gaps left behind by Root had been filled to a point where ANBU wasn't worried about gaping holes that local or foreign powers could exploit, so it was nearly time for the Hidden Leaf to target Root. As a part of that effort, Itachi mentioned starting a targeted initiative against Root in a couple of months. Itachi nodded. I've decided to move up the timetable. Because of us? The momentum your team has created can be harnessed to rally operatives and staff behind a common goal. You can expect greater results when people are motivated and invested instead of having a case assigned to them. Takuma couldn't agree more. He had multiple reasons to go after Root. He would have worked hard regardless, but then his sole motivation would have been to accumulate more results to get his performance benefits in terms of B-rank ninjutsu. I wanted to ask. What's the benefit of joining this initiative? Asked Takuma. There were times when some teams had the sole authority to work on specific cases, but he didn't think that would be the case with Root. If it wasn't for case access, then why would people join whatever Itachi was planning? Access to information, said Itachi. Those who join will have to share information with everyone else. Units and even squads can be very possessive of the information they hold. There's some merit to it in many circumstances, but it is also true that when many parties are working towards the same goal, sharing information far outweighs any downside that it might bring. There were cases where information had caused conflicts within ANBU. A team heard about another team's operation that could jeopardize their case, leading to the former leaking the information about the latter's operation to keep their case intact. Ideally, communication could solve things, but ANBU wasn't a singular-focused hive mind. People often could only care about what they were invested in, and thus were often resistant to entering a discussion that might lead them to be forced to concede. And I'll declassify information about Root for those who agree to the terms of joining my operation, Itachi added. Just because Takuma was an ANBU operative didn't mean he had access to all information within ANBU. He could only access information that his status as a Chunin, ANBU operative of the domestic branch, and a member of the Inquisitor squad granted him. He had access to much information, but it would mean nothing if it wasn't useful to him. As a Jonin and an ANBU captain, Itachi had the authority to give people access to classified and privileged information and the means to gather sensitive information. Do you have the green flag for it? Asked Takuma. The department of ANBU was helmed by 2 Jonin commanders, ANBU commanders, one for each branch of ANBU, who reported directly to the Hokage. As part of ANBU's domestic branch, Itachi answered to one of the ANBU commanders, and this initiative, which involved information sharing and access to classified information, seemed big enough to require sign-off from the domestic branch's top dog. Stag has given me the go. The orders came from Lord Hokage himself, said Itachi. Stag was the domestic branch's ANBU commander, and his word possessed immense power, but if the Hokage wanted something, even the ANBU commanders couldn't deny him. Lord Hokage is going to be keeping tabs on this, Takuma half said to himself, feeling some pressure all of a sudden. Who says he already isn't? Takuma's eyes widened because of the implication. He knows about my operation, he asked. Your report summary was part of his daily intelligence briefing. I was there and talked to him about the initiative, and he agreed with me that your success has created momentum to utilize. The Hokage knew about his work. That sounded amazing to Takuma. He met Sarutobi Hiruzen at his promotion ceremony, and the Hokage only knew about him because he blew up a Jonin and was joining the ANBU. But now his work was being talked about in the Hokage's office, it was being recognized, and he couldn't deny that it felt good. So, what do you say? Are you going to join? Asked Itachi. Of course, Takuma responded immediately, but I'll have to discuss it with my team. He couldn't just work under Itachi without discussing it with the squad leader, lieutenant, and the captain, whom he had never seen. What about my team? What happens if I'm the only one who ends up wanting to join? While he could work on missions alone, it was much more practical to have his squad's help. Even though he had worked alone on the Maizuru quarters, at the end of it, both Campbell and Barbary had come to the military base, and everyone else had contributed afterwards. He was afraid that if he were alone, he wouldn't be able to contribute as much and would be left behind. If he was going to join Itachi's initiative, he wanted to be the top performer. You can always transfer under me, Itachi offered, his expression and tone indicating that it was a serious offer. There had been one surprise after another in his conversation with Itachi, but he was still surprised by the offer. This was the third time a Uchiha, all from the same family, had given him a job offer. He just needed Sasuke to complete his collection. He considered the offer and realized that he liked his current situation. Campbell was strict but fair, and Barbary ensured that his subordinates had freedom as long as they delivered. Even though he hadn't met his captain, he liked that he didn't send orders down and left them alone. Not to mention, he had good luck with squad mates compared to the stories he had heard, and the staff was absolutely lovely and incredibly competent. Working under the Uchiha Itachi sounded excellent, but Takuma believed that few things were more important than the right work culture for peace of mind and an environment in which to be productive. He didn't know how Itachi ran things, they might be wonderful, but he was satisfied with what he currently had and didn't have the need or appetite to risk it for something that might just be worse. Thank you, Takuma started after a thought, but I'm satisfied with where I am now. I'm excited about this initiative, and to be completely honest, it's going to be at the top of my priorities. As long as I think I have the tools to do a proper job, I'd like to stay where I am, but if that changes, I hope this offer will stand. Itachi seemed disappointed, but he nodded and raised his teacup. To a safer village. Straight-faced. Congratulations, Radel. The next morning, Barbary walked into Campbell's squad's office with a cake, and many of the unit staff followed behind him. The big man looked like he was one move away from breaking into a dance. The entire group seemed in a joyous mood, like they were ready for a party. For a moment, he thought someone had mistaken his birthday and got worried about how awkward the aftermath was going to be. He glanced at his squad mates, who came out of their offices to look at the commotion, and they, too, looked just as confused as he was. Congratulations for what? He asked in doubt. For your debut. Barbary passed off the cake to a staff member and received an A5 size page that he handed to Takuma. Congratulations, Radel. You're now part of the Bingo Book wanted listings. Takuma looked down and was taken aback when he saw his recent photo on the Bingo Book listing, which was captured when his identity card was updated to show his rank promotion. It even showed the scar on the edge of his lip that he had gotten at you. The listing had his name, age, rank, physical characteristics like height and identifying marks, past and present associations, and a short list of his skills that included his preference for taijutsu, an incomplete list of his water and earth release ninjutsu, his ability with jinjutsu, and a special note about his personal brand of chakra augmentation. He had owned bingo books before. He was issued one when he joined the police force, another when he reached Camp Banana, and two more when he joined ANBU. He had read the entries but never considered the amount of information listed on the small page, seeing so much about himself written on the page gave him pause. Wow, that's a lot, he said. Bingo book? Let me take a look at that. Amami appeared from behind and took the page from his hands, and immediately commented on his photo. You're a bad subject. Learn how to smile a little. Bring some joy into your life, dear 13. Dole joined her in looking at his page. Wow, that's a handsome reward. Oof, but they want you dead, but they're offering more for your body. They must hate you. What did you do? How would I know? Takuma said. They never revealed who posted the bounty. Let's see. Where was this posted? Karakara asked the staff as she, too, looked at the page. It was in the domestic listings. There was no single issue of the bingo book. There were several different types. A domestic listing meant that the person would only show up in the book that targeted people from a certain country. Takuma's listing was from the Land of Fire bingo book category, which was mostly seen and purchased by bounty hunters within the country. Some listings only targeted active shinobi, others showcased rogue shinobi, or listings officially sponsored by a hidden village, and some bounty offices even offered recommended curations, as bizarre as that was. So, it's someone who knows that you don't travel out a lot, or they just put it in there because you're a leaf shinobi. Is there a reason listed? Karakara asked while she read before going silent as she glanced at him. Kill the hidden frost jonin, said Amami. Well, that makes sense, Krite said. So, it's the hidden frost that wants you dead. There was a moment of silence in the room as Takuma felt eyes on him. Some of the people in the room had read his file, but it was supposed to be a secret for most people here. He momentarily felt angry to have it out in the open, but just as quickly, he realized it wouldn't have remained a secret if it were in his bingo listing. ANBU watched for their agents appearing on any of the lists. Amami immediately broke the silence. No nickname though, she said as she handed the page off, seemingly already bored. I was hoping it would be a fun one, a stupid one. Who else has one? I do, Dole said. What did you do? Takuma asked. Dole would have been his last guess. I pissed off a court noble. No big deal, Dole waved it off. No one else in the squad had a listing except for Barbary, who apparently had been on the list for a decade. Takuma looked at the cake. Getting one's name might seem like a grim moment because it meant there was a price on his head, but it was treated as a sign of renown when a shinobi got a bingo book listing. Well, screw it, Takuma said, taking the cake from the staff. Who wants some cake? The crowd cheered as they got into a celebratory mood. He already had too much going on in his life for him to overthink another one. As Amami said, he needed a little joy in his life, and what better way to introduce some joy than cake? Chapter 403, Yamanaka Inenpachi's office was one of the calmest and quietest places Takuma knew, and yet, his time there was never so. He and Chaos were always double-booked every time he visited. Are you ready? Asked Inenpachi as he closed his journal. After spending numerous sessions with the Irionin, Takuma wanted to know what he had written about him in that medical journal, but it was always out of reach, and Inenpachi always told him no and redirected their conversations. He even considered breaking into the office at night to take a peek by himself, but doctor-patient trust went both ways, and he didn't want to be fired/ditched. No, but come on, let's do it, Takuma sighed, feeling all energy leaving his body. It had been 2 weeks since his team had captured the 3 root agents. With some time to spare, he had been visiting the clinic 3 times a week for regular sessions. He didn't want to do it and had canceled every appointment up to then, using work as an excuse, but then Inenpachi directly called him to come in, and Takuma couldn't refuse because he felt guilty about refusing the man who was trying to help him. He also realized that he had to visit if he needed to make progress on the Shadow Clone Jutsu problem. You can't reject those memories, Takuma. They're yours, Inenpachi said. Takuma saw him slowly weave hand seals and clutch the armrests. As fascinating as the experience of entering his mind had been the first time, it slowly grew old, especially after the memory remnants, or whatever was gunking up his mind, they didn't know yet, punished him for even the slightest hint of hostility. He felt as though he was shot through a claustrophobic, dark tunnel with a light at the end via a cannon until the moment he reached the light, when everything went dark and he woke up in the ring's underground tunnels, which had been painted the color of his previous home. Under the dim lights, he made his way to the central hub and looked back to find Inenpachi missing. They had quickly found that outside presence made things cagey in his mind, so the Yamanaka had been keeping away, keeping an eye on things from the outside, leaving Takuma alone, which made him increasingly more uncomfortable. He pushed through multicolored curtains and arrived in the central hub. His brain floated in the middle with strands over strands of yarn shooting out of it that connected to corkboards covering the walls. And of course, then there was the unavoidable black wall that split the room and brain in half. He stepped off the corridor and floated into the cavity. He had been there enough that he didn't feel the need to explore the brain or waste his time, and only move when Inenpachi urged him to. The black vault door, with its giant wheel, was so dark that it seemed to absorb light. He had tried kicking it down once but had lost half of his mental manifestation's body. It was a stupid, emotion-driven decision which let him experience more pain than he had imagined in his 2 lives and left him with a day-long migraine that made him want to kill himself. But that did make absolutely clear how much power the boy held in his mindscape. Inenpachi tried to wrap that up as an optimistic finding that increased their knowledge. It was a good try, but that didn't change that he still felt depressed about it. Takuma took a deep breath as he raised his hand to touch the door when something that had never happened to him happened. In every session, he had been trying to open the door and gain entrance. Even though the black wall wasn't his creation, it was still in his mind, and he had more or less learned how to force it open. However, Inenpachi made it clear that forcing things would only make things worse. So, every session, he had been trying to coax the vault in the wall to open and invite him inside, but it never budged, not as much as creaked. He didn't know what to do or say to make any progress. "What am I supposed to do?" he asked Inenpachi numerous times. People don't like parts of themselves and ignore them because they deem it ugly, but to make any progress, they first must accept that it's part of them. You need to communicate. The heavy wheel slowly spun, retracting the metal rods locking the door, before the door opened with a creak that filled the room. "It's open," he said as he gazed into the darkness. "Well done, Takuma." "I knew you could do it," Inenpachi's voice echoed in the room. "No. I didn't do anything," Takuma whispered as he floated away from the door, his instincts screaming danger at him. 8 tentacles, hauntingly similar to water release, water tentacles, but made from black water, shot out of the darkness. It was unnerving how the tentacles wrapped around his arms, legs, torso, and neck, just like how he would do it. No matter how much he struggled, he wasn't able to shake off the tentacles as they dragged him into the darkness. That's all he wanted in every session, but he didn't think this was the way to go about it. "Doc!" He was swallowed by the darkness in the middle of calling out for help. The door swung closed behind him as the wheel-controlled rods locked the doors shut, returning peace to the light side of Takuma's central hub. "Takuma? Takuma! I can't reach you. Where are you?" Inenpachi's voice echoed in the central hub cavity, but there was no one to hear or respond to him. Straight-faced. In his clinic's office, Inenpachi opened one eye and stared in shock at his patient. He still had a connection with Takuma's mind, but his presence had vanished. It was a strange feeling he couldn't describe, because he had never experienced anything even remotely like it. The shell of Takuma's mind was still there, but the core had disappeared. He closed his eyes and delved deeper into Takuma's mind, arriving at the central hub to find it in normal condition, but the owner was nowhere to be seen. He floated up to the black wall and was instantly met with the familiar pressure bearing down on him. This was one of the 2 reasons why he stayed out when Takuma was in his central hub. His mind hated Inenpachi's presence, and while it wasn't lethal or threatening as long as he didn't try to force things, the piercing discomfort was, to say the least, gratingly unpleasant. He weaved hand seals and spread more of his mental influence inside Takuma's mind until he finally felt something and snapped his head towards the vault door. Takuma was on the dark side of his central hub. Takuma stood in a gray space that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions. If not for him whipping around his body to look around, he couldn't tell he was moving because his vision remained the same. He tried to calm down and calm his heart beating from panic, and thought about what had happened. He was pulled into the darkness behind the black wall and immediately tried to look for the boy that Inenpachi had told him about. He didn't know what was happening, but he was in unknown territory with a hostile entity, and that was so without his usual tools of combat. He was probably in the greatest danger of his life. Looking for me? Takuma flinched as he turned around to face the voice, only to be utterly stunned to be looking at himself. A gray-skinned version of him with solid black eyes stood before him. Inenpachi had described a 9 to 10-year-old boy dressed in rags, but he was seeing a teen the same age as him, dressed in a gray version of the Leaf uniform. How? What? Surprised? The gray Takuma smirked and then looked at his new body when a split second of disgust shone in his eyes before being replaced by complicated emotions. I had to. You showed up, trying to erase me out of existence, so I had to stand up to a growing threat, to protect myself from you. The venom in the voice surprised Takuma. What are you? He asked. Gray was taken aback before anger twisted his face, making his solid black eyes look even more terrifying. How dare you ask me that? I should be asking you. Who are you? He yelled with anger. I am Ta. Don't you dare. He took a step towards Takuma, who took a step back. I am Takuma. You're a thief. You took my body from me. It wasn't my choice. I didn't ask for this. Takuma lashed back, feeling a sudden urge of overwhelming emotions. He had been suffering every day in the face of a future that threatened to destroy him. I didn't want to live your shitty life. And yet you are living it anyway. You live as I suffer, even in my death. You use my body, my name, my identity to be someone I would never have been. You have forced me to take this form. His tone dripped with abhorrence as he stared at his hands. You're a parasite, a leech who's using what rightfully belongs to me. Aye. An intense mess of emotion broke out on Gray's face as he buried his face in his hands, looking as though he was on the verge of breaking down in tears. He turned his back on Takuma and walked a few steps away in silence to hide his tumultuous feelings. Seeing him like that, Takuma felt guilty for a moment. While he had considered that he might have killed the boy in taking over his body, he had never blamed himself for taking over the body, but as he watched his gray form, he momentarily felt remorse, only for him to steel himself and push aside those emotions. It was never his choice. There was nothing he could have done about it. He wrestled in silence for a moment as the emotions tried to surface despite his best efforts. What do you want? He eventually asked, doing his best to keep his voice steady. Stop poking your nose where it doesn't belong. Gray turned to glare at him after a pause. Even if you've stolen almost everything, I won't concede this last bastion. Stay away from me, or I swear that I'll make your pathetic existence miserable. Do not test me. Takuma narrowed his eyes at the blunt words and immediately wanted to bite back and tell him to fuck off when he felt a faint tug behind his navel, growing stronger by the moment, until he started to rise. Gray's lip twitched in anger. Fucking Yamanaka, he snarled out, looking up at Takuma. Remember my words. Stay away. Even if you have control over my body, I still hold control over the deepest part of my being. The dead don't have anything to lose. Push me and I'll find a way to destroy you even if it's the last thing I do. As Takuma floated away, he stared down at Gray, who glared back, until he was sucked into the narrow tunnel like he had done when he arrived into the space. Straight-faced. Takuma woke up with a start. It felt like his body was on fire as the memories of the encounter with an unknown were seared into the back of his dry eyes. He had undoubtedly gained some knowledge, but simultaneously, he had gotten more confused from what he had seen. His head hurt, and his thoughts and emotions were a complete mess. Takuma, are you alright? Inenpachi breathed a sigh of relief as he removed his hands from Takuma's head and slowly backed away with exhaustion painted on his face. The man was sweating an alarming amount, to the point that it had dampened his shirt collar. No, document. I'm not alright, Takuma replied without any power in his voice. He didn't think if he would ever be alright. Chapter 404, Takuma, like most people, had highs and lows in his life, but it had been so long since he had experienced a high period since starting his second life that he had come to cherish the flatline moments of normalcy. The past few months had been the best flatline periods of his second life. He walked to the front of the room and placed his notes on the podium before turning to face 24 ANBU operatives with just as many staff intermixed in the room. Addressing 50 or so people in a room was always nerve-wracking. He had given college presentations to larger classes, but in those situations, he felt that only the professor mattered, and most of the students weren't listening, and none asked questions afterwards. Here, every single person in the room was locked in on him. Of course, it didn't help that there were two captains in the audience. He glanced at Uchiha Itachi, aka Weasel, sitting in the front, and Hatake Kakashi, aka Fox, sitting in the middle of the group, both waiting for him to begin. Itachi had taken charge of the anti-route initiative and had roped in Kakashi as the secondary captain required for a joint multi-unit operation. It wasn't surprising that they had decided to work together because Itachi had started under Kakashi after joining ANBU. In the past 4 months, we have used the information extracted from the agents in our custody. We have discovered bases, safe houses, and other infrastructure. We have arrested parties we believe to be their external partners, some of whom were also partnered with ANBU. The people in the room shook their heads and sighed. Relatively speaking, ANBU was a small department. Not only was half of the department comprised of staff, but they also lacked the necessary numbers to keep the domestic and foreign powers in check. They needed the Leaf Intelligence Division to collect information for them. They used the torture and interrogation department's facilities and often hired their interrogators. Many of the ANBU facilities, including the headquarters, were guarded by shinobi from the regular forces. Just like they had contacts within Hidden Leaf, they also had contacts outside. Many of them were former Leaf shinobi, others not, all of them useful in their own right. We have cleared out those we have identified and launched an internal investigation for any potential overlap. Takuma continued, moving on. Last week, our team managed to find another root agent. He saw irritated and envious looks in the room because he and his team had done more than anyone else. Stop bragging. Takuma ignored the comment with a smirk and continued. And just last week, we managed to get something out from him that we passed to the foreign department because it was their jurisdiction, but we're hoping for a positive result. Our focus has been domestic, and if the other guys manage to get something, it'd be a breakthrough to finding out what they're doing outside. Itachi had kept his initiative restricted to the domestic branch because smoothing out any kinks was much easier when things were kept in-house. The foreign branch was bound to get involved sooner or later, and their eventual involvement was important because, from the chatter they had been hearing, the now independent route was quickly establishing itself in the foreign market. Before Danzo created Root, he had continued Tobarama Senju's ambitions and shaped the Hidden Leaf's ANBU into what it was today. There was nobody better than him to run a highly effective shinobi mercenary force. Some even thought that Root was an enhanced and improved version of ANBU, and that kind of reputation could be monetized to the moon and back. Shimura Danzo was a seasoned warlord who knew how to play his cards right to maximize the benefits of war, information, and violence. The ANBU had to move quickly because, even if Danzo knew their playbook, they still had the advantage of greater resources and a stable foundation, something Root currently lacked. However, with the passage of time, that advantage slowly closed. And that's it from me for this meeting. Takuma quickly concluded his progress and returned to his seat in the back while someone else continued their report. Ever since the initiative had started, they had held bi-monthly meetings. It wasn't mandatory attendance, but when 2 captains were scheduled to show up at one, people, especially those who weren't from the units under the captains, showed up to make a good impression. The meeting ended, and the agents began to mingle, talk, and exchange information. "How are you doing this?" asked another ANBU operative. "Luck, great support, and hard work," Takuma replied with a tired sigh. "More like, no personal life," said a voice from beside him. Even though the words were those of accusation, they lacked any tone of criticism. Takuma resisted the urge to look towards the voice and continued his conversation with the fellow operatives. If nothing else, the meetings were a great way to socialize. He didn't get to do that very often while he was busy at work. It was essential to know people, and since he had been part of Itachi's anti-root initiative, he had met numerous new individuals, with whom he had exchanged information and favors. He saw Itachi walking towards him and gave a nod to the people he was talking to and stepped away. "Good work, Radel," said Itachi with an approving nod. "I must say, I'm doubting my father's decision to let you go. Would you like to rediscuss that offer with me this time?" Before Takuma could respond, the voice chimed in again. "You're so scared of him." Takuma watched as Gray walked into his view and looked Itachi up and down with a blasé expression. "Sure, he's a Jonin and an ANBU captain, at my age, at that. Impressive to say the least, but with what portion of your memories I can access, he seems a perfectly logical and smart person. Why are you such a pussy?" Takuma's face twitched, but he managed to hold it together and replied to Itachi. "I would be willing to do that, but of course, it'll depend on what you can offer. The me back then and the one now are two very different people. For one, I'm an ANBU now." "Of course, let's discuss this in private," said Itachi. After his talk with Momo, he didn't think he would join a clan at the moment, but he wasn't going to shut down any conversations because of it. He was going to see if he could get something out of their interest. "I take that back. Sorry about calling you a pussy," Gray said with a disgruntled look like he was disappointed in himself. "It's your fault that I'm using foul language. Your personality is bleeding into me." It was roughly a month after Takuma met Gray that the latter began to be able to manifest as a hallucination just for Takuma. Takuma rubbed his eyes from exhaustion as he put down the papers in his hand on his office table. The chair creaked as he leaned into his chair and stretched his hand while staring at the ceiling. Things hadn't been going well since the Root arrests. Being part of Itachi's anti-Root initiative meant sharing information and resources, and because Itachi wanted to attract talent from all over the domestic branch, he sought to offer them something that would motivate them to devote real time to Root, rather than their existing cases. He wanted to split up the 8 Root agents in the custody of the Inquisitor unit and let the others have a crack at them. Takuma didn't want to agree because losing those agents would mean narrowing his chances of getting new intel, which would affect what he could find about Root in the future. However, he also knew that if ANBU wanted a higher chance of progress against Root, they needed more people from various backgrounds to review high-potential sources of information, such as agents. Alas, that choice ultimately wasn't his. While he had agreed to be part of Itachi's initiative, he was only an ANBU operative at the bottom of the hierarchy, only above Genin operatives and most of the staff. Regardless of what he wanted, it was his captain who was ultimately going to make a decision. And, in the end, Abdurrahim Sainpachi agreed to split up the agents, and no one asked for his opinion. To be fair, he didn't think his captain had much of a choice because so many agents in the custody of one squad was a waste. The ANBU commander was definitely involved in making that choice. Itachi, however, did let him keep 2 agents of his choice while everyone else received 1 agent per team. He let Amami, who had agreed to join, have the pick of the agent she thought had actionable information and a higher chance of getting it out. She hadn't been able to find anything on them yet, so things were looking flat. Takuma got up and walked to find the bathroom to splash water on his face, so he could work through the end of his working hours and review more documents. While he had lost 7 Root agents, he had gained tons of confidential information about Root that Itachi had initially promised him. "Can't you go somewhere interesting?" Takuma, who was at the sink, looked up in the mirror in surprise because he hadn't heard anyone walk behind him, only to get startled to see Gray standing behind him. He turned around and whipped a punch at his grayscale clone, only for it to go through him like he was immaterial. Genjutsu, he thought, and instantly tried to disrupt his chakra, only for it to do nothing. He moved back to give himself time and space for the Genjutsu to fade as it always did, while he could assess for more sources of danger, but it didn't fade, and no one came to attack him. "Relax," said Gray, leaning against the wall with his hand raised. "What the fuck is this?" Takuma yelled with a kunai in his hand. "I don't know," Gray shrugged like he was resigned to it. "When you started poking around and I pulled you in, something changed." "Our connection is stronger than before. He didn't sound happy about it. How? I don't know. Takuma wanted to scream and yell, but held it inside. He didn't know what was going to happen, but he didn't think it was going to be pleasant. Straight-faced. The 2 weeks that followed were utterly stressful because Gray continued to show up a few times a week, voicing his thoughts about what Takuma was doing or what he was doing himself. It was irritating to say the least, but he had been so stressed that when Gray showed up, he was constantly on the edge of crashing out everyone around him. At first, he thought that because he couldn't dismiss Gray by interrupting his chakra or when he didn't fade as Jinjutsu did with him, that his presence was not a Jinjutsu, which was depressing because it ended up as a total unknown. If it were Jinjutsu, at least, he could have felt comfortable because he knew plenty about the top. However, he eventually discovered that hallucinations were indeed Jinjutsu. And that didn't make things any better. Disrupting his chakra didn't work because the Jinjutsu was using his own chakra, which caused him a panic attack, because if Gray could use his chakra, he could kill him in his sleep. Fortunately, that horrifying possibility was disregarded when Gray volunteered the information that he could only control the naturally mixed chakra constantly flowing through his body. The body was always passively mixing chakra to support the body. A person didn't need to be a shinobi to have chakra in their body. However, that amount of chakra wasn't enough to cast jutsu, even the weakest D-rank jutsu, which was why shinobi needed to mix chakra when they wanted to cast a ninjutsu actively. The only reason Gray could use that chakra to cast a jinjutsu was because he was literally inside his mind, past any defenses other shinobi would have to bypass to cast a jinjutsu on Takuma. But I must say, you've accomplished so much since we started. Do you have a secret unit working for you somewhere? Asked Itachi. Takuma still couldn't get used to Itachi joking because of the image he had of him in his head. It's just honest, hard work, said Takuma. When Itachi had taken away agents in his custody, he had released a lot of intel that the ANBU had en route. He's not wrong, Gray commented again. Perhaps he had been lonely inside his mind, but the mental hallucination was particularly chatty whenever he showed up. You do have a big, personal squad of your copies working a lot of hours for you. Takuma called the last few months the best flatline months of his life. If Gray's hallucinatory presence was a negative, then his progress with the Shadow Clone Jutsu was the positive that balanced it out. He had gone from being able to create one viable clone for 4 hours a day to 2 viable clones for 5 hours a day each, giving him a total of 10 hours a day of extra man-hours. It was a huge step forward because it provided proof that Inenpachi's method was working. By manually controlling and delaying the flow of information riding on spiritual energy as it returned to the body, allowing the brain time to process the information at a pace that didn't overwhelm it. Shadow clones, combined with water clones, had given him an absurd number of man-hours for one person, which he divided between work and training. If only you could dedicate one of them to doing something not boring. Have a life, buddy, said Gray before disappearing. Whatever had changed, it had pulled them closer. Gray now directly received the input from all 5 senses and thus experienced what he did. Before, he was happy to sit in the darkness behind the wall, but now, when the outside was thrust at him during every walking moment, he cared more about what was happening. Takuma had grown tired of telling him to fuck off. After finding that the new circumstances had no clear dangers to him, he just accepted that this was going to be another thing he would need to tolerate. That information went to some others as well. I don't see them producing similar results. Accept the credit and continue doing the excellent work, Itachi said before adding. Look forward to your preferred choice of bonuses. Takuma wasn't surprised that Itachi knew that B-rank jutsu were part of his compensation package. Another thing. I was wondering if you'd look into something for me, Itachi said. Root? Itachi shook his head. I'll send over a file. Chapter 405, Campbell exhaled through his nose, slow, steady. He adjusted his grip and kept his blade low with his shoulders rolled back. His stance was narrow, his feet silent on dirt. Every motion born of drilled repetition, every muscle etched with the shape of battle. Across from him, Radel bounced on the balls of his feet like a simmering fire. His eyes were focused, and his body was bubbling with energy, ready to be unleashed. He held his sword in one hand, tipped down like he didn't care what it weighed. His thin arms were coiled tight with twitching potential. Campbell watched the sweat drip from his chin. Radel never held tension the way most fighters did. There was a lack of natural restraint, a limit that most people possessed. He wouldn't call it undisciplined, perhaps, wild suited him better, but it worked for him. He burned hot. Burned through training, through exhaustion, through pain. Radel struck first. He spat a piece of plastic he was chewing on and launched forward, a blur of speed and steel, gravel exploding under his boots. His sword came up in a brutal arc, wide and fast, meant to carve through flesh and bone in a single stroke. Campbell didn't bother meeting it. He redirected it, the blade edge kissed and slid away, bleeding the ferocious momentum. Even then, he felt some force travel up his arm. Radel's strength had transformed in the past months. His training with weighted gear seemed to be paying dividends. Then Radel was inside his guard. He came like a raging fire, striking everywhere from the elbow, knees, shoulder, battering him with force. It wasn't just raw power. His improving skill with the sword had allowed him to harness that raw potential. Others at his level couldn't move their blades that fast and arms so wild. He had indeed improved, which was why they had moved from wooden practice swords to real blades with dulled edges. Campbell ducked under the blow, slid left, and brought his sword around low and cut across Radel's thigh. It cut shallow, but it would bleed. Radel didn't make a sound and hobbled half a step before swinging down like an executioner. Campbell flowed past him, turning to face again. There was not a wasted movement in sight. Radel's focus deepened in his eyes. The wind stirred dust between them. His breath was calm. His bicep was numb from the earlier impact, but he didn't let it into his stance. There's a difference between agility and rushing. That difference is footwork, Campbell advised, but he also knew that Radel would remember that angle and that strike. Radel said nothing. He surged forward again, faster this time. His blade flickered, faint, real strike, faint again, high, then low, then spinning. He was relentless. Every motion born of instinct and strength. Campbell blocked, parried, stepped back, his own sword a thin silver line in the sun. They met clash after clash. Radel pressed him, blow after blow, not giving him room to breathe. Not letting him rest or reset. Campbell felt the rhythm of the fight slip sideways, felt Radel trying to overwhelm him, drown him in movement and endless aggression. It almost worked. Almost. It was frankly interesting. Having been there from the start, he had seen how Radel had developed his sword. But he also sparred with Radel without swords. His taijutsu and kenjutsu were quite different. The intensity and aggression were staples in both. His main goal was the utter decimation of his opponent till they couldn't raise a finger. Whoever trained him in taijutsu basics had drilled the importance of pace into him, and that made him much more controlled in his approach while still being more forceful than most fighters. That hadn't been the case with kenjutsu. He had taught him the basics of kenjutsu, but he hadn't tried to make Radel copy his style. Not only did he not want to influence Radel's natural progression, but he also didn't think it would work. Radel was a child when he learned taijutsu. He was already an accomplished fighter when he started kenjutsu. He had his own thoughts and beliefs and knew himself better. Spoon-feeding wouldn't have worked the same. Campbell had let Radel's experience and instinct inform his style. He simply guided him to shave the problems away and polish the strengths. Of course, the journey of improvement was eternal. Campbell caught the inside of Radel's wrist with the flat of his blade. Used the deflection to pivot with swift footwork. A tight turn powered his sword, arcing up into Radel's ribs. It was blocked, barely. Radel grunted as he twisted and brought his down towards Campbell's temple. Campbell leaned back. The strike grazed him. Darkness dimmed at the edge of his vision. He blinked it away and stepped back into the guard. It wasn't just Radel's strength that had changed, his speed had gained wings. Most shinobi who spent long hours behind desks tended to grow slower and weaker, and with how much Radel worked, he should have stagnated, but he had only continued to grow. Radel didn't let off the steam. He acted as though the wound on his thigh might as well not be there. But Campbell could feel it. The tiniest hesitation on the lunge, the slightest attempt to protect his leg that was seeping everywhere. He pressed for the first time. His strikes were surgical, characterized by tight arcs and minimal movements, while keeping his upper body open for free arcs. He aimed for the shoulder, parried. The quicks to the hip, blocked. Radel had gotten better. Then a thrust to the throat that came within an inch of drawing blood. A fire burned in Radel's eyes. It was as though he was insulted because he lunged again, harder this time. He slapped the thrust aside and countered, high and brutal, a cleaving overhead meant to end the fight. Campbell narrowly caught it on the crossguard, the impact jarring through his arms. The ferrule blade danced in a chaotic rhythm, accompanied by a symphony of metallic noise. Every strike was a question: is this strong enough? Is this fast enough? They broke apart. Both of them bled now. Campbell from his shoulder, Radel from his thigh, and a shallow cut on his forearm. Dust swirled between them again in the silent training field. Campbell tasted blood in his mouth. He had bitten his tongue when Radel had slammed the hilt of his sword into his face. But now it was his turn. He stepped in, feinted left and cut right while his foot slid smoothly over gravel. Radel blocked it. Campbell twisted and kicked at his knee. He saw it coming and stepped back, but Campbell stepped forward with a wide swing that made Radel lean back. He saw an opening and turned it into an opportunity, and sliced his blade upward. Radel's arm came up too late. The dull sword carved across his side. Not deep, but it opened the skin. Radel was nothing if not resilient as he charged, swinging his blade in a powerful arc. Campbell's sword came like a hammer. The force buckled his knees, but he caught the blade with his own, turned it, and stepped into the blow as he let the blade slide across his own to trap. He clenched his muscles to compensate for his poor balance as the blades locked with each other before he ripped Radel's weapon from his grip. The sword clattered across the field before there was silence. Campbell's blade was at Radel's throat. His breath came hard, and his shoulder burned, but his stance was steady. His sword didn't waver. "Yield," he said. Radel didn't move. His focus remained strong for a couple more seconds before his eyes softened, and he let himself fall to the ground. "You win," he groaned. Again. Campbell finally let himself breathe freely. He rested his sword and sat beside him. "Maybe it's wrong to say this, but I don't think you'll beat me at pure Kenjutsu anytime soon, unless you far outgrow me in the physical sense. That will probably happen in a few years." For him, the sword was his style. The entirety of his combat was based around the sword in the middle. He knew just as many Bukijutsu as he knew pure ninjutsu. But for Radel, the sword was just another weapon in his arsenal, and he didn't think that was going to change anytime soon. The amount of time and commitment he could put into learning the sword would always be limited when compared to how much Campbell had done at every stage of his personal development. "No, I get what you're saying, but don't count me out yet. If I can get more clone bandwidth, I might just go for it," Radel said. He looked to the side like he noticed something, sighed, and then rolled his eyes. "Something happened?" Campbell asked, looking in the direction Radel was looking. He saw nothing. Radel waved it off. "Just an annoying memory." "I heard you're leaving tomorrow," Campbell said. "Another route excursion?" Radel and Kestrel had joined Weasel's Root Joint Initiative. They still handled cases that came to them via the Inquisitor unit because they were still part of the unit. However, the majority of their workload was tied to Root. He and his superiors were fine with that because it was important work, and because it had secured the unit more funding. "Something like that," said Radel. Straight-faced. At home, Takuma opened the file Itachi had given him. He had lied to Campbell about it being a Root case because he didn't want his squad leader to know that he had gotten a case from another captain. Work related to Root was fine because he was officially part of the initiative, and the unit was being compensated for it, but anything other than that, he needed to get it approved. It wouldn't be a problem if Itachi followed official channels and followed protocol to assign him a case, but he wanted to keep it discreet, so he couldn't reveal that he was using the unit's funds to run a case from the outside. He opened the file to see what Itachi wanted him to do. In the borderlands of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, a series of violent skirmishes were breaking out between stone-aligned traders from the Land of Earth and bandits in the Land of Fire. Border patrols that were assigned to fortify the routes to protect the traders had also been ambushed, and shinobi had been killed. The real problem was that only stone-aligned traders were getting targeted. There were cases of leaf-aligned traders getting targeted, but they were inconsequential when compared to how stone-aligned traders were getting their goods stolen. Things had gotten so bad that Hidden Stone had been seriously displeased and were all but openly blaming Hidden Leaf for targeting them. His job was to identify the bandits and stop them. Itachi thought he would be well suited for the case after learning about his work from reading about the Maizuru assassinations case. In addition to the usual challenges that came with any case, this case presented some unique ones. He didn't have access to any help with the case, neither from his teammates nor from the staff, who provided very limited assistance. Not to mention, he couldn't spend a lot of time away from home because it would inevitably attract questions. He had at most a week, or 10 days if he played it risky. The case represented Itachi's trust in his abilities. He didn't want to disappoint him and lower that trust because having an ANBU captain know him for his competence meant having connections in high places. He could even get trusted for more, high-level cases in the future. In Takuma's opinion, it was time for him to get a promotion. Chapter 406, The angry sun glared down on a 5-man band as they traveled across the Land of Fire on trade routes. They were dressed lightly but covered themselves well to beat the heat and protect themselves from the sun, while carrying between 3 and 4 absurdly large wooden cargo boxes on their backs. While they jogged at a brisk pace, they were moving at speeds comparable to a horse's gallop. They were clearly not civilians, but they were also not shinobi, at least not currently. Every year, shinobi all around the world left service after completing their contracts. Most of them were still in their early 20s or 30s with the rest of their lives ahead of them and in need of employment. Private security and protection services were among the most sought-after occupations for former shinobi, but those jobs were limited in number. Not to mention, a majority of shinobi left the service to escape their violent and dangerous occupation. Long-distance transportation was the option for those people. Not only was there plenty of demand to go around, but it was a job well suited for people enhanced by their chakra. Horses and other mules were fast, but couldn't run at those speeds for long hours. The train networks developed by daimyos of the 5 great nations were still in infancy. Former shinobi or average chakra users could run at high speeds for hours, traverse challenging terrain, endure poor weather, and carry heavy loads. When that was combined with the fact that plenty of goods could be safely sealed in storage scrolls, there was more than enough that each courier could transport for the practice to be fiscally feasible. Employing former shinobi also came with an added benefit of a higher level of security against lost goods to bandits. The group of couriers stopped beside the road for a short water break. They set down their boxes and sat under the shade of the tree canopies to cool themselves down. "We're ahead of schedule," said one of them as he looked at the sun. "How about we pick up some more speed, get to the destination earlier, carve out some time for a proper soak in a bathhouse?" "I feel all mucked up," he said while flapping his thin shirt to get some air inside. "Works for me," said another, and others also chimed in agreement. "The less time we spend near the border, the better." "Especially at night," said a courier as he looked around vigilantly. Even though the sun was up, they still had a few hours of journey ahead of them as they were only a few dozen kilometers into the Land of Fire border. "Ah, because of the rumors?" "They're not rumors," said a different courier. "I knew one of the guards who got killed." All of them hailed from the Land of Earth and worked as couriers in the Earthfire trade. For the past 3 months, there had been an increased frequency of bandit attacks against couriers with a soaring percentage of successful attacks, resulting in abnormally high death counts. Bandits were a risk in the courier business, but it was a known risk. The couriers took precautions to minimize said risk. They strictly followed busy routes with better patrolling security and traveled in groups to avoid becoming easy targets. Now that you mention it, I saw a new outpost along the road with 2 tree huggers inside. I don't remember seeing it last time I passed through here. You didn't see it because it wasn't there before. 3 tree huggers have increased security along the busiest roads. Things have been dangerous recently. I'd like to spend as little time as I can in this country. Okay then, it's decided. Let's hurry along and enjoy ourselves with a good soak. The courier, who had started the conversation, laughed uproariously when he sensed the mood growing grim. You all are accompanying me to the bar. We're going to get drunk ourselves too. The only warning sign they received was the faint hum of metal as it sliced through the air before the kunai dug into the courier's neck from the side. The smile faded from his face and his eyes rolled over as he fell to the side while his hand fruitlessly went to his pierced neck. The man was dead as he hit the ground. The courier standing closest to him flinched in the split moment of shock as the blood splattered on his face. The silence broke as internal fear met external chaos with a surge of adrenaline. Ambush! The kunai was thrown with perfect timing. While everyone looked at one of their peers in shock, a spark lit up in the darkness of the woods, unnoticed for just long enough. A fire spear shot out from behind a tree trunk and hit a courier, who was unable to react in time, in the face. The kunai appeared from the woods on their side of the road. Even though they had retired from service, they were still shinobi and jumped back to create some distance. A masked and cloaked figure slipped out of the woods on the other side of the road, rushed towards the nearest courier, who had his back to him, and buried a sword through the heart from behind. 3 couriers were dead within a second. The vigilant and uncomfortable courier didn't try to help his peers and chose to run as his first action. He didn't notice another figure hiding behind the stacked cargo boxes that slammed him in the neck, threw him to the ground, and stabbed him in the heart with no chance to resist. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the last alive courier fell to his knees to beg for his life. Please spare me. You can take everything, but I beg you, please let me live. He desperately tried to reason with the masked figure nearest to him that he had old parents waiting for him to no avail, because he was stabbed in the back with a sword by another. He slumped to the ground but hung on to the last tethers of life. He and his fellow couriers were dragged to the middle of the road. The masked trio inspected their cargo and took almost everything, leaving behind semi-full boxes with scraps, which they set on fire with a ninjutsu. The trio were too organized to be hillbilly bandits. As his senses grew colder, he noticed that they didn't speak to each other, yet they operated with perfect teamwork, as though their roles were predetermined, planned, and practiced with a perfect sense of understanding. They were not bandits, thought the courier as he felt the growing fire warm his cold body and closed his eyes. Tokubetsu Jonin Besho Fujita had been under stress for the past 3 months, since the start of the trader and courier deaths. For the first couple of deaths, he wasn't concerned as they were under the recorded average, but then it doubled the next month. People were dying and businesses were losing precious cargo, which was harming the trade health between the 2 nations. People said that a bandit group of shinobi was targeting the convoys. He had done everything in his power to curtail the deaths. He had assigned more resources to security and patrols. He had visited towns near the attacks and interrogated people there. He had overreached his authority by forcing couriers to travel in larger groups, which sometimes meant stopping people until a bigger group formed, causing problems as couriers were on a tight time schedule. He had even placed feelers in the major trade towns for a large amount of stolen goods on the market. But nothing had turned up positive. No matter how much patrol he increased, none of his men managed to get a glance at the shadow of the bandits. Increasing the group sizes had no effect and instead increased pressure on him from his superiors. He couldn't even track the stolen goods. Every day nothing worked, and the more stress he accumulated. It wasn't good for his home life because he could tell that his missus wasn't happy with him recently and didn't like it when he was at home. To be honest, he thought he was going to be fired, and someone would replace him to solve the problem, so he was getting ready to move his family. However, it seemed that his boss liked him enough that he wasn't getting fired just yet. But someone was going to come in to fix his mess. An ANBU investigation was ordered to find the cause and fix the problem. He only knew that an ANBU NIN was due to arrive sometime today. He had alerted the people at the gates that he was to be informed every time someone new arrived at the border outpost. It wasn't a good decision because 3 people had arrived today, and every time his secretary notified him about it, he would feel his heartbeat spike up, only to realize it wasn't someone else. Fujita leaned back into his chair with a deep sigh and closed his eyes. A part of him was glad that an ANB Union was coming to help. People said that meeting an ANB Union was never a positive experience. However, he had exhausted all his options, and he was glad to be given one chance to fix the problem instead of being fired. His only concern was that if the ANBU investigation turned up nothing, he would end up as the scapegoat. Maybe that's why the ANB Union were coming. Not to help him, but to build a case against him. Thinking about it made his stress worse. Fujita buzzed the button on his desk to call his secretary in. "Regita, can you get me some of that herbal tea we got before?" Yes sir." He opened his eyes at Regita's concerned voice and was shocked to see her at the door with a masked and cloaked man standing behind her. It was the ANB Union. How was he here? Why didn't the guards at the gates inform him? Had he snuck in? If so, how did no one in the entire outpost see a clearly suspicious man who had made it to his office? If Regita had gone to bring him some tea, the ANB Union could have probably snuck in directly into his office without anyone seeing him. "Good day, Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita." "I was hoping for some time for my questions," said the ANB Union, his voice eerily distorted. As Fujita thought, this was not good for his stress. Chapter 407. As they sat in Fujita's office, the man had recovered from his initial surprise. He was still anxious, but managed to keep his nerves in control. The stun had put him on guard, so Takuma could only blame himself. Unlike the time in Maizuru quarters, he wasn't going undercover. His identity as an ANB Union was convenient because people were more forthcoming, but he also knew it influenced how they acted. He wanted to know more about Fujita before he met him, and one way to do that was to see how he ran his operation. He couldn't approach the people working at the outpost because, even if they feared the ANBU, they might fear their boss more. If Fujita remained in his post after the investigation, he could mess with the lives of people whose answers he didn't like. On the other hand, the ANB Union would move on to their next case. So, he arrived late and snuck around the outpost for roughly an hour. It was tough because the outpost was substantially big, and everyone seemed to be on high alert during their duties. Everyone was either very dedicated to their jobs, or it was possibly because he was arriving, or they were trying to avoid any mistakes, as things had been tough recently, and no one wanted to incur an inordinate amount of punishment because of a mistake. "I'm pleased to see how well this outpost is run under your command," Takuma said with a modulated voice. He wanted to ease the defensive Fujita into the conversation. "That's high praise when coming from an ANB Union," Fujita replied with his chin raised. Takuma noted that the man seemed to take great pride in doing his job well. The faint dark circles under his eyes could be seen as proof because the bandit attacks had thrown a wrench into the smooth operation. "I would like to hear from you, in your own words. What do you think the problem is?" he asked. "We are being targeted," Fujita replied seriously with a frown. "Why?" "There are 3 countries between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. The Land of Rapids, the home to the hidden waterfall village, and the only village outside the great 5 villages to hold a tailed beast, the 7 tails. The Land of Prairie, the home to the hidden grass village, was a peaceful nation with an unimpressive military that maintained a neutral political position, leaning towards neither of the great nations that flanked it. The Land of Torrents, home to the Hidden Rain village, was a country embroiled in a vicious civil war between the Hidden Rain forces, led by Hanzo of the Salamander, and a rebellious mercenary organization known as Akatsuki. According to the recent intelligence reports, the conflict was ramping up, and a large number of casualties were predicted. All trade between the Land of Earth and us needs to go through one of these countries. "Our outpost is on the Fire Prairie border," said Fujita proudly. He was in a crucial situation, which would usually be handled by a court noble or a samurai, but somehow, the leader of this particular outpost had always been a shinobi for the past few decades. He continued, "Our route is the most popular among the 3. The Fire Torrent Rapid route has experienced a sharp decline in the past couple of years due to the Civil War. Merchants are no longer confident about the safety of their cargo in transit. The Fire Rapids Earth route is stable, but it's too long, which has always been a downside due to its associated costs. Our route is not only the shortest, but also the safest. The Land of Prairie understood the importance of its role as a vital trade route between the two nations and had taken steps to make trade between them safe and convenient. The hidden grass isn't powerful, so they have allowed shinobi from both sides into their country in exchange for regular, healthy investments into the country. That decision not only helped them thrive but also kept them safe, as it benefits everyone. Anyone who tries to screw with it gets hammered down. But why do you think you're being targeted? Asked Takuma. Because our outpost is the only one of its kind on the Fire Prairie border. All trade that's done via the Fire Prairie Earth route goes through us. It has grown every year without fail since the end of the war. This is clearly an attempt by someone who wants to scare away the merchants from using our route. Fujita all but yelled. But, in one of your reports, you claimed this was an independent bandit group that was trying to make money by selling the goods, Takuma asked calmly. Fujita's reports were all over the place. He blamed different things as the main problem in each report. It gave the image of someone throwing things at the wall, hoping something would stick. It was clear he didn't know the cause of the sudden increase in bandit attacks. He seemed embarrassed and sank into his chair. None of the goods have made it to the market. It doesn't make sense for money-hungry bandits not to sell the stolen wares. What are your thoughts about stone-aligned couriers getting targeted? Before you answer that, I'm confused as to what that means. What are stone-aligned couriers? Takuma asked. Former stone shinobi or chakra users from the Land of Earth. They're allowed into the country? Asked Takuma. Even if they were former shinobi, allowing a high quantity of them into the city at a high frequency was a security risk. They are, but also not. Fujita nodded with a sigh. The way it usually works in that cargo changes hands in the Land of Prairie. Goods coming from the Land of Earth are handed to leaf-aligned couriers, who bring them into our country. However, every time goods exchange hands, the price goes up because the middlemen have to make money, so some have come up with workarounds. Merchant houses from both nations have branches in the Land of Prairie. An exporter from the Land of Earth would buy goods from the domestic manufacturer and transport them to the Land of Prairie, where they would be sold to an importer from the Land of Fire, who would then further sell them to the domestic businesses. At all 3 points of exchange, the price of goods increased. Not to mention, they had to pay customs duties to the Land of Prairie. Some merchant houses figured they could increase profits by excluding middlemen. Some exporters owned the manufacturing business, but others attempted to cut the courier exchange. Instead of offloading to the Land of Fire importer, the exporter's courier would enter the country and sell directly to the business at the end of the chain. Some higher up in the daimyo's court decided that it was fine for Earth-aligned shinobi to enter the country as long as they were registered, Fujita said with an indifferent shrug. It was never a big threat because the number of those couriers was always low. Why is that? If it's profitable, then why isn't everyone doing it? Because the whole business is built on trust. Imagine a weaponsmith bought some chakra alloy from the Land of Earth to forge a weapon, but later finds out that the quality was not what he was promised. They could show up at the importer's office to complain and receive some compensation, but what if there was no importer? That blacksmith isn't going to the Land of Prairie to find the exporter's branch office just to complain. The weaponsmith can't even turn to the law and the courts because the sale didn't take place in the country. If an importer was cheated by an exporter, they could turn to the law because both sides have branches in the Land of Prairie and, thus, have to follow the letter of the law. That's why most only buy through importers because of trust and having the backing of the law in case something goes wrong. Takuma digested the information in silence. The silence in the room agitated Fujita, but he waited patiently until Takuma asked his next question. He pointed at the map, dotted with multicolored pins, in the corner of the room. Tell me about that, he asked. The red pins are locations of the attacks, the blue pins are patrol outposts, and green strings are patrol routes, Fujita replied as both of them stood in front of the maps. There were a dozen red pins on the map, each accompanied by a sticky note with the date and the number of people who died. Each attack claimed multiple people, and over the last 3 months, over 50 people, all but 5 of them were Earth-aligned couriers. That's yesterday's date. Takuma was utterly surprised when he saw the date beside a pin. 5 more were killed yesterday, Fujita sighed. Would you like to go see the site? Straight-faced. Takuma looked around the spot, and there was nothing extraordinary about it other than the middle of the road still bore burn marks from the cargo that had been set on fire. He walked to the side of the road and saw dried blood pools and splatters on the ground. What do you think? Asked Fujita. Only the 2 of them had come to the site on Takuma's insistence that his arrival was kept a secret for a while longer. Fujita's secretary was firmly instructed not to tell anyone that her boss was going out with the ANB Yunin who had snuck into the base. This is highly professional, Takuma replied as he looked at the ground near one of the blood pools. Do you see this? He pointed at the ground, where a large square impression in the dirt was visible, with multiple sets of footprints on both sides. I don't get it, said Fujita. This set of footprints is from the courier when they put their boxes down and then moved to that tree shade. Takuma pointed at one side where footprints were in both directions. Then the single set of footprints that are only going in one direction, towards the cargo. That's one of the bandits who snuck behind the cargo. They managed to sneak in undetected, despite the couriers being so close. That requires a level of training that wouldn't be seen in normal bandits. It wasn't just that. He looked around. Everything about the scene seemed so precise and clean. There were barely any signs of struggle. From the information Fujita had given him, except for the raging fire in the middle of the road, his people hadn't observed the usual signs of a back-and-forth combat. The attack was one-sided, and that could be because the bandits outnumbered them or were significantly more skilled. 3 people, Takuma said. Pardon? There were 3 of them. How do you know that? Identical shoe prints, but different sizes. 1 on this side of the road and 2 on that side. They're probably using identical gear. Even though a day had passed, and they were still outdoors, and many people from the base had probably examined the scene, there were still enough clues to infer some things. As expected of an ANBU, Fujita sounded impressed. I have a question. What is it? How are these bandits identifying stone-aligned couriers? The couriers' deaths were a problem, but the reason it reached the attention of the ANBU was that the targets were disproportionately stone-aligned. Hidden Stone had taken notice of it, and while the couriers were no longer their shinobi, they were still Land of Earth citizens, who were dying in a foreign country. Hidden Stone, via the Earth Daimyo, complained to the Fire Daimyo that Hidden Leaf was specifically targeting the Land of Earth citizens. Political tensions were on the rise with the possibility of small skirmishes in the Land of Prairie on the horizon. We don't know, Fujita replied. Takuma frowned at the response. He could immediately guess one way the bandits might obtain information about the couriers' identities. I would like to talk to your subordinates. Specifically, those who check the courier's registration, said Takuma, looking at the Tokubetsu Jonin, who suddenly looked very defensive. My men wouldn't do what you're thinking, ANB Yunin, Fujita said, the previous praise nowhere to be heard in his voice. That's not for you to decide. I'd like to talk to them today. I hope you'll cooperate. Chapter 408, Investigations could become quite challenging if the individuals involved weren't cooperative. Especially when torture wasn't in the picture. The evening light dimly lit in the small room with a tiny square table and 2 rickety chairs through barred open windows. Takuma was purposefully assigned a room with no light bulb, with only an hour of daylight remaining, so he would be forced to discontinue his investigations after sundown. Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita didn't want him questioning his men. He either trusted them implicitly or was trying to hide something. You don't mind if I smoke, do you? Asked Chunin Jeju Hayoma. Why? Are you nervous? The man was Fujita's second-in-command. Takuma had spotted the man when he was sneaking around. He was semi-adequately dressed on duty, but had changed into an unbuttoned tropical shirt and khaki shorts. There was not a hint of worry or interest on his face. I go through 3 packs a day, said Hayoma, looking utterly checked out. Yes, I could smell that, said Takuma, gesturing for the man to continue. How does the procedure work here at the checkpoint? We unseal the cargo, check it against the mandate, prepare the documentation, reseal it, and send the couriers on their way. You guys check everything? To a degree, we have to. Nothing goes by without getting at least partially examined. Opening and resealing so many scrolls seems like a lot of work. We have a lot of people here to help us. The few dozen shinobi at the border outpost worked with nearly 3 times as many civilians, who helped them maintain a smooth and quick flow at the only trade checkpoint on the Fire Prairie border. How many people would be able to identify Earth-aligned couriers? Asked Takuma. A lot of people, Hayoma answered. I suspect that someone who has access to courier registrations is leaking it to bandits. Who do you suspect? Takuma asked. I suspect no one. You don't think anyone here can possibly work with the bandits? Takuma frowned behind his mask. Either Fujita or Hayoma were naive or had rock-hard trust for their coworkers. I didn't say that, Hayoma said, keeping the cigarette against his lips. There could be someone. I just don't want to point fingers without a reason, just for the sake of giving a name. Personal bias and feelings, that's how you screw someone's life. The response was reasonable, but it made the job difficult because Takuma had no leads to follow. As Hayoma said, there were many people who could be responsible for the information leak. Takuma needed a way to narrow his radius if he didn't want to be stuck questioning people for who knew how many days. One last question, are you among the people who could identify an Earth-aligned courier? He asked. For the first time, Hayoma lowered his cigarette without taking a drag and stared at him for a couple of seconds. Yes, he said flatly. Straight-faced. Takuma continued his investigation the next day by starting with people who checked courier registrations, and it seemed that all of them had been given the same script, as they were repeating the same points. All of them claimed innocence and refused to point to anyone else. He could understand the first part, but no one suspected that someone else was absurd. He knew how workplaces operated and refused to believe that there was not one person who would refuse to say a name from personal dislike or pure spite. The real problem was the number of people he had to question, which gave him limited time with each one. He could use shadow clones to increase his time, but because there was a border outpost to run, he could only take out one person at a time without throwing off their regular operations. The people already didn't like him, and he didn't want to make things worse by making their jobs hard. But it gave him the opportunity to keep his shadow clones hidden for the moment. The interrogations weren't a waste of time, despite everyone towing the company line. The 20 to 25 minutes he had spent with each person had allowed him to gauge the weaker personalities that he could break. If people were strong together, then he just needed to divide them. As the lunch break rolled around, the flow of trade was paused as everyone in the outpost, except the guards, went on their mandated breaks. Jin and Morita Daigo, who packed his own lunch every day, had a special spot where he liked to eat his food alone in peace, away from people. He liked his coworkers as much as the other person, but after spending hours at the end of the day talking and arguing with couriers and merchants, who for some reason never seemed to get their documentation, he wished nothing but silence during his hour of lunch break. He arrived at the back of the lot, near the warehouse for seized goods. There was a set of wide and broad concrete steps in front of the emergency exit of one of the warehouses, perfect for sitting or even lying down for a nap on a good day. No one ever came around there, and the emergency exit was always closed, making it the perfect place to be alone. Morita Daigo. He froze up in surprise when he saw the ANB Union he had talked to earlier in the day standing at his spot. Let's talk. Morita Daigo clenched his chopsticks and his open lunch as he sat on the steps that always felt comfortable, now felt like he was sitting on pins. Don't be shy, you can eat while we talk, said the ANB Union. Even if he told that, he couldn't just ignore the terrifying man with a distorted voice sitting beside him. He felt like crying. The interrogation/interview had been extremely tough, but he managed to parrot what everyone was repeating. The ANB Union was here to solve the courier murders, but because it had been so long without any progress, they thought that the ANB Union was here to find a scapegoat instead. By sticking together and keeping their stories straight, everyone was trying not to get sucked into whatever trap the ANB Union was planning. Everyone has been telling me the same things since the morning, and while I appreciate everyone's camaraderie with each other, I sense that you know something that might help me with this case and bring justice to the dead. Won't you help me? Daigo was conflicted. He was scared that revealing things would get him in trouble. He had managed to survive the previous interrogation, but he wasn't sure if another refusal would be safe for him. What if the ANB Union were offended by his silence and took a more forceful route? Like every Leaf shinobi, he had heard stories about ANBU, and not one of them was ever remotely pleasant. If he had that in his future, then why not cooperate and save himself from a lot of pain? I think it's Jeiju Hayama, he said. Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita's second-in-command? He nodded. What makes you say that? All of us live in a small township nearby. Most of us rent housing built and owned by the daimyo. The employees at the outpost get their rent subsidized, so it's really, really cheap. That must be nice. I also get my rent covered, said the ANB Union. It is nice, Daigo said while thinking that the ANB Union was a normal man behind that mask with normal people's problems. However, people want to own their homes, so many of us who have been here for a while have purchased land here and built on it. Until a few months ago, Chunin Hayama was vocally against buying a house in the township and even argued with those who bought homes. What's his problem? Well, the township is near the border, and well, there's nothing much to do here in the countryside. Chunin Hayama's hometown is Hidden Leaf Village. He was adamant that he would never buy worthless land in the boonies and would rather pay the cheap rent while saving money so he could one day buy land back home. Hayama often got into frequent arguments and fights because he openly called people stupid for wasting their money. I'm assuming something changed? Daigo nodded. Around the same time the murders started, he bought a lot of land in the township. They're building a big house, a mansion, on it. I'm sure it cost a lot of money. I heard from someone that he was thinking about buying more land and hiring farmhands to grow crops on it. So, you're saying that he's leaking information in exchange for money? I mean, I can't be sure, but that does seem to be the case, Daigo said, unsure. He didn't have any proof of it, but Daigo had turned his tune very abruptly and thrown a lot of money at land and construction. He flinched when the ANB Union put a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Jin and Daigo. You have done the right thing. Straight-faced. Jin and Itsura Naoko glared, with a cigarette in her folded arms, at the ANB Union standing before her. The creep had cornered her after she exited the washroom, which meant he had followed her there and was waiting for her to exit. What? She asked snippily. I have nothing more to say to you. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I'm leaving. He had led her to an isolated spot to have a talk. She wanted nothing of that. She had said the things that everyone was told to say and had done her job. Whatever was happening wasn't her concern. She was a genin in the documentation section of the outpost, and the dying couriers weren't her responsibility. Very well. Naoko had turned around to walk away when she heard the ANB Union's nonchalant voice and gritted her teeth in frustration. She turned her face to face him and asked what he wanted from her. Information. I heard you're in tune with the rumors and gossip around here. Some say you take full advantage of it, said the ANB Union. I feel you have more of it than you're letting on. Won't you help me? Well, you're wrong. I have nothing. It bothered her that she couldn't get anything from the man. His mask hid his face, and the cloak covered his body. People liked to talk when they didn't think it would have consequences, and she was great at making people feel comfortable sharing things with her. She had, at times, used that information to her advantage. She didn't regret it for a moment. You're lying, so I'm going to give you some motivation, let's say, incentive, to be more truthful, he said calmly. She felt he was looking down at her. The report I'm going to turn in will be considered to make decisions regarding this outpost. We can agree that things have gone bad here, and even if this investigation is successful, someone is going to be held responsible for all those deaths. If I'm unable to find anything, I can assure you that there will be sweeping changes around. And I might just slip in your name in there for hiding information, and who knows what might happen after that. You bought a home a year back in the township, right? I'm sure you don't want to be forced to leave it. But the murders aren't my department's responsibility, Naoko yelled. The ANB Union didn't respond and just stood there until she couldn't buckle and asked what he wanted to know. She had built a life that she liked and didn't want to suffer through an unwanted drastic change. I don't know anything about these murders, I promise. It's not my department. Yes, there's a lot of buzz, but everyone has been stressed because we have nothing that might help. When Fujita announced that you were coming, it only made things worse, she said before pulling out another cigarette. She needed more to calm her nerves. Tell me about Chunin Jeju Hayoma, he asked. What about him? I heard he spent a significant amount of money to buy land in the township after shitting on the idea for the longest time. Ah, you know about that. Did that money perchance come from leaking information about the courier? Naoko took a puff and looked around to confirm if they were alone. That money didn't come from leaking information, she said. No. It came from smuggling and helping merchant houses save on taxes. Oh. He's taking bribes, said the ANB Union. Naoka thought she heard a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yeah, that guy is definitely pocketing bribes. I mean, I can't prove it because I'm not in charge of his finances. Even if he ignores his land purchase, that guy used to brag about saving money and being financially smart, but he visits the big town almost every weekend, and I was told by someone who has seen him multiple times at a cabaret bar with the top girls by his side. He hides it well, but that guy loves to spend money. Very good, Jin and Okoa. See, you do know things, ANB Union said. Let's talk more. She had taken advantage of things people had told her. If that would save her from the schemes of the ANB Union, she would give him everything he wanted. Chapter 409, Takuma sat on a high wall with a sandwich in his hand. His ANBU mask lay on his side, and he had pulled his black balaclava halfway so he could eat while he observed Jeju Hayoma in the distance as the second-in-command went about his day. The people who passed by the wall on which he was perched avoided his eyes as though he would arrest them just for making eye contact. There was a healthy amount of fear in the air, but that was to be expected. Most people were scared of ANBU and talked about how it was never good luck to come across one. They weren't wrong. Out of the two people he had cornered, he had threatened to uproot the life of one of them. If one believes the woman's word, Hayoma was involved in smuggling and took bribes to facilitate the passage of illegal goods. It wouldn't be a reach to think that if he could do that, he could also leak the identities of couriers to the bandits targeting them. However, it just didn't make sense. Fujita said that this border outpost was the most popular in the Fire Earth trade. That popularity made smuggling large quantities of goods easier, but the murders were putting that popularity at risk by bringing unwanted attention to the outpost. Takuma's presence alone was proof. If he assumed that Hayoma had basic smarts, then he wouldn't risk his illegal dealings that would bring him more money in the long run. Especially if he was planning to stay, as made evident by his recent land purchase in the township. Not to mention, the murders were risking his future at the outpost. If things got worse, he would be booted alongside everyone else when the higher-ups ordered a house cleaning. Then who is it? He muttered to himself as he gazed at Hayoma. Even if the man wasn't directly involved, there was a plausible chance that his illegal dealings might have something worthwhile. Straight-faced. Takuma followed Fujita into the outpost's evidence room used to store some of the more sensitive seized goods, and in this case, the evidence related to the murders. The bandits have been careful not to leave much behind that could be tracked to them, but we have managed to gather a collection over the dozen or so incidents, said Fujita as he pulled out a couple of boxes from the shelf and placed them on one of the tables in the middle of the room. Takuma stepped to the table and began sorting through the boxes. You should order your people to cooperate, he said. Pardon? Asked Fujita. All of them are saying the same things. Not a person out of line. Not many can accomplish that through either likability or fear. Saying that, I think I can get out of your hair as soon as possible if you give me access to people. Trying to protect everyone will only lead to harming everyone, you must understand, I hope." Fujita didn't reply. Takuma didn't push it for now. He needed Fujita to simmer in those thoughts for at least a day or two more before he could push to loosen his hold. "There is more than trouble in your house that you'd like to admit," he said before leaving it. Fujita was right. The bandits had been careful. They hadn't left behind anything except standard equipment, such as kunai, shuriken, ropes, spikes, and burnt pieces of tags, preserved in evidence bags. Almost everything was some degree of burnt because the bandits always drew attention to the dead couriers by setting their cargo on fire. It was as if they wanted to ensure the bandits wouldn't be missed. That action went against their self-interest, unless they were seeking attention, fame, or infamy. Everything's Leaf standard issue. Takuma clicked his tongue. That matched with the Hidden Earth's claim that the Hidden Leaf was behind the murders of the Earth-aligned couriers. But that didn't mean anything because Leaf's standard issue design was copied and used by literally everyone. As he looked at more burnt pieces of evidence, he found a 20-centimeter knife on the bottom. It had a partially melted, black plastic handle and didn't resemble any standard gear. It had a narrow, two-sided blade with a sharp tip, suitable for both stabbing and slashing. He stared at it. No thoughts came to his head, but for some reason, it felt peculiar to him. His brain automatically went to logic and thought it was important because it was the only non-standard piece of gear, which meant it had to be significant. But it wasn't logic. There was something else that made the knife peculiar. "Look at it!" Takuma glanced up to see Gray standing on the other side of the table. He was staring at the knife as well with a solemn expression. Takuma removed the knife from the evidence bag. The moment he touched it, he knew by instinct what he needed to do. He clenched the handle in his grip until the black plastic snapped, revealing the blade's tang, where a motif of a tree's root was pressed into the metal. He glanced back at Fujita, who seemed to be in deep thought from their conversation, and silently pocketed the knife, broken handle, and the evidence bag. The bandits were root agents, or at the very least, they were behind bandits. He looked across the table to find that Gray had disappeared. The remnant would usually speak his ear off before disappearing, but he had gone away so quickly. He understood it was because of Root. Gray had a terrible past with Root, something he knew very little about, only learning about it from the flash of memories he thought of visions. "This changes everything," he said. "Did you find something?" asked Fujita. "Nothing, I found nothing." "And that's what's most concerning, don't you think, Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita," Takuma said as he closed evidence boxes. "There's a lot of work to be done." 2 hours after Takuma discovered the Root involvement, he stood listening in the private bathroom of Fujita's office with the door ajar. "Whether you like it or not, we're here to investigate your misdoings," said a young man in his mid-20s with slick-back hair set in place with product. "You have had 3 months to get this under control, but it has only gotten worse." The 5-man band had shown up at the border outpost, claiming to be the official investigation on the courier murders. Takuma looked at the paperwork in his hand. It all seemed legit. To be entirely sure, he would need to send it back to the Hidden Leaf for confirmation, but in his professional opinion, the documents were completely legit. More than 50 couriers and merchants had died while you sat in that chair doing jack shit. The slicked-hair man sounded almost eager with anticipation and glee, as if he knew something only he did. He smugly gazed at Fujita, who rubbed his hands on his lap, hidden behind his table. "I will admit that all of this has happened under my command, and I'll take responsibility for all of it, but to say this is the fault of my negligence, I wholeheartedly disagree. I've done everything by the book to prevent the lives lost. I took all the necessary precautions to the best of my ability, but these bandits still bested me, that I will admit," said Fujita. Takuma looked up from the paperwork when he heard the defeat in Fujita's voice. Until 2 hours ago, he was still firm in his belief, but now the man seemed almost defeated. He had an idea where that change had come from. But the main question was who these men were. It wasn't uncommon for two parties to be investigating the same case due to shared jurisdiction, or assigned to two parties by mistake, and sometimes even intentionally. However, he was an ANBU member, and that was all that mattered. Once the case was assigned to him, no one else was allowed to touch it unless they were also an ANBU member. The group of 5 were by no means ANBU. Even if he had assumed they were already on the case, they still arrived a couple of days after him, and that was enough time for them to be informed that ANBU was involved. However, the biggest problem of all was that Takuma knew there was no one else on the case. When Itachi had handed him the case, he had given him the files, and there was no mention of any other person, team, or department in there. That's where I have a problem, Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita. The smugness in the man's face was almost tangible. We have proof that you didn't do everything by the book. An honest staff member at this outpost, whose identity will remain anonymous, saw your carelessness and decided to do the right thing. They sent out patrol records that show that you were grossly negligent by not making proper engagements. You're the reason why this situation has gotten this bad. Bullshit, Fujita scoffed. The man threw a file on the table. Not according to this. Fujita opened the file and flipped through copies of the patrol records. It didn't take 5 seconds for Fujita's brows to come together in a frown as he flipped through the records. I'm sorry, but whoever gave these to you gave you fakes. These aren't the real records. He stood up from his chair and walked to the file cabinet for his copy of the patrol records. These are the true records. As you can see. He hadn't taken 2 steps away from the file cabinet when he stopped with a look of incredulity etched on his face that had also clutched his body to a stop. Takuma looked at the man with the help of a small mirror, and he knew that the patrol records weren't the ones he was expecting. Takuma had read those records. They were indeed done by the book, nothing if not perfect. Someone had switched out those records, someone in the outpost who knew that an investigative party was coming. Takuma tried to ponder what Fujita was feeling at that moment. He first had a problem with his hand that he couldn't fix. Takuma had been doubtful of his competency before, but with Root involved, he didn't blame the man for not being able to defeat the masters of spycraft. Then an ANB Unin appeared at his door with the task of finding a solution to end the problem, but more importantly, to determine who was at fault. It was strange if a big part of his mind felt that if no good result were achieved, he would be used as a scapegoat. And then, another investigative party showed up, claiming that he was responsible for nearly 50 deaths, and they had proof. Takuma didn't blame the man if he thought he was being framed as a scapegoat. Which was precisely why it was vital for him to ensure that he had Fujita's trust. This isn't real, Fujita tried to catch up with what was happening. Everyone in the room could see him fight through the confusion. Please don't bother with your feeble attempts as an excuse. We have indisputable proof that you are behind. Takuma cut off the smug man and revealed himself by walking out of the washroom. I wouldn't be so sure about that indisputable proof because I definitely saw records showing that Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita followed protocol. He stared down the 5-man band, who were more than startled when they saw him. Their reactions weren't fake. That was good, he thought. They weren't expecting him to be there, which meant they didn't know he was on the case. He had the upper hand. Because I definitely saw those records and they were perfect. I wonder what that means, gentlemen? He didn't think they were agents because they hadn't noticed his look-around mirror trick, which even a Root trainee wouldn't miss, much less a full-fledged agent. But they were related to Root, and now that they had come to him, they weren't going anywhere. Chapter 410 May I? Takuma asked Fujita, pointing at the latter's chair behind the table. Fujita, whose skin had paled in real time from stress, nodded with some hope glimmering in his eyes. Someone had just made a move to screw him over. He was going to take any hand that would pull him out of his sinking doom. Who are you? The smugness had vanished from the man's voice as he shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Takuma picked up the patrol record file that was presented as proof of Fujita's blunder. They didn't match the reports shown to him previously, which would mean one of those reports was falsified. He didn't know which one was false. Automatically siding with Fujita wasn't logically sound because the outpost leader could be trying to cover up his incompetence, but this investigation party was just too suspicious. For now, he was going to operate on a temporary assumption that Fujita's version of the record was true. "Who is your informant?" he asked. "I can't give you that information." "Who are you?" "I can understand that. An informant's identity is to be protected, after all." "I won't push for it, for now," Takuma said as he placed the investigation order on the table. "Who are you?" "I'm Chunin Nomura Renjiro. I'm in charge of this investigation." "And you are ANBU?" said the man with slick back hair. "Correct." "Since when have you been on this case, Chunin Renjiro?" "A little less than a week, a few days." Takuma smiled behind his mask. The response was carefully considered. It was clear that this had been in the plans for a while, but they couldn't say that because they would have to answer why ANBU didn't know about it. "Wow, you guys sure move quickly. Who ordered this investigation?" "Jonin Hanazawa Suda." Takuma tapped his finger against the table. He wasn't familiar with the Jonin beyond the name and some public details. That was a positive sign, as in the past few months, he had conducted extensive research on Jonin who had close connections and dealings with Danzo. Hanazawa Suda had dealings with Danzo, so did all Hidden Leaf because the old warmonger was like that, but they were at the minimum one could have with the old bat. Thinking about why a Jonin would order this investigation was beyond his scope. He would let Itachi handle why that was important. "Well, usually, ANBU's jurisdiction supersedes everything else, but seeing that you were sent here by Jonin Hanazawa himself, I'm going to honor his decision. Let's work together to put this matter to bed." He wanted to ensure they wouldn't leave by using ANBU as an excuse because they were caught off guard by him. It gave him more time to dig in and find out what they were trying to do, because investigating was not the goal. "Now, let's get this mess cleared up." Takuma turned to Fujita. "Please order the original and all existing copies of these patrol records. I want to see if there are discrepancies in the records." "I'll also call the people mentioned in this report," Fujita said. "That'd be great," Takuma nodded as he stood up. "Excuse me for a moment." He entered the washroom and locked the door behind him. He started the tap before popping open the sizable frosted glass window and slipped out. As he stood on the wall, he signed hand seals for a shadow clone jutsu. The smoke bounced off the building's wall as a clone emerged on the wall. They nodded to each other before the clone walked away, while Takuma returned to the building. The group was chattering and whispering among themselves, but stopped the moment the tap water stopped flowing. He entered the office and found that Fujita wasn't there. "So what do you think?" Takuma asked Renjiro. "Do you believe your informant?" "Confirmation of the information is important," Renjiro replied. "But we just got the confirmation?" "You and Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita might say otherwise, but these matching records are proof that he was incompetent." "What about the people who went on those patrols? What if they say otherwise?" Renjiro shook his head calmly. "The staff here has all the incentive to lie. Depending on the severity of the situation, they're all at risk of being fired. Everyone knows that even the best-case scenario will end in a shakeup, so it's everyone's incentive to dress up this ugly situation as best as possible." Takuma nodded. He couldn't refute that point. If he were in their position, he would not have believed the staff over-recorded proof, but he had seen Fujita's records, and that changed his view of the situation. "Should we end the investigation by today? We have the proof, and I'm sure an ANBU like you is also busy," said Renjiro. "I can't end it today. I'm not sure about you, but I'm here to resolve this entire thing. I'd like to get rid of these bandits before I head home," Takuma said as he observed their expression. All five of them looked at him admirably, which wasn't the reaction he was expecting. What if they were merely pawns in the grand scheme, who knew nothing about this case's connection to Root? As long as they were told to wrap up the investigation quickly and hang the blame on a scapegoat, they would accomplish their intended goal. Not to mention, if they truly believed Fujita to be the main wrongdoer based on the patrol records, they would also be morally correct. I think hanging it on Fujita is premature. He noticed a wave of displeasure and continued, I'm not saying you should disregard clear evidence, but I ask you to present an in-depth report to Jonin Suda because if he's interested, he could very likely request my report as well, and I don't think the difference in our reports would look good on you. They looked like they didn't want to accept it, but couldn't express that because his words were true. He guessed that these people didn't really care about finding the truth, but they did care about satisfying their Jonin. All of this would mean nothing for them if their Jonin didn't think they did a good job. Of course, he wasn't going to say that if Takuma's report differed from theirs, all of their work would mean nothing because an ANB Unin's report would trump theirs if his work was stronger. Tell me about this whistleblower of yours. If we are to work together, I'd like to talk to get a better look at the case, said Takuma. We don't know, Renjiro sighed while running his palm over his head. It's a true anonymous source, so we actually have no idea who blew the whistle. Takuma didn't know if he believed that. Did you bring the letter? One of Renjiro's men produced the letter and gave it to Takuma, who clicked his tongue when he saw that it was typed. There was no way to match the handwriting. The contents weren't special and claimed that Fujita was doing close to nothing to resolve the murders and provided the patrol records as proof. Fujita entered the room with a sheen of sweat on his face and a panicked look in his eyes that he tried to keep down. He controlled his expression, but he was still a shinobi and was moving a smidge too quickly. Someone is setting me up. He all but rushed to Takuma's side, aggressively waving a loose stack of papers. None of these are right. They are switched. All of them? Takuma asked. No! Fujita took a deep breath only to explode again. I can't say for sure, but probably half. Renjiro scoffed. What? Fujita yelled, his face flushed red with anger, his expression one that suggested he wanted to rip Renjiro's head off. In response, Renjiro men also became defensive, and for a moment, a fight was about to break out in the office. The heat in the room intensified as the two sides prepared for battle. Takuma flared his chakra with intent. Renjiro's man fell to the floor on their knees and back with harsh groans and painful whimpers. The leader himself struggled in his chair, but didn't seem like he was being affected greatly. Fujita didn't fall nor did he freeze, but seemed faintly labored as he glared at Takuma. Let cooler heads prevail before someone does something they regret, Takuma said and kept his intent-laden chakra bearing down on him for a moment before letting it up. I understand we are all shinobi and well-versed in duking it out, but let's calm down and talk this out. Takuma gazed at both parties. With new players involved and potential sabotage in play, he wondered how the dynamic was going to change. Straight-faced. Takuma's second clone of the day had already gone past his 5-hour limit by 2 hours, but it had been worth it, as what he was hoping to see had finally happened. It was 3 in the morning in a dark corner of the outpost where he could barely see his own boots. The so-claimed anonymous informant wasn't so anonymous. Until 15 minutes ago, he had been hidden outside Renjiro's party's accommodation. The previous clone had gone after Hayoma to see how the second-in-command was reacting to the news of another investigation, but the man had remained calm and hadn't made any irregular moves. The second clone was created after the original had to separate from Renjiro's party and followed them for several hours. They had gone all around the outpost but hadn't made any irregular moves until the dark of the night. The two parties that had acted all normal all day only to meet in the night like they were having an affair. It was pitch black. Fortunately, it was also dead quiet, and he had fantastic hearing. Were you followed? Asked Renjiro. There was a flash of a lighter's flame as Hayoma lit a cigarette. Of course, I wasn't. I live here. I should be asking you that. Were you followed? At least you didn't bring the whole parade, he said. I wasn't followed. I made sure of it, Renjiro replied. Bullshit, Takuma thought. The man had done the barest to shake off a tail. So, the patrol records were fake? Renjiro asked. Why do you say that? The ANB Unin and Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita claim so. And? You believe them? I don't believe Fujita, but the ANB Unin has no reason to lie. In the darkness, only the tip of Hayoma's cigarette glowed. "Do you care if they are real or fake?" he asked. "Not really, but it'd be nice to know what else I can expect," Renjiro said, tiredly. It had been a long day for everyone. Takuma considered the conversation. It seemed that while both of them were in cahoots, they hadn't planned all of this together. He could also tell that this was their first time meeting. However, it was strange how Hayoma had so openly claimed to have falsified the reports. If they were meeting for the first time, then why take the risk of being so brazenly reckless? Unless someone informed him beforehand that Renjiro would accept anything. There had to be a third party involved. "What about the ANBU? Where is he?" asked Hayoma with an edge in his voice. "I don't like that guy. I can't soothe my nerves, and I'm up a pack." "Do you have eyes on him?" "We do. He's in his room. Curtains are drawn, but we saw shadows." "And you didn't screw anything up when you saw him, right?" "No thanks to you. How could you not be at the gate waiting for us?" "We managed, but it would have been so much more helpful if we knew what we were walking into. I'm the fucking second in command. People will stare holes into my body if I stand at the outpost entrance like a fucking statue. The ANBU would have already had me chained in the dungeon while he pulled my nails for foreplay. He's sharp, so don't fucking mess up." "I won't," Renjiro said. He wasn't happy with Hayoma's words and tone. Hayoma grunted. "So, now what? Do you leave tomorrow?" "What about the ANBU Nin?" he asked. "No, we will spend at least 2 more days here. None of this works unless we produce a strong report. Otherwise, the ANBU Nin could piss on a sticky note, and that would be accepted over ours." Hayoma lit a second cigarette, and the erratic movement of the faint glow betrayed his steady, nonchalant voice as he said, "Yeah, whatever. Just make it quick." He turned around to walk away, but stopped. "The deal. That happens regardless of which report is accepted, right? I will gain control of the outpost after Fujita is ousted." "Only if there's enough cause to fire Fujita," Renjiro said. "Would that happen if the ANBU Nin's report is accepted?" Hayoma asked. "Most probably. Fujita is screwed regardless of how you spin it." That was true. Fujita's future at the outpost was almost non-existent. Even if they didn't fake records, Takuma didn't think he would be able to save himself. The man had done everything right and had a great track record, and he was sure that all would be taken into account, but someone had to be held responsible. The higher-ups wouldn't care about the low-level details and just go for Fujita. Probably doesn't sound good. Renjiro laughed. "Don't worry. When you become the boss here, everything will be worth it." The meeting ended soon after that as the two men parted and went their own ways. Takuma waited for 10 minutes in his spot before releasing himself. Chapter 411, The Kid's a Magnet. Or is it just his fate? Kakashi said as he read Raidel's report from the border outpost. "You believe in destiny?" Itachi asked out of curiosity. They were in Kakashi's office in the ANBU headquarters. Itachi had received Raidel's report and wanted to consult his former boss about it. He wasn't expecting any communication from Raidel until after he returned, but the best-performing operative had unearthed something significant. "Depends on the day," Kakashi shrugged and put down the report. Itachi noticed he only skimmed through the report. If it were just a year ago, Kakashi would have given it a more thorough read. The extra year Lord Hokage had asked him to stay on as an ANBU captain had been tough on the man, who could have had the coveted ANBU commander position if he wished for it. The decade at the department was more than enough for him. If the Hidden Leaf wanted Jonin Hatake Kakashi to be involved in the future, they needed to give the man some well-deserved rest so that he could recover from a simmering burnout on the cusp of boiling over. Now, with only a couple of months remaining on his contract, he was winding down and not taking any additional responsibility in preparation for leaving his post. His involvement in the anti-root initiative primarily consisted of an advisory role and a means to garner interest from agents within the domestic branch. "Did you know that root was somehow involved with these murders?" he asked. "I couldn't be sure," said Itachi. So, you sent him to verify it? There's no better person for the job. If it's Root, he will sniff them one way or another, sooner or later. In 4 short months, Radel had carved out a noteworthy niche for himself. He was the foremost operative when it came to Root-related matters. The damage he had done to them, by catching their agents and affiliates, was substantial, but not enough to break their foundation. His real work was tied to slowing down their progress, in turn, their recovery, by sniffing out any new plans they had brewing around the country before they came to fruition. Half of the anti-Root initiative was running on intel provided by him. The investigation by Jonin Hanazawa Suda. Why did he order it and keep it hidden? I don't think that old man is connected to Danzo. Am I missing anything? Kakashi asked. Not as far as I know, but Jonin Suda wants control of that border outpost. Getting it would mean influence over various aspects of the trade, Itachi answered. Well, that old man is notorious. Plenty of rumors about him being greedy, Kakashi nodded. Bluntly speaking, Hanazawa Suda wanted to benefit from having control of the trade on the Hidden Leaf side. Being in charge meant becoming someone that merchant houses and trading companies would like to keep happy. They would shower him with gifts, bribes, and favors, whatever it took to ensure that they could get more profit out of their business. Even though his position as Hidden Leaf Jonin came with plenty of power and compensation, there were always people who would never be satisfied no matter how much was put before them. The investigation aimed to discredit Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita from his position as outpost leader and replace him with someone who would follow Suda's command. Unfortunately, the Jonin didn't have the authority to decide who would take Fujita's place. The outpost was currently under another Jonin's purview, but the murders had become such a big mess that the Jonin in charge would have to relinquish control. Suda would be ready to grab it when that happened. Root wants Jonin Suda to be in charge, Kakashi sighed. Itachi nodded. The two parties didn't have to be aligned for both of them to benefit. Root could have known that Suda had his eye on the Fire Earth trade and got the ball rolling with the murders. The Jonin noticed the opportunity and jumped on it. Suda would get the position and influence he desired, and Root would have someone in charge who was much more susceptible to being influenced through bribes and favors. It was a win-win for the two parties, who had no direct connection to each other. Jonin Suda probably knows someone is pulling the strings, but he's willing to get manipulated because he gets what he wants in the end, Kakashi said as he leaned into his chair to stare at the roof. So what are you going to do? What's Radel's suggestion? Nothing, Itachi answered. Well, he does want to ensure that Jonin Jin, the current Jonin in charge, retains his purview so that Root won't be able to use the Fire Earth trade to their benefit. Are you sure that's a good move? The kid doesn't really have a good track record with Root. He has almost died more times at their hands than most people are ever in danger in their entire lives. He's not a kid, he's an ANBU operative. I'm not going to send babysitters to look after him if he doesn't want them, said Itachi. All operatives, to some extent, took pride in their professional abilities. Unless they were truly underwater, sending unwanted help caused only trouble. It was almost always perceived as the boss's attempt to micromanage, a sign of a lack of trust, and unnecessary meddling in their affairs. Radel had quickly become a valuable asset, even within the ANBU. He didn't want to make a similar mistake as his father and the police force. Keeping Radel happy was a small price to pay for continuous excellent performance. Kakashi might not have aspirations for the position of ANBU commander, but Itachi wanted that position as his future. The Anti-Root Initiative's performance was one of the achievements that he needed to get over his handicap. His status as an Uchiha was a privilege, but in this case, it was a hindrance because no one wanted the scion of the most powerful clan in the Hidden Leaf to be in charge of the ANBU. It was essentially seen as giving the Uchiha clan free rein to do as they desired. It wouldn't have been as big a shackle if he were a Hyuga or even from the recently disgraced Shimura clan. It was his status as an Uchiha that came with additional baggage. The village wasn't entirely at fault, because the clan, until recently, had been planning a coup. ANBU commander appointments were political positions entirely at the discretion of the Hokage, who could appoint anyone they desired. It was always someone from within ANBU, current or former. Itachi didn't want to be the ANBU commander under the third Hokage. It would be an honor, but it wouldn't be ideal if he had to step down when the fifth Hokage took the throne. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been the Hokage for a full 40 years combined during his 2 tenures. He had spent more years in the office than all other Hokage combined. It was high time for Lord Hokage to choose his successor. Itachi wanted his legacy as an ANBU captain to drown all of his peers so that the fifth Hokage had no choice but to appoint him as the ANBU commander. "May I ask a personal question?" Itachi said. Kakashi silently stared at him for a moment. "Sure. I might not answer, though. How is your compensation package structured?" "Pardon?" Kakashi was taken aback. "My compensation package structure?" ANBU Nin were sticklers and misers when it came to information. They wouldn't share information if there was nothing in it for them. However, discussing pay wasn't something that ever came up, as everyone had too much on their plates to talk about those things. "You're leaving, so it probably doesn't matter if you tell me. I'm assuming yours was structured to have the majority of your compensation in Rio and then a portion of it in mission points, right?" said Itachi. That was how he had structured his compensation. "Yes, that's about it," said Kakashi, unsure where the topic was coming from. "Most of us are probably like that. Some split between money and mission points." "Money comes first and then mission points," Itachi said. Money always came first because most shinobi didn't want to be shinobi forever. They were aware of the dangers associated with their profession and wished to leave sooner rather than later while minimizing risk and maximizing their wealth. An 11-year-old genin who left the academy was obligated to serve the village for 10 years, until they were 21 years old. If they were promoted before that, they had to serve an additional 15 years, extending their service until they were 36 years old. If they were promoted to Jonin, another 25 years were added to service, bringing their official retirement age to 61 years old at the very least. Career genin most often signed the standard 5-year extensions multiple times because they rarely encountered danger. On the other hand, most chunin only signed at most 2 extensions before retirement, typically around age 50, if they survived that long. For a jonin, their village was their only home because they were locked in for life. 99.99% of shinobi's motive was to earn enough money so they could retire from their dangerous profession and live a peaceful life with what they had earned. It was common sense understood by most shinobi. "Why do you ask?" Kakashi said curiously. Raidel's compensation package is solely focused on B-rank jutsu access. Other than the base salary and benefits, all he wants is B-rank jutsu. As far as Itachi knew, Raidel had purchased his first B-rank jutsu from the ANBU archives through mission points soon after he joined. He was given another after the bunker raid through an access pass. A third jutsu via another access pass after he caught the 3 agents in the Hidden Leaf Village. And recently, Itachi had signed off on the paperwork which would give him access to a 4th jutsu. In the year he has been an ANBU Nin, he has gained access to 4 B-rank jutsu, 5 because I'm going to give him another one when he returns. "Actually, you'll sign the 5th for me because I just signed for the 4th, Itachi said. Showing too much favoritism towards a single agent would be a negative. He had other ideas on how to personally reward Raidel. "That is unusual, but not overly so," Kakashi said after a moment of thought. "How so?" "He's young, far too young. I'm not saying that as an insult. He probably thinks he has plenty of time to earn money later. He's investing in himself right now so that he can reap a boatload of benefits later when he's stronger." Kakashi looked at him with a smirk in his eyes. "You and he are quite different. You're the scion of the Uchiha clan, he's an orphan. You're the perfect genius, he clawed his way up from the Genin Corporation. Even though you're the same age, it shouldn't be surprising that the difference in life experience makes the others seem alien in comparison." Itachi couldn't disagree. He didn't know much about Raidel beyond their work. What was his motivation? What were his ideals and morals? What made him tick? Did he respond better to carrots or a stick? I guess I just have to find more about him. My mother cares about him deeply, so getting to know him outside of a professional context is probably worth it, said Itachi. What are you planning to do with your money when you retire? Buying a failing publishing house that publishes adult contemporary romance novels. Adult contemporary romance novels? It's okay, you'll understand when you grow up. Straight-faced. Probably wasn't good enough. Hayoma had taken an inordinate amount of risk by leaking career identities and falsifying documents that pushed the blame on Fujita. That man was a Tokubetsu Jonin who was fully able to crush his skull if he was angered. Even though he had put on a show for the ANB Union in the form of a boss trying to protect his subordinates, Fujita had been openly distrustful of everyone for a month. He had copies of patrol records in his office, rather than just in his secretary's office, because he wanted to keep a close eye on everything. The only reason he hadn't degraded to micromanaging every single thing was that it would be inconvenient to everyone and make things difficult at the outpost. The outpost itself was the only thing working for Fujita, and he didn't want to jeopardize it. As Fujita's second-in-command, he was the most suspicious of Hayoma because he possessed the most influence after him. He was in constant danger of being killed and having his body disappear one day. The number of gray hairs on his head had doubled in the past 3 months. It was pure torture. So, probably wasn't good enough. If the ANB Union's report could harm his chance of becoming the outpost leader, then that report had to go away. The ANB Union had to go away. On any other weekend, he would be in the city, enjoying its vibrant nightlife, but since the ANB Union arrived, Fujita had banned all leisure trips. Today, he was at home. A house that he rented, a place that he had come to despise because it wasn't his own. His own home was being built on the land he had bought. He was all in on this. He needed the plan for his succession to succeed. In the dead of the night, while the stars twinkled in the sky, Hayoma placed his garbage in the street's assigned collection spot. He placed the folded cardboard at the side and walked away. He just needed to follow their commands, and those people would turn probably to definitely. Chapter 412. It was the 5th day of Takuma's stay at the border outpost, and things weren't looking good for Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita. Even though they knew someone had replaced the patrol reports, there was no proof of wrongdoing. The only evidence was the testimonies of shinobi who were on the patrol, but that couldn't be taken as concrete evidence, no matter how many shinobi confirmed their patrols to be different. Even if someone did find an original report, it would still be viewed with suspicion because the legitimacy lay with the fake official reports filed in the archives. The higher-ups would make their decision on the basis of his report, and unless he blatantly lied, there was no way to dress up the situation in Fujita's favor. All he could do was to soften the blow. ANB Union. Takuma, who was observing the warehouses, turned back to see Hayoma running towards him. Other than the meeting with the investigation party, the second-in-command hadn't taken a single step out of the way. That much was expected. Who would risk it with ANBU breathing down their necks? It was a problem for Takuma because he needed something to lure Hayoma into making a mistake that would give him justification to pursue a line of investigation to reveal secrets. "What is it, Chunin Hayoma?" he asked. "An Earth-aligned courier group just passed the border." "It's the first in the past few days," Hayoma said while he lit a cigarette. The man was either a true addict with zero self-control, or he was nervous and wanted to soothe his nerves. "Why share this information with me, Chunin Hayoma?" Takuma asked despite knowing what the man wanted. His heart began to beat as he felt the opportunity was in front of him. Hayoma was about to make a mistake. "I don't wish for anything bad to happen to them, but perhaps it would be wise to follow them just in case. There is a possibility that the bandits may show up. It would be big if you're able to catch them." Would that help in easing the pressure on Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita? The look of hope and sincerity in Hayoma's eyes as he asked the question could be seen as sickening when he was praying for his boss's downfall, but it was only funny to Takuma. "Yes, it would help if we caught the bandits." "Did you stop them?" he asked. "Unfortunately, I wasn't busy with other responsibilities at the time of their arrival at the outpost. I came here to inform you as soon as my subordinates informed me." Hayoma took out a half-page of paper alongside a local map. I have their destination. If you hurry now and follow the path I've marked on this map, you can catch up to them within 15 to 20 minutes. This is great work, Chunin Hyoma. I will leave promptly, Takuma said while being as animated as possible so his intentions were clear through his mask. I will go inform Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita immediately and set up a support team to follow you. They'll catch up to you as soon as possible, Hyoma said, throwing his cigarette on the floor. It was a trap. Thank you for the information. I'll be off, Takuma said before moving away with the body flicker jutsu. He didn't hang around to see if Hyoma would actually alert Fujita or if he would gather a support team. None of that was going to happen. All of this was an attempt to get rid of him. During their late-night meeting, Renjiro had mentioned that the ANBU report could trump whatever the investigation party submitted. Hyoma clearly didn't like that and was now trying to eliminate that report by getting him taken care of. Takuma didn't mind. The moment he had pulled the knife from the evidence bag, he wanted those bandits more than anything. As long as he had those agents in his custody, he couldn't care less what happened to the outpost. Straight-faced. It took roughly 15 minutes for Takuma to reach the trio of couriers who had stopped by the roadside to rest under tree shade. He carefully positioned himself across the road from them to observe them and their surroundings, waiting for the bandits to show up. I'm going to take a leak, said a courier as he stood up to head deeper into the woods. A minute later, Takuma's eyes widened, and he immediately weaved hand seals for Earth Release, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu. There was a real possibility that the root agents disguised as bandits were hiding, and the courier who had gone to take relief himself was in danger. The numerous murders had created tension between the two countries and their respective hidden villages. Just one other murder could shatter the delicate balance between them. Perhaps that was Root's objective, to plunge the hidden leaf into chaos and take advantage of its moment of weakness. He had to ensure that no more innocent couriers died. As the information from the jutsu returned to him, Takuma chuckled. Clever bastards, he muttered under his breath while slowly standing up. The courier who had gone to take a leak was now somehow sneaking behind him. His eyes caught the eyes of another courier, most probably a sensory nin, who had sensed his presence as he was following them. He thought he would be ambushed while he was distracted by the couriers, but he didn't think he would be ambushed by the couriers themselves. The sensory nin made no suspicious movements and even averted his eyes naturally, as though he hadn't seen Takuma, probably in an attempt to ensure that his teammates' surprise attack wouldn't be foiled. Takuma weaved hand seals and sank into the ground 2 seconds before the agent behind him threw a kunai to stop him from escaping, but missed as the kunai struck a tree trunk. The sensory nin froze up for half a second with trembling eyes as his mind caught up with his senses. He turned around to push his teammate away at the last second before two arms that shot out from the ground could drag him down to hell. As Takuma emerged from the ground, he was instantly surrounded by two root agents. It was dangerous to be surrounded from both sides, but he stayed put because he wanted to assess the situation. He was instantly attacked by both sides. He ducked under a sword that ripped through the cargo box behind him. The second agent also stabbed his sword at him, but he deflected it with a kunai and rolled away to put some distance between them. The agents were well trained and didn't give him any room to breathe. The sensory nin closed the distance with a quick step while swinging his sword as he closed in. Takuma met it with his kunai, but the humming blade cut clean through the knife's metal. Kenjutsu, he noted, the quick delivery at the start of the fight indicated confidence and proficiency. He stepped in the opposite direction of the blade's flow and kicked the agent in the knee before shoving him away with both hands. There was no time as the other agent charged in with a swift sword dance. Each individual strike connected seamlessly, but Takuma kept moving, ensuring the blade never reached him. The agent favored his left leg, injury, perhaps, but one that spoke of combat experience rather than weakness. Area Jitsu could heal multitudes, but there were still things that couldn't be fixed completely. Or perhaps this was purely psychological, an injury that was left untreated for a while and took root in the mind over time. Takuma glanced towards the edge of the road that cut through a forest. The third agent who tried to ambush him was weaving hand seals for a ninjutsu. He was too far away for him to stop him, so he just had to ensure the ninjutsu didn't reach him. The agent completed the fire release, flaming spear and aimed it at his target. The target was moving freely while avoiding a sword dance. He just needed a second of a clear shot to strike the target down. There. The target moved away from his teammate, giving him enough space to launch where his teammate would receive minimal damage. But just as he was about to launch the spear, the target shifted with alarming agility, putting the teammate between them. The agent clicked his tongue and refocused his aim, but the target never stepped into a clear position. There were split-second opportunities where he could have been hit, but the agent's teammate was always in the damage radius. It didn't take a genius to see that the target had deliberately planned his movements to ensure there was never a clear shot. The ability to do so while actively dodging another agent was difficult, to say the least. He glanced at the fire spear. The flames were becoming unstable. The fire was consuming the chakra, pouring into it as fuel. It had already lost nearly half of its destructive capabilities and would explode in his face when there wasn't enough chakra to keep the flames bound together. He safely disarmed his jutsu and drew his sword. He had not just wasted chakra, but wasted an opportunity where he could have been pressuring the target with his teammate instead of just standing around and ultimately doing nothing. Straight-faced. Takuma noticed that the agent had dismantled his jutsu and immediately took a giant leap back, now that he didn't need to hold the other agent hostage to keep himself safe. He has bad aim, he thought. The agent hadn't moved once from his spot. It would have been difficult to avoid the fire spear if the agent had moved to compensate for his movements, but the agent stayed put with his feet planted. It could mean he wasn't confident with his aim. Takuma related heavily to his enemy. Until very recently, he had a bad aim as well. He glanced at his three opponents. All of them had swords. That had to change because he worked the best when he could get up close and personal. He weaved hand seals, and a bubbling orb of water, the size of a baseball, formed in his palm. He pointed the orb at one of the agents as they tried to surround him. A chain gushed out of the orb and wrapped itself around the agent's sword before he could react. He threw the orb into the ground, anchoring the chain to that point. Water release, flowing chain binding. It was one of the C-rank utility ninjutsu he had learned on the suggestion from Taper, ANBU's master instructor. The jutsu could create chains that could be held or anchored to any spot. The chains were surprisingly strong for a C-rank jutsu. The lower the number of chains, the stronger they were. Takuma threw an explosive tag at the agent, who had no choice but to lead his chained-up sword and jump out of the blast radius. "Alright, let's get to work." Straight-faced. The agent jumped away before the explosion could get him. 2 seconds later, he heard another explosion. He gazed to verify his teammate's position through the unsettled dust from the explosion. The target rushed through the dust at him. Evidently, this was why he'd had his sword taken. He was clearly the intended target for a follow-up. The agent crossed his arm as the fist crashed into his arm. Sound caught in his throat as he felt the force travel up his arm. It was too powerful. Within a few seconds, they exchanged over a dozen blows. The target was quick on his feet and agile with his movements, making it difficult to dodge his blows, but the agent managed to block almost everything, and that was a mistake. The agent felt his left knee tremble. He had been hit there twice with such force that he was feeling it. He didn't doubt his own durability. The target was simply too physically strong. Taijutsu adept, physically STR. Feeling that the target was going to be a tough opponent, he opened his mouth to share information when the target suddenly attacked. The agent once again crossed his arms to eat a blow and immediately counterattacked. The first struck his arms, and just as he was about to counter, a force, incomparable to before, penetrated through his guard and an aggressive burst of chakra crashed into his body. It was an augmentation. His left knee almost gave as he stumbled back. It felt as though no strength was left in his body as he took a few more steps back to put some distance. But there was no way an ANBU operative was going to give him a chance like that. The target closed the distance in the blink with his fist already cocked back. The agent could only watch as it closed in on his face. Chapter 413. Ever since Takuma had learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, his life had been significantly influenced by the jutsu. He had shifted most of his training to his clones while he handled work. Most of his training time was devoted solely to physical strength and conditioning, as clones were unable to build muscle. The weighted gear gifted by Might Guy had been a game-changer. He had become abnormally strong in a short period of time, which inadvertently solved a problem he didn't know he had. His normal strikes didn't pack much of a punch. He had to rely on his chakra augmentation to do substantial damage. It wouldn't have been a problem if he were a ranged fighter, but for his combat style, his melee options needed to be ultimate weapons. By pouring regular time each morning into physical strength and conditioning, he had managed to make himself more lethal in close-range combat. He no longer needed his chakra augmentation to pack a punch. It was just a bonus. That's one of them done, or not, Takuma thought as he moved to finish the staggering agent. He caught something in his peripheral vision and immediately jumped back before another agent could slice his head off his neck. He wasn't given time to pause and jumped while maneuvering his body parallel to the ground as a fire spear zipped by under him. He felt heat from the flames. By the time he planted his feet, an agent was a step away from him. Their eyes met as the crouching agent swung his sword in a wide arc. Takuma moved a step back faster than the agent could swing his sword. It wasn't just strength, he had also become faster. His eyes bounced from the agent, his sword, and the two teammates. He breathed out as his mind churned to analyze the next move. Where will the next sword strike come from? Huh? The agent suddenly let go of the sword at the end of its trajectory and whipped out a speedy punch from his other hand. Takuma, half a second late, hastily raised his block, but instead of striking him, the agent grabbed his arm and used the momentum to toss him away. It took him a mere couple of seconds to stabilize himself, but another agent was already behind, ready to attack. He barely managed to block another sword strike, only for his kunai to be knocked out of his hand. He tilted his way out of the way of a sword stab and felt the elastic keeping his mask in place tug as the sword grazed it, leaving a mark on the hard surface. Something's changed, he thought as he moved away out of the sword's range. One of the agents raised his hand, a signal. The formation shifted, two agents remained close to him while another took distance. They were turning serious. One of the two booted him in the stomach. It didn't hurt that much, but he was once again in motion against his will. At least, he was heading to a spot away from the agents. It would give him a moment to prepare his next move. An orb of fire exploded at his feet the moment he landed. Of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. Takuma crashed through cargo boxes filled with miscellaneous goods and slammed to a stop against a tree behind him. Ignoring the pain, he immediately jumped away a few moments before another fire orb crashed into the tree before exploding. The tree broke while its fallen remains burned from the intense heat and flames. Fire release, Fox Fire. It was a jutsu he had faced when he fought Bishop. It allowed the user to control several fire orbs that could set things on fire upon contact, and each orb could be exploded at will. It was a nasty piece of ninjutsu that he would have liked to learn if he were any good at fire release. Takuma weaved hand seals to create a melon-sized water sphere that spawned into existence. Water release, Spirit Water Wave. The agent controlling the fire orbs was the same one who had tried to nail him with the fire spear twice. The 7 fire orbs were revolving around him like satellites, 2 of which broke free of their orbit and zoomed towards him. He raised his hand in a gun gesture and shot twice in quick succession. The tiny water bullets struck the fire orbs, setting them off early. Because they were explosive in nature, the chakra inside the orbs was always excited. A strong enough external force could destabilize the excited chakra if it managed to penetrate inside. The jutsu was created with that weakness in mind, so the outer flame shell was strong enough to absorb the beating. However, water trumped fire, especially when water nature chakra was packed into a small water bullet built for the sake of penetration. You have bad aim, that's why you stay put, he thought and shot 3 more rounds without stopping. The agent quickly moved 2 of his orbs out of the way, but moving multiple objects simultaneously was difficult. Takuma knew it best because he had trained tirelessly to move his tentacles seamlessly. The 3rd bullet hit the orb, causing it to explode. The agent moved quickly and jumped away, but was still hit by the explosion. To his credit, he managed to keep all the other orbs intact. Not for long, Takuma muttered as he trained his gun for another shot. Before he could shoot, another agent appeared before him in a flash. He shifted his aim slightly and let out 2 shots at the agent, who cut the bullets with his sword. Impressive, Takuma thought as he sidestepped the sword thrumming with Kenjutsu. You favor your left leg. The moment the agent stepped out with his left leg, Takuma slammed that foot into place and hammered down with an augmented punch to the knee. The bone shifted under his knuckles. It would make moving just a bit difficult, enough for him to aim at his head and shoot him dead. He primed his gun hand at the agent, but the moment he shot, the agent slapped his hand away, causing the water bullet to completely miss its mark. Pushing through the pain with a grunt, the agent smashed his fist into the side of Takuma's face. His mask absorbed most of the blow, but he was partially hit behind the ear, dazing him long enough to lose control of the jutsu. But Takuma was used to it after getting his head kicked in more times than he could count. They're coming. A group of root agents wouldn't miss an opportunity like this, but he stayed still until the very last moment to stabilize his internal balance. And then it began. Takuma moved as fast as he possibly could to escape the remaining foxfire orbs chasing after him. He covered as much as the width of the road in one step, but the orbs kept on his tail without faltering, so stopped for a moment, and the orbs sped into his position. Right before they closed in, he pumped chakra into his legs and rocketed into the sky, clearing the height of the surrounding forest's canopy. 3 orbs exploded, cratering the road. He took out tagged kunai and threw them at the agent controlling the orbs. The moment he landed, he sidestepped a thrumming sword and managed to avoid it by only taking a burning skin-deep gash on his arm. The Kenjutsu-wielding agent tried to sweep his feet, so he leapt back to make some distance, only to have a second agent grab him from behind. He slammed his head back into the agent's face. It didn't loosen that vice-like grip one bit, but it did allow Takuma to spin and push the agent into the foxfire orb's path instead, loosening his grip enough for him to arm himself with 3 kunai. The agent immediately let go of him and jumped away so as not to get stabbed. Takuma molded his chakra and hurled the first kunai at the foxfire orb, forcing it to explode. The agent jumped away in time to avoid the best, freeing Takuma up to hurl the second at the foxfire, specifically at one of the remaining orbs. The last, he threw it at the agent who had been consistently using Kenjutsu from the start. It was, of course, cut in half, but the chakra behind the kunai propelled the pieces forward. One cut the agent above the eye, partially blinding him. Takuma instantly began weaving hand seals. He finished at the same time as the agent who had grabbed him earlier. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water release, Wild Water Wave. The opposing elements clashed against each other. The wave snuffed out the giant fireball and poured pressurized boiling water over the agent, who screamed in agony as he was scalded. Takuma felt he was at a turning point as he sprinted into the vapor mist created by the ninjutsu impact. 2 of the agents were in situations that he could capitalize on. And once he got rid of the 2, the remaining one would be easy to deal with. He heard a whistle and looked up to see a downpour of thin fire arrows rain down on him. He immediately changed his course and leapt and rolled to the side before getting on his feet and charging forward as more arrows dropped on him. They melted the earth and left harsh scorch marks. Just when he thought that he had successfully evaded fire arrows, the mist split, and the Kenjutsu agent emerged with a glowing sword. Takuma's eyes widened when he saw that the leaking wound on the agent's brow had been cauterized shut. That sword was dangerous. He needed to avoid it at all costs. The agent swung his sword even though he wasn't in range. A vaguely crescent-shaped current sliced through the air at him. Takuma acted on instinct and punched out a second form augmentation. The 2 forces collided and ate away at each other, but the Kenjutsu ultimately won, its remnants leaving numerous shallow cuts all over his body. Another cutter and a second form augmentation collided, and he was cut several times again. The agent didn't release a third cutter. Instead, his sword began to glow brighter. Without hesitation, Takuma weaved hand seals and slammed his hand into the ground. Earth release, Earthen Dome. The jutsu had a function that allowed the user to pour in extra chakra, thereby strengthening it to withstand more damage than normal. Takuma had all the chakra anyone could ask for, so he poured it freely like a waterfall into the dome's walls. The agent's sword shone blindingly and trembled in his grip as more chakra was poured into it. The charge cutter made zero sound until it crashed into the dome. Takuma felt a jolt as violent vibrations penetrated the dome, coursing through his body, particularly in his arms. He grinned with stubbornness. The dome was going to hold, he told himself. Earthen Dome wasn't a particularly strong defensive jutsu, and yet he was particularly attached to it. He wasn't someone who used defensive ninjutsu often. In fact, he knew a limited amount of it, but the rare times he'd used it, Earthen Dome had always protected him. The cutter continuously drove into the dome walls until it and the wall both exploded. Takuma was thrown back with his hand roaring in pain, but the dome had taken most of the abuse. He endured the pain and tried to get up when a massive flaming fist caved in the dome ceiling, filling the dome with flames and striking Takuma simultaneously. The agent poured a copious amount of chakra into the jutsu to ensure the job was done. And just when he thought he sensed no movement, a fist emerged from the flames and struck him. Straight-faced. The agent blinked, and suddenly, he wasn't looking at the fiery, flaming chaos inside the dome jutsu, but at the blue, cloudy sky. Pain suddenly struck him, and he opened his mouth to let out a groan, only to find that he couldn't move his jaw. It had been completely shattered. He could feel several loose teeth with his tongue and a heavy taste of blood. The pain was agonizing, but he had been trained to endure much more, so he stood up and was taken aback when he suddenly saw the shattered cargo boxes. They weren't supposed to be anywhere near him. He looked ahead to see his teammates far in the distance. When did he get all the way here? He looked down at his arms. They were trembling, and so were his legs. The realization struck him. He'd been knocked out. Straight-faced. Takuma, burned and singed as he was, climbed out of the earthen dome. He shook the embers off his arms and clothes as he looked at the agents, who cautiously moved in formation. As things stood, he was confident he could kill them. That was never a doubt. From the moment he exchanged the first blows, he knew they were tough, but not something he couldn't deal with. But could he defeat them without killing them? Because that was ultimately the goal. 3 more dead root agents would be good on his record, but Amami could only extract information if they were alive. He had to take them alive. Death wasn't an option. For better or for worse, he wasn't really geared towards taking his opponents alive. From the day he became a ring fighter, Takuma was set upon the path of a hammer. Even his Jinjutsu, which he had attempted to mold into a finer option, had somehow bloomed into a blunt weapon. Overwhelming strength. If he couldn't capture them alive through tactics and strategies, then he just needed brute force. Make the concept of fighting him so helpless that they had no choice but to let him decide if they exited this fight dead or alive. That alone was easier said than done. He wasn't a Jonin, and they all seemed hyper-competent Chunin-level combatants like him. However, Chunin was said to be the widest rank. The lowest-rated Chunin were barely stronger than Jinin, and the highest-rated ones who couldn't match Jonin were still worlds apart. All he needed to do was crush them. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Chapter 414, Earth Release, Earth Spear. It was like opening the stopper at the bottom of the pool. A constant stream of chakra was mixed, transformed, and spread to every nook and cranny of the body. Takuma felt his bones grow sturdier, his muscles denser, and even watched his skin turn the color of the night sky. Every time he had used the jutsu in training, he felt a sense of power being imbued into his body. The cautious root agents instantly turned alert. Takuma knew he had breached the barrier. Almost any jutsu could be used to kill if the conditions were right, but most D-rank jutsu, and to some extent even C-rank jutsu, weren't considered lethal. That changed with B-rank jutsu. All offensive B-rank ninjutsu were killing weapons. Chunin who knew B-rank jutsu tried to end fights without using them because using one justified the enemy to use them as well. It instantly raised the severity of the fight, so avoiding the big guns was a way to keep oneself safe. Of course, exceptions always existed. There were no hard and fast rules in battles of life and death. Some shinobi followed the school of combat that believed in opening with B-rank ninjutsu as a rush and overwhelm tactic. Some used them when they knew their opponent couldn't use them. Some, like Bishop, couldn't handle their egos being bruised and used them in an attempt to uphold their pride. The ground under Takuma's feet cracked when he moved. The agents moved just as fast and switched their formation. Their swordsmen moved laterally and grabbed the sword that had been previously tied to the ground by Takuma's water chain. The moment he grabbed the sword, it buzzed to life, leaving behind a wispy trail on its way to behead Takuma. He directly blocked the attack with his arm. In any other situation, the action would have been as asking for an amputation, but the impact caused sparks to fly, accompanied by the sharp scrape of blade against stone. Takuma aimed for the liver with a body shot. The agent blocked by sticking his arm in the way, but the force traveled through his arm and knocked the air out of his lungs. He almost dropped his sword as his arm instantly turned numb. The agent glared at Takuma as he roared through the pain and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying into a tree that snapped in half against him. He immediately rolled away as the agent flashed in front of him. The blade passed clean through the trunk, slicing the remaining portion of the tree in half. Their other sword moved just as fast and passed through the trunk like it was nothing. Takuma brought the agent down with 2 quick kicks before bringing down a haymaker for his head. The agent, unable to move, let himself fall. The fist smashed through another tree, causing the trunk to explode. The agent rolled away as Takuma's foot smashed a crater into the ground. Each strike from either of them left destruction in their wake. However, Takuma was the only one doing damage. He knew he couldn't allow the agent any opportunity to charge the kenjutsu running through his swords. The cutters he used to slice through the dome before would be able to cut through Earth Spear's defenses to leave shallow damage that could become a problem if it piled up. Of course, the agent knew that as well and was trying to back away to gain the appropriate space to do so. Takuma wasn't going to let that happen, but the agent wasn't alone. He was forced to back away by a cone of fire lighting up where he was standing. The agent he'd sent flying out of the earthen dome rejoined the battle. The lower half of his face was swollen and bruised, but he seemed to be unaffected. Soldier pill, Takuma thought when he saw veins on the man's forehead and the sheen of his skin. The agent's arms were wreathed in flames. When Takuma tried to close in on the kenjutsu agent, another jet of fire forced him to back away. He glanced at the third agent, who seemed to be on standby. Now that he had used Earth Spear, they would retaliate as well. At least one of the agents had to know a B-rank jutsu. If he were in their position, he would create a scenario where he couldn't avoid whatever they were planning to throw at him. 2 of them would confront him while the remaining one would keep an eye out for an opportunity. But if all of you couldn't handle me before, what makes you think 2 of you can handle me now? Abandoning the swordsman, Takuma confronted the second agent head-on. He slammed his knuckles into the agent's flaming fist. Another collision caused the ground around them to crack. Their knuckles smashed against each other, and on the third impact, the flames around the agent's arm exploded, flooding Takuma with their heat. The agent immediately rolled out of the way and avoided a kick to the chest. Even though he couldn't see Takuma through the fire, he knew one successful attack wouldn't slow him down. Takuma sprinted out of the fire unharmed and headed straight for the agent, ready to strike him down. The flames on the agent's arms roared as though gas had been pumped into them before they gathered into his fist. Takuma noticed it but didn't stop because he was confident in being unharmed. However, the agent didn't aim at him but instead at the ground that exploded, causing Takuma to lose balance. Takuma felt the full force of whatever jutsu the agent was using wash over him. It didn't hurt at all, but he felt the Earth Spear suck more chakra out of him to maintain itself. "Clear," yelled someone. Takuma couldn't track who said it, but he immediately tried to grab the agent as a meat shield, but failed. For tag kunai dug into his body, only to bounce off his hardened skin. The tags went off regardless, and the collective force sent him flying. It didn't hurt, but he once again felt the drag of chakra. He looked up to track the agents, only to see 2 of them. Where was the third? At that same moment, the swordsman moved to behead him with his augmented sword, while the regular sword in his other hand cut him across his back. Both failed to do any damage, but he felt his chakra reserves dip once more. He turned around to see the Kenjutsu agent, noticing that both of his swords had stopped glowing. Takuma didn't think he had used too much chakra, it had to be because he had taken too much damage. This was the right opportunity to finish him off. He just needed a few good, non-lethal hits to put him down for good. Takuma zipped towards him. Without his Kenjutsu, the agent wasn't much of a threat. Takuma smashed an augmented kick into his calf to disable his footwork, and then threw a chain of normal punches to the liver, kidney, and head to knock him out without immediately threatening his life. Huh! A cold chill raced down his spine when Takuma suddenly felt the temperature around him spike. He looked back to see a fireball in the shape of a dragon's head straight towards him. He instantly recognized it because it was the most popular B-rank ninjutsu in the Hidden Leaf. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. He couldn't believe it. They were sacrificing one of their own to take him out. He had become aware of Root's methods since joining Itachi's initiative and gaining access to the department's knowledge about Root. Sacrificing agents wasn't unseen, but it was rare because agents weren't in unlimited supply, each one was measurably valuable. Especially after their excommunication from the village. Sacrificing agents was for a mission that required success regardless of cost. Killing him, by any means, shouldn't have been something they needed to sacrifice an agent for. If they thought they were going to lose, they would have tried to escape before going for the nuclear option. Fuck! Takuma faced the incoming dragon's head, taking a stance that pulled his fist in and flooded chakra through his right arm. While he had gained mastery over Earth's Spear to make it combat viable, the jutsu required him to stream chakra throughout his body constantly. Disregarding the large amount of chakra it took to do that, the other obstacle was that it made using other jutsu alongside it extremely difficult. Using other jutsu required him to divide the focus needed to keep Earth's Spear active. He had made decent progress, but the failure rate was still too high. In the face of the B-rank ninjutsu, he couldn't risk losing Earth's Spear's protection. Especially when he knew that Earth's Spear, even while running away at full speed, wouldn't be able to protect him. The jutsu's defenses were geared toward enduring anything under a certain threshold, which was substantially higher than any C-rank jutsu, but not as high as tanking a B-rank jutsu that used all of its resources into a single charge attack. He was going to take damage regardless. However, there was one jutsu he could use with a perfect success rate. Takuma's arm began to glow blue as an insane amount of chakra began to gather. The color of the Earth's Spear armor in his right arm darkened as he began to compress more chakra into a smaller space. All that chakra then flooded down to his fist. He was going to punch a B-rank jutsu with the strongest single charge attack he had. He didn't think of it as a special form like the ranged second form augmentation, but it incorporated everything he knew when it came to chakra theory and shape transformation. Chakra augmentation, all-out punch. Normally, it would have blown his arm to a gore of flesh, but because Earth's Spear was reinforcing every part of his body, he could handle the amount of chakra flowing through his arm. If Earth's Spear's defense threshold was lower than a B-rank jutsu, then all he needed to do to maintain it was lower the attack's damage to that threshold. The small fist collided with the large dragon's head, causing a thunderous roar. The B-rank jutsu was much more powerful than his augmentation, and drowned it out almost immediately, but not before the concentrated force pierced through the dragon's head and disturbed its core. The excited chakra holding the fire unraveled, and the concentrated fire dispersed. A wave of white-hot fire washed over him. Takuma felt his heart beat faster and faster as the heat ate into his chakra reserves. Earth's Spear was fighting to keep up using his chakra as its source. Fire consumed everything, even his vision, as the blinding light of the jutsu engulfed his sight. Straight-faced. He has to be dead. The agent who had used the B-rank jutsu felt exhausted as the jutsu had sucked most of his chakra out of him. He looked at the trees on fire around him. The forest around them was healthy, lowering the chances of a forest fire, but the rising smoke was sure to attract attention. Soon, shinobi would arrive at their location, and in their condition, their chances of escape or survival would be low. He looked at his teammate, who didn't look good. They needed to escape before the soldier's pill wore off and his condition plummeted. We need to. Something shot out of the blaze of fire into the air. He looked in surprise and horror as they saw the ANBU descend from the sky towards his teammate's location. Not only was he alive, but he looked uninjured, thanks to Earth Release, Earth Spear. How? He asked himself. Their sensorinine had informed them that their target had large chakra reserves, but it was unclear how he was still maintaining a jutsu infamous for draining chakra like no other. The moment he saw his teammate go down from a single kick to the face, he turned around to escape. They had missed their last chance. There was no value in staying around. He had to escape and report this. The target's voice rumbled next to his head. One of yours escaped from me before. Luckily for me, you're not that guy. The agent's spine stiffened when he heard the voice near his ear. He was hit with an attack so hard that his vision instantly quadrupled his vision and made him want to vomit from the vertigo. He knew it was over and tried to trigger his seal, but his head was stomped into the ground twice, causing him to lose control of his chakra. That was when he realized he had failed the mission, and the moment he woke up next, he would be actively putting Root at risk. Chapter 415, Fujita, with his team, arrived at what he could only call a fiery carnage. A long section of the road was burnt black with embers still burning red. The trees around the road had turned into dirty charcoal, replacing the clean scent with the choking smell of smoke. As a Tokubetsu Jonin, he knew it was the work of a B-rank fire-release ninjutsu, making his heart beat faster. He wouldn't have been worried about the ANBU nin, but if there was a B-rank jutsu involved, then either the bandits were strong enough to force the use of it, or the bandits themselves were capable enough to use one. Neither of those scenarios was good. You're finally here. They spotted the ANBU nin with a scorched mask, burnt clothes, and damaged gear. Everything on his body was barely hanging on. Surprisingly, his body was in the opposite condition, untouched by fire, as though he had put on the clothes after they were burnt. The only visible injury was his right arm, which he held close to his chest and had turned red from internal bleeding. Without saying anything, the Irionin in the group rushed towards the ANBU nin to treat him, but was stopped. A sling would do for now, said the ANBU nin before pointing to the two men lying on the ground. I want these to be put in an induced coma. These two mustn't wake until I say so. Can you do it? It's okay if you can't, but I need a straight answer. The Irionin nervously gazed at the unconscious duo, and his horrified gaze stayed locked on the burnt corpse that lay some distance from the two men. He eventually tore his eyes from the dead and focused on the duo for an extended moment before nodding. Excellent. The ANBU nin nodded and told the Irionin to proceed with the makeshift sling to take pressure off his injured arm. Fujita, who had been listening, finally stepped up to find out more about what had happened. Are you well? We should take care of you first. Why are you talking about induced comas? He asked. Yes, I'm all right. The ANBU nin turned around to glance at the rest of the group before returning to the unconscious duo. These are your bandits, Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita. Unfortunately, they also happen to be Root agents. Our Root? As in Shimura Danzo's, he whispered. The unexpected revelation was shocking enough that he forgot to feel joy and relief after hearing that the source of his problems was finally captured. The ANBU nin nodded. They have complicated Fuinjutsu branded on their bodies. There's a high chance they'll kill themselves and end up like that one there if they wake up. He pointed at the burnt corpse that looked like a single touch would turn the hollowed bones into ash. Our two options are either induced coma or amputations to prevent them from using ninjutsu. And I'm sure you agree that the former is cleaner of the two. Fujita nodded almost absent-mindedly. He was struggling to believe or accept that he was involved in a plot conspired by Root. Were they targeting him specifically? Had he offended someone to make such powerful enemies? It's both of our best interests that we keep these men alive. I hope you will cooperate with me because this is important. I can't stress it enough. The ANBU nin hissed in pain when the Irionin tied his arm into the sling. I'll make sure everything goes well, Fujita said before asking. Did you do all of this? No, This was the agent's work. Fujita was even more surprised. The ANB Yunin was either lucky or extremely competent to get out of the fight with only his arm injured. The ANB Yunin thanked the Irionin for putting his injured into the sling and applying basic treatment. "May I ask you a question?" whispered the ANB Yunin. "Go ahead," Fujita nodded and stepped closer. "Were you informed that I had gone out?" "A guard at the gate noticed you leaving the outpost," Fujita replied. He didn't want to say that he had ordered everyone to keep an eye out for the ANB Yunin and report his movements. "I didn't think much about it until I saw the rising smoke, and came here as quickly as possible." "Thank you. That makes things clear. Now, let's wrap up this whole thing and head back to the base," he said. "Yes, we should. Please rest, I will take care of this end." The ANB Yunin walked away mid-sentence and approached the group that had come along with Fujita, who noticed that everyone got nervous when the ANB Yunin walked towards them. He could empathize. The concept of ANBU itself was daunting and frightening. But out of everyone, Hayoma had the biggest reaction. He visibly flinched, dropped his cigarette, and looked nervous. As his second-in-command, Fujita had asked Hayoma to stay at the outpost and handle things while he was out, but the man had insisted on coming along. He didn't have the time to ask why because he wanted to be quick, so he allowed it. The outpost wasn't going to collapse if both of them were out for a couple of hours at most, but it seemed there was something more going on. So when the ANB Yunin suddenly sped up and lifted Hayoma by the neck, everyone was surprised and looked at Fujita, who discreetly gestured to them to hold. He wanted to see where this was going. "Ugh!" Hayoma tried to claw at the grip around his neck, but it didn't budge. "I almost lost my arm because of this shit, you bastard," the ANB Yunin said, his voice dropping a few octaves. Hayoma moved to kick the ANB Yunin's injured arm, but the ANB Yunin moved faster. He blocked the foot with his good arm. Doing so forced the ANB Yunin to drop Hayoma, but he punched Hayoma in the throat before the latter's feet could touch the ground. Hayoma curled inwards, spluttering and unable to defend the kick to the knee that forced him to kneel before the ANB Yunin. He looked up. The ANB Yunin kicked him in the face, sending him tumbling head over heels before rolling to a stop. Fujita rushed to stop the ANB Yunin from going any further. He didn't think Hayoma would be able to beat or escape the ANB Yunin, but the injury would only draw this out and scare the outpost. Fujita wanted to finish this cleanly. Not to mention, he felt the ANB Yunin would kill Hayoma if he didn't interfere. He needed Hayoma alive as someone to dump all the fault and punishment on. Fujita didn't know what Hayoma had done, but if he was even at the slightest of fault, he would make the perfect scapegoat. "Let me take care of this." "You're injured," Fujita said as he gently put his hand on the ANB Yunin's shoulder. The ANB Yunin stared at him with hidden emotions behind his eyes before nodding. Fujita now knew one thing that he needed to do, and that was to ensure the ANB Yunin got everything he wanted. Straight-faced. Takuma moved his arm. After a certain angle, it'd ache, but otherwise, he was fine. The combination of Earth Release, Earth Spear and Chakra Augmentation had worked perfectly. Just the fact that his arm was usable after some healing was proof of success. Training and live combat are different, he said to himself with a sigh. He had trained the combination carefully so as not to injure his arm, slowly ramping up the augmentation to ensure he had things in control. The number of injuries due to mistakes was admirably low, even when he had tested the combination at full power, but those tests were done in controlled environments in ANBU facilities. Everything was different during live combat. He made a mistake in calculating the chakra and ended up tearing the muscles in his arm, shoulder, and even some in his chest. Takuma walked into the infirmary, where the two ANB Yunin were kept in their state of induced coma. He didn't know much about the Roots version of the death seal. He didn't know if an extended induced coma qualified as a trigger condition, but seeing that it had been a day and they hadn't died, he figured they were safe. "I still can't believe that they're Root agents," Fujita said before frowning. "Something troubling you? They look so normal." "They are and they are not," said Takuma. He understood where the man was coming from. If most people never saw an ANB union in their lives, then practically no one ever saw a root agent. Until recently, most people weren't even aware of their existence. When there was almost no information available, people began creating their own interpretations or images based on what little they had. What do you mean? They are still human, they are still shinobi, just like you and me. But their life experiences, the thing that makes us who we are completely different. Perhaps that's what makes them strange. Takuma didn't think he had a good life since he had found himself in this world. Compared to who he was before, no one would blame him if he claimed this life to be hell. But when he thought about root agents, he wondered if he had it so bad. Since joining Itachi's initiative, he had been given access to the department's information about Root. He had learned about the incomplete information they had about how Root trained its agents. It was brutal to say the least. Raising consistently competent, self-thinking shinobi who were single-mindedly dedicated to serving Shimura Danzo and whatever agenda he was pursuing for the Hidden Leaf's benefit was difficult without making them unthinking shinobi. Unthinking soldiers had their value, but to be successful, they needed agents who could make decisions by themselves in tough situations. He had only been suffering for a couple of years, but for most agents, they had been subjected to a limited life with no freedom for much longer, as they were nurtured into ideal agents with only a sole goal to serve their cult, which was Root. If difficult times created tough men, then the agents were probably tougher than him. However, unlike the agents, who would lay their lives for the cause, Takuma held onto life with every fiber of his being. If something required to die, then he wasn't doing something right. He just needed to find a way to succeed while staying alive. And that's why, even if they were tougher, he was going to be better. He was going to survive, no matter what. Chapter 416. A week after leaving for the border outpost, Takuma returned home with 2 root agents, the burnt remains of a third sealed in a special sealing scroll, and the outpost's second-in-command, Chunin Hayoma. He had called in an ANBU Irionin to help in transport because he had no medical expertise to keep his prisoners in their forced slumbers. "Did you know?" Takuma asked. He sat before Itachi's desk in the latter's office a few hours after his return. He wanted to know if Itachi knew about Root's involvement in the border outpost, and if so, why he wasn't told beforehand. "No, but I was suspicious," Itachi replied. "Was there any chatter?" "Because I didn't hear any," Takuma asked. Root wasn't an isolated organization. If they wanted to develop their influence, they had to step into the real world and interact with others, and every time they did, they risked announcing their presence in minute ways, regardless of how much precaution they took. And people loved to talk. They might not say anything important, but there was always something to be gleaned from street-level chatter. Nothing like that. It was just a hunch. Takuma narrowed his eyes. "I didn't know you worked on hunches." "Hunches are often your subconscious mind's attempt to connect information you didn't even notice," Itachi said calmly. "You found Root, so I guess my mind was onto something." Takuma sighed and let it go. He was bothered because he knew he had become part of a political cockfight between 2 jonin he didn't want any part of. "So, what did you figure out?" asked Itachi. Takuma wanted to discuss things after he formulated his case report because it gave him time to sort his thoughts and present a cohesive account of what happened. But seeing that he was in the ANBU captain's office, it wasn't like he could refuse. The core of this case is that 2 parties don't need to be allied to benefit each other. Party 1 is Jonin Hanazawa Suda, who wants control over the border outpost, which is currently under the control of Jonin Pyoga Jin. He didn't know why Hanazawa Suda wanted that outpost. He didn't bother the investigation party sent by the Jonin, even though they were colluding with Hayoma. He only told them that he would be in touch before leaving. They were clearly concerned about Hayoma snitching on them, and it wasn't like they were running away or anything. Even if they were worried, they had a Jonin backing them, which would bring them some degree of comfort, making it safe to leave them alone for the moment. Itachi nodded. Jonin Suda has made a couple of attempts to bring that outpost under his command for its trade potential. He has failed every time because Jonin Jin is diligent with his duties. And Party 2, Root, who noticed those bids for control and decided to get involved, Takuma said. The question is, why would they interfere? Itachi asked with a hint of a smile. He already knew the answer and was trying to quiz Takuma. I don't know much about Jonin Suda, but his political stance seems to match well with Shimura Danzo's. Even though they weren't closely allied, they were still on the same side politically. At first, I thought that Root probably wanted to have control over the border outpost, and maybe they do, but they could also be aiming higher and want to put Jonin Suda in a more powerful position. Now that Danzo couldn't influence the Hidden Leaf directly, he needed other ways to exert his control. Those he was most publicly allied with were clearly under watch from ANBU and would come under instant scrutiny if they made any big moves. The solution to that? Takuma said. Find someone who holds similar values to you and supports them. However, the genius here is that Root is trying to do so without connecting directly with Jonin Suda. Normally, it would be risky doing things that way because the other side could just take the benefit and not return the favor, but here the conditions were favorable. Jonin Suda had an unspoken reputation as someone who abused his position and power for his benefit. If someone wanted to make something happen that needed his approval, they needed to take care of him. It was a standard case of corruption. Being a Jonin, he was protected to a major extent as long as he didn't take it too far, making it difficult to get rid of him. It benefited Root because, as they stood, doing anything in the Land of Fire would have them clash with the Hidden Leaf. But if they could simply grease the palms of the right person to make things happen while being reasonably cautious, they could remove that barrier. If Jonin Suda gained more power, then that was one more avenue they could manipulate by buying his aid. Not to mention, if Jonin Suda became more influential, he would push his political agenda, which would mean pushing Danzo's agenda. They found someone who would be compatible with Jonin Suda. Chunin Hyoma has been facilitating smuggling by taking bribes. And he has the ambition to be the outpost leader. He's the perfect candidate to put in charge. Initially, Takuma wasn't sure if Hyoma was directly involved, but seeing that the little fucker sent Root agents after him, he had to be, and Takuma was going to make sure he rotted in a prison labor camp for years to come. Root approached Chunin Hyoma with an offer that if he cooperated with them, they would help him become the outpost leader, said Takuma. Did he know they were Root? Asked Itachi. I can't say for sure because I haven't interrogated him yet. Takuma was injured and tired after his fight. In my opinion, I don't think he knew they were Root. As for how they convinced him, it probably wasn't that hard. He would have been able to earn much more through smuggling if he were the outpost leader. Their plan was to eliminate Earth-aligned couriers and merchants and place the blame on Fujita. Additionally, they killed to the point that it turned into something so bad for Hidden Leaf's reputation that it needed to be swept away and forgotten. That was part of the plan. To make things so bad that the higher-ups would prefer to pick a scapegoat and get rid of the problem. From what I heard, Hyoma sent fabricated proof that would put Tokubetsu Jonin Fujita in trouble. That was enough for Jonin Suda to take action. Not to mention, there's no risk here for the Jonin. If he found proof of wrongdoing, it's not strange for him to send in an investigation party. And if they find something wrong, he would get credit and the front-running position to replace Jonin Jin in the potential aftermath. Did Jonin Suda's men know that Chunin Hyoma was being helped by Root? That's important if we decide to go after him, Itachi asked. There was not a hint of doubt or aversion in his voice. He was going to attack a Jonin if he had ample ammunition without thinking about the consequences. Takuma was surprised because he had been involved in a case where the end result made a Jonin do things he didn't want to do, which was very tough to do in any of the hidden villages. I don't think so. I'll even go as far as to say that they didn't know that Hyoma was working with Root agents, Takuma answered with certainty. When he returned to the outpost with the Root agents, the investigation party was boggled out of their minds. Every single one of them looked so uncomfortable because they were caught in a situation they weren't prepared for or even aware of. They tried to put on an act, but it was so flimsy that it fooled no one. Well, no one was looking at them, so they didn't really need to act. I believe they didn't even know that he was in contact with the bandits in the first place. They believed that the proof they had received was real, and that mattered because it gave them confidence to barge into that outpost like they owned the place, said Takuma. It was a masterclass in manipulating everyone involved to get the maximum benefit. If Takuma wasn't there to pressure Hayoma, who then made the mistake of trying to kill him despite being perfect for so long, they would have pulled it off. I'll confirm everything for you. I would also like to bring in the investigation party to see if I can get something on Jonin Suda. I doubt I'll get anything, but there's no harm in trying. Itachi was deep in thought for a moment before he nodded. I'll trouble you with that, then. You have been doing consistently great work, and I don't want to feel like you're being underappreciated, so you'll be getting another Jutsu Access Pass soon. Takuma expressed his appreciation. Including the Shadow Clone Jutsu, this Access Pass would give him a total of 5 potential B-rank Jutsu. 5 B-rank Jutsu were a lot, and it would take some time before he could master them. He didn't think it was enough because he was unsure if all his choices would be the right ones. Some of his choices, regardless of how well he thought they suited him, might not gel with his combat style when he actually tried to use them. That's why he wanted more access passes, just in case his choices were wrong. There's one more thing I wanted to talk about, said Itachi. Yes, what is it? Takuma asked, thinking Itachi had another case for him. It annoyed him a little because he wanted to go home and rest before getting more work, but Itachi's next words were the last thing he was expecting to hear. It's high time you get a promotion, Riddle. I think you've earned it. Straight-faced. In a small hut on the outer edge of the village adopted by Root as their new base, Shimura Danzo sat on a chair in the living room. He was reading a book written by a hidden cloud Jonin when the door opened and an agent of his stepped inside. Danzo continued reading until he reached the end of the section and marked the page with a bookmark before turning his attention to his agent. Speak, he said. The Fire Earth Border Outpost mission has failed. Danzo paused to recalibrate. That mission was important. He wanted security around that trade route to be able to use it without scrutiny. But more importantly, he wanted to push Jonin Hanazawa Suda to have more influence in the Hidden Leaf Village and around the Land of Fire. Hanazawa Suda shared his views to some extent, and he was blinded by greed, which was beneficial to the current situation. His long-term plan was to push Hanazawa Suda to be a leader of a faction with enough power to influence change he wanted to come true for his return to a stronger Hidden Leaf. But now that plan had ended before it could even begin. What happened? He asked. ANBU investigated the outpost. For the progression of the mission, the handler deemed confrontation and elimination of the ANBU necessary. The field team was deployed and didn't return. Are they dead? 2 captured, 1 killed. That handler needed to be punished for ruining the mission. It would have been better if he had his field team killed, but 2 of them had been captured, which made things infinitely worse. Report, Danzo said, holding up his hand. The agent put a scroll in his hand. The report was bare and only consisted of the essentials, so Danzo quickly reached the part about the ANBU operative that was sourced from their asset, Chunin Hayoma, the outpost's second-in-command. A single operative? Danzo asked. He would have loved to have more people of that caliber in his team. Yes, sir. Interesting. Was it a Lu? Danzo unfurled the scroll further to reveal a rough sketch of the ANBU's mask. A badger, he muttered. It was a mask design he recognized from another report he had received about another failure in the city of Inahara. It was a mask that belonged to someone whom he had ordered a team in the village to observe. Calling Khan. I want him to conduct a joint mission with a team in the village, Danzo said as he stared at the drawing of the mask. It's time we get rid of this threat before he does more damage than he already has. Chapter 417, I want you to make a squad leader. Takuma held his emotions. He wasn't surprised because he did think he had produced enough for a promotion, but it was still thrilling to see an ANBU captain making the offer. I like that. I'm interested, of course, he said. Now, there are some conditions. You've essentially been on a loan to the initiative from your unit, most of your work is credited to the initiative, subsequently to me. Your captain neither has the space in his units nor the motivation to promote you, so if you want to be a squad leader, you'll have to come under me. Takuma understood his current position well. While he had worked on some landmark cases like the Maizuru assassinations and the Inahara sleeper cell for the Inquisitor unit, his reputation had become attached to Root due to the majority of his work, which in turn connected him to the anti-Root initiative. For the past months, he had barely worked on anything other than Root cases. Amami, who had also joined the initiative, managed to keep her workload balanced between the unit and the initiative, but he had gone to the extreme. It had brought him benefits such as his name getting out in the department and allowing him to build connections with various agents outside his unit, but his position inside the unit had weakened. Aburaim Sainpachi had allowed him to devote most of his time to Root because it gave him the reputation of having someone from his units actively contributing to the initiative while keeping all other operatives free to do their existing work. The anti-Root initiative was a hotspot for operatives around the department who were eager to join, hoping to earn themselves landmark cases. However, Itachi had been selective about who could join to keep the group lean. High potential brought higher competition for a limited number of openings. ANBU lieutenants and captains realized that and didn't want their entire squads to waste fighting to get on the initiative. Many opted to have their squads keep doing their existing work, a valid strategy because there was plenty more ANBU had to deal with than just Root. So while Sainpachi did benefit, Takuma's work added to Itachi's achievement. It wasn't enough for Sainpachi to overturn his squads to make a place for Takuma as a new squad leader. I have an opening under me. The squad will solely be focused on Root cases. It'll be independent of any unit because we don't need an entire unit focused on Root. You'll report directly to me. A unit would be a hindrance when the initiative deliberately involved people from around the department, making a Root-specific unit would create territorial problems. Will it be an existing squad or do I get to choose? Takuma asked. You can build it from the ground up. I have some recommendations to get you started. Takuma didn't break eye contact with Itachi as he pondered over his decision. What about after Root? He asked. I believe there will come a day when we will have hunted Root down to a point where the initiative won't be needed anymore. A small team would be enough to keep an eye on the remnants, and I don't want this squad to be that team. I'm invested in Root's eradication, but it will only be a chapter of my life. I will want to move on one day. He was focusing on Root, but he didn't want to be defined by it. He was always going to pursue something that made a real change because he saw it as a reliable method for collecting achievements. Okay, you'll have whatever assignment you desire after we have reached a point where the initiative becomes redundant, Itachi said after a gaze of silent observation that made Takuma feel naked. But, until then, squad leader is going to be as high as you go. Being honest, with your contributions, I could make a case for a lieutenant promotion, but you're too good as a field operative for the department to transition you into a supervisory role. ANBU lieutenants lead units made up of multiple squads. Barbary led the Inquisitor unit, consisting of 3 squads. Managing a group of spies who wielded dangerous levels of authority that could cause serious harm was a dedicated task. Lieutenants didn't take their own cases, rarely went out on fields, and kept the higher-ups informed to ensure they made the right decisions. That's okay, I don't want to be a lieutenant, Takuma replied. Itachi seemed surprised. You know, there are some operatives who like to work in the field or believe they are fit to manage people beyond their small team. They choose to remain in the positions where they excel. I don't think you're one of them, so why? Campbell was one of those people. He liked field work and didn't want to be responsible for anything beyond his squad. Nor did he want to do anything with the politics that came with being a lieutenant. Thus, he chose to stay put in his position when he could have been promoted. Roughly a year? That's how long I was in charge of the narcotics task force at the police force. Other than the regular raid, I didn't get any field action, Takuma recalled with a faraway tone. Most of his duties involved talking to lowlifes, building connections, managing the budget, and supervising his team, among many other non-combat duties. I plateaued during that year. Don't get me wrong, I did meaningful work that I can see the consequences of to this day, but I realized I need to be on the field if I want to grow as a shinobi. I need to get stronger. Earth Release. Earth Spear was a game changer because it had near-perfect synergy with his fighting style and chakra augmentation. He could see it becoming a cornerstone of his combat style. That fight against the Root Trio was proof that he had elevated himself. Beyond that, he still had Jinjutsu and Kenjutsu in his pocket. But it wasn't enough. His current self was no match for a Jonin. He needed to be much stronger. Why do you seek strength? Itachi asked. Do I need a reason? Everyone has a reason for why they want to be stronger, Itachi said matter-of-factly. They want to be stronger to protect someone, something, an ideal, anything they hold dear. Some people seek to become stronger because it gives them power over others. Others enjoy the thrill of battle and want to test themselves against stronger opponents. There are many reasons, big and small, but everyone has a reason. Takuma mused about his reason, and it was one of those questions he always knew the answer to. We live in a militaristic society where strength still reigns supreme. One could be the best military tactician the world has ever seen, but it wouldn't mean anything if they didn't have equivalent strength. Only the strong get to rise. Takuma nodded, satisfied with his answer. But to keep things simple, my reason to gain strength is survival. We are in a dangerous profession, and my dearest wish is to die in my bed from old age with a diaper on. His last sentence made Itachi crack a smile. If survival is the goal, why not leave the dangerous profession? Takuma laughed. It's 2 for that. 10 years for Jinin. 15 years for Chunin. That's 26 years of service I owe to the village. We're 15. That's still 2 decades at the least before I can leave, another 25 years for a Jonin like you. Far too long. That is the undeniable truth. Itachi nodded. His expression turned serious as he asked, What's your answer? Are you going to accept my offer? Takuma leaned against the ledge of the Ironwood Protection Company's roof as he stared at the listlessly fluffy clouds floating in the sky with thoughts churning in his mind about the conversation he had with Itachi. So, what did you want to talk about? Amami asked as she took out her dainty, long smoke pipe carved from ivory. She had picked up smoking since joining ANBU after avoiding it for years in TNI. Weasel has offered me the position of a squad leader under him, Takuma said first and only looked at her after a second. She was, as expectedly, surprised with her pipe hovering just in front of her face. He continued, The squad will handle root cases, part of the initiative, and report directly to Weasel. Are you asking me to join? She asked, putting out her pipe and scooting closer to him until their shoulders were touching. You accepted his offer, didn't you? You're leaving. Jumping ship. Leaving me alone already. Wow. Is it that surprising that I received a promotion offer? He was approaching her before things were made official. She accepted. Itachi could also start her transfer process so they could hit the ground running when the squad was established. Actually, not at all, Amami said as though it was natural. You've done enough just in the initiative to be considered for a promotion. I'm surprised that you're asking me to come with you. Why? Same batch, same assignment, joint cases. We get along decently well, and I trust you. You're the perfect candidate for me to recruit, said Takuma. If he got her to join, he would have a Yamanaka on board, giving him access to her clan's hidden jutsu. Out of everyone in the Inquisitor unit, she was the only one he wanted to recruit. Not because everyone else was incompetent, he would have loved to take Karakara, a beast of productivity, matching his output without using clones, but because she was the only one he could take. Everyone else was firmly established and was invested in staying at the Inquisitor unit for their future progress. Just Barbary's reputation of taking care of his subordinates was enough for them to stay. Thanks, but I'm staying, she said with a soft smile. I wish you all the best, though. Not confident in me? I think you're going to succeed. Amami looked at him as though she could peer through him. But, you don't have what I need right now. Do you know why I've been content with working on cases as the secondary lead? Unlike Takuma, who had been taking on cases alone, Amami only worked on cases that had others as primary leads. She had worked with every squad member on their cases, but never as the primary. What I want right now is guidance. Karakara's productivity secrets, Dole's approach to finding and processing information, Kreit's methods on managing informants, and Campbell's ability to get work out of other squads, units, and departments when they might not want to cooperate, Amami smiled confidently. I'm sure there's something I can learn from you as well, but you won't ever take the time to teach me those properly, while the others are in a place where they will if I bother them some, even Dole. Takuma couldn't deny that. Even if he had something to teach her, he had no interest or time to do so. Not to mention, he doubted he had anything to teach her that would surpass the combined knowledge of the rest of the squad. Well, there are still a few days until things are set in motion, so if you change your mind, you know where I am, he said. Takuma leaned away from the ledge with a sigh. He had hoped Amami would agree, but now that she had refused, he would have to adjust his potential squad layout. Chapter 418, Takuma nodded his thanks to the group of hostesses who set the table with a variety of beautifully plated food. He glanced at the man who'd invited him to the fanciest restaurant Takuma had ever visited. Someone he had been looking forward to meeting since he had joined the unit a year ago. I must admit that the circumstances of our first meeting could have been better, said Jonin Aburaim Sainpachi, ANBU Captain Takanid. He was dressed similarly to other Aburaim men. His blackout shades hid his eyes. He wore a headgear that covered his head and framed the sides of his face with small curtains. I won't lie by saying I wasn't disappointed by not knowing my captain, but given that's how you like to operate, I eventually understood and came to terms with it. And well, as they say, better late than never, Takuma said. The formal process for his transfer had been officially begun. It was the reason why they were meeting despite his year-long assignment with the Inquisitor unit. Takuma considered it his exit interview. I wasn't surprised when I saw the transfer request come across my desk. You've done excellent work for Weasel's initiative. It's only natural that he values you. I had hoped you'd stay for a couple more years. Even the most growth-hungry people end up staying longer than they expected because of Barbary. That man has that effect on people, Sainpachi said with a hearty chuckling, rare on the stoic Aburaim. People valued workplace conditions quite highly. As long as an employee's monetary needs were being met, they would choose a peaceful and nurturing office environment over higher compensation. Working under Barbary was a benefit that people didn't want to lose, so they stayed on for longer. They knew that when it was time to leave, he would help them move on, so until then, they gave it their best. Takuma would have done the same. He truly liked working under Barbary. Unfortunately, he didn't have the liberty to stay put for a couple more years. He needed to continue pursuing the best avenues that would help him grow faster. Our relationship is indeed changing, but I'm not going to stop working with the squad. It'd be too much of a waste not to employ their skill when it's appropriate, said Takuma. In his opinion, Campbell's squad was special. Though he couldn't take away the talent, he could still make use of it. Assigning cases like we do to an assault squad, asked Sainpachi. Collaboration on cases with joint credit, of course, Takuma replied promptly when he heard displeasure in the captain's voice. Sainpachi hummed, and they ate in silence for the next half a minute. I was wondering if you had any recommendations, Takuma asked. Regarding? Operatives. Weasel told me to form my own squad. He must have given you his choices. He did, but there's no harm in diversification. In fact, Takuma didn't want to fill up his squad with operatives who worked under Itachi. He wanted to instill his own culture into his squad, which would be challenging if everyone was accustomed to the same culture. However, if everyone came from different places, they would be more likely to adapt to a new way of doing things. And unlike Takuma, who only knew operatives from the initiative and some others in the department, asking a captain, whose reach was much broader, was an obvious decision. Sainpachi hummed in thought for another half a minute. I have a few people in mind. I'll send you a list, but there's no guarantee if they'd like to move, he said. That'd be plenty, Takuma smiled. The food was delicious enough that he began focusing on it over keeping the Jonin entertained. It would have been one thing if Sainpachi had given him 10 minutes in his schedule, but having a meal meant much more. Are you close with Weasel? Senpachi suddenly asked. I'm honored that someone like him trusts me to build a squad, Takuma answered. The Anti-Root Initiative, with its regular meetings and gatherings, had them meet each other plenty of times, causing them to form a professional relationship. It was like going to the same high school with someone, but only getting close to them once they entered the same university. It was like that with Itachi. He had visited Mikoto's house for years without ever meeting him there. Barbary and Krite both praised you, so I became interested, Senpachi said, putting his chopsticks down. Takuma wasn't surprised that Krite and the captain were close. They were from the same clan after all. There were even rumors that they were uncle and nephew. I'll be straightforward with you. I want you to come to Aburame. I see potential in you, and I can help you nurture it with the clan's resources and expertise. I know you want to get stronger, ANBU is good at that, hence your contract, but I can give you much more, so I ask again, are you close with Weasel? Takuma took a silent breath. The question was clear. Aburame Senpachi was offering a sponsorship in return for swearing fealty to his clan, but first wanted to know if he had kissed the Uchiha ring. He knew that because of his close relationship with Mikoto, he would always encounter this question. He calmly put down his chopsticks and sat on his knees as he bowed. I'm honored that you think I'm worthy of the Aburame ranks. However, I must humbly decline this generous offer. I don't have an intention to seek shade under a clan's umbrella, he said. Momo said she didn't need help to grow yet, so there was no need to accept a clan's support. He, too, didn't need help yet. Senpachi himself said that ANBU was good at that, so there was no need to sell himself short. I'm worth more than this, he thought. Senpachi sighed and got up. Well, it was worth a try. Everything's already paid for, so just enjoy yourself and order anything else you want. If and when you need help in the future, see me. You know where to find me. And with that, their meeting was over. Takuma looked at the food in front of him and began digging into it. If it was all paid, he'd eat his fill and pack up some to take home for Mariboshi. I think it's the right decision. Takuma looked at Campbell as they stood at the water cooler. I think so, too, he replied as he filled his small styrofoam cup with room-temperature water. Why did you never seek a promotion? You definitely could have been a lieutenant. I'm happy where I am now. I don't envy Barbary's job, Campbell chuckled. I like working on cases. I didn't even want to be a squad leader. The responsibility of leading a team and not screwing up has never gotten lighter, even after so many years. But I can't be an operative, literally, no one offers anything less than squad leader. I could screw up and get demoted, but I'm not an idiot. There was no way Campbell was getting anything less than squad leader. He was not only a good investigator, but he also managed his people well. Want to come with me? You can be an operator on my squad, Takuma said, bringing his most serious voice even though he knew it was a joke. Campbell actually looked at him seriously for a second before chuckling. I'm afraid both Barbary and the captain will not be as charitable as they have been. And well, I'm not sure you'll be a better boss than Barbary. I won't make you go to drinking parties till the sun comes up. Don't tempt me. Both of them shared a hearty laugh. Any tips on leading a squad? Takuma asked. Didn't you lead a team at the police force? I did, but that doesn't mean I was perfect. Far from it. Campbell sipped on his water for a few seconds. Ensure your squad has an environment they can do their work in without feeling any friction. Takuma waited for him to speak more, but he just nodded. That's it? That's it. You'll find it's extremely hard to do so. There's always going to be a problem that you need to deal with, said Campbell with a tired sigh. In fact, it's going to be harder for you. You'd better not get too involved in your case and ignore your squad. Takuma accepted the advice, knowing that the chances of that happening were high. He hadn't led a team for nearly 2 years now, it would take some time to just not go on his own. And you need to start using your sword, Campbell said with a pointed gaze. What? It would have been easier if you were still a genin, but your combat style has developed to a point that it's become a hindrance against Kenjutsu adoption into your style. You never want to be anything less than your best on the field, which is not wrong, it's what keeps you alive, but if you don't use your sword against dangerous enemies, you will never get the required confidence. What Takuma needed was a polishing phase. He had multiple powerful options that he needed to combine to achieve some cohesion. You're still going to teach me about Kenjutsu, right? I'm not ending our lessons just because I'm transferring out of here, he said. I'll accompany you as long as you don't get boring, Campbell smiled, surprising Takuma because it felt like a provocation, something he had never heard from his leader. He grinned. Just you wait, I'll disarm you any day now. You're funny. As they ended their water break and were heading back, Jotomi, one of the staff, called out to them. Should I also look into poaching staff? Takuma thought. Good supporting staff was just as important as good operatives. Barbary would like to see you, Radel, Jotomi said. Straight-faced. Lord Hokage has summoned you, Barbary said as Takuma took a seat. Pardon? Takuma said, stopping just before he could plant his butt into the chair and instead stood up. The leader of our village wants to see you. Why? Barbary cracked a brow. Why would I ask that? If he wants to see someone, he gets to see them. Takuma nodded nervously. Am I in trouble? I don't think, Barbary said with an amused expression, with a sense that he, too, was thinking why the Hokage had summoned Takuma. It's probably because of your work. Elimination of root is very important for Lord Hokage. I guess, Takuma said, still nervous. What should I do? Dress properly, don't be late, don't fuck up, be ready to answer any questions he has, again don't fuck up, and bring a nice gift. Chapter 419, the Hokage's office was the most prominent building in the Hidden Leaf Village. It consisted of the immediate staff of the Hokage, as well as multiple levels of support staff reporting to the Hokage. Takuma arrived there early, at 9 in the morning, and was asked to wait until the Hokage was ready to meet. He was put in a private waiting room, where he sat for the next 4 hours until someone came to fetch him. Luckily, he blocked up the whole day for the meeting because he knew he would be penciled in the gaps between schedules. However, before he could meet the Hokage, he was first taken to another room where a group of ANBU were waiting for him. They were the Hokage's ANBU, an undisclosed number of units that existed outside the department hierarchy and served directly under the Hokage. They handled a part of his security alongside general protection and ran operations directly ordered by him. One of the operatives tapped the sheet metal table and said, "Submit your weapons." Takuma didn't show any resistance and emptied everything he had onto the table. An operative pointed to a box wrapped in a tan sheet of wrapping paper. "What's this?" he asked. "A gift for Lord Hokage," Takuma said as he was being patted down. "You can open it, just don't tear the wrapping paper." "You brought a gift?" "Yeah, why?" Takuma asked. He consulted with Mariboshi because he was unsure what to give the Hokage, who could afford anything he desired. Finding a gift was more stressful than thinking about the meeting itself. "No, it's nothing," said the operative, exchanging looks with the others. The gift was soon cleared. However, it took 3 ANBU working together to wrap the gift back into its paper neatly. Soon after, he was inside the Hokage's office. As he waited for the Sarutobi Hiruzen to finish a conversation with his staff, he looked around. He looked up at a section of the wall on his left. He could hear operatives hidden in the wall, trying to be as quiet as possible. Compared to the offices of high-ranking shinobi he had seen, the Hokage's office was relatively simple. There were no valuable wall ornaments or ornate furniture. In its place were the photos of the other Hokage, bookshelves, cabinets, maps, and a large desk with ample space. It was too functional. Even Takuma's office had a few things that were nice to look at. It felt like the office of someone who didn't want to be there. "Welcome, Radel," Hiruzen smiled from behind his desk. He was dressed in his official attire, a haori with a red, full-length kimono that was tied using a white sash. He hadn't changed much since they met a year ago, but he seemed a bit thinner. Takuma immediately knelt and bowed his head. Lord Hokage. If I remember correctly, you're part of Takenit's Inquisitor unit. Why are you wearing assault squad gear? Asked Hiruzen. I find it comforting, sir, Takuma replied. After running with the squad at Inahara, he instructed the inventory manager to order an assault unit version of gear and covered the difference out of his own pocket. Hiruzen chuckled. This is for you, Takuma said after Hiruzen told him to get up. A humble gift from me. A gift? Well, color me surprised. This is the first time an operative has given me a gift when I summoned him. Hiruzen smiled broadly as he received the wrapped box. Eh? Takuma uttered in equal surprise as he stepped away from the desk after giving the gift. He instantly realized what had happened. Barbary had screwed him over. A puzzle? Hiruzen said as he stared at a 300-piece puzzle set of a view overlooking the Hidden Leaf Village. It's for you to do alongside the honorable grandson. Something to complete during your time together, Takuma said, trying his best not to show how flustered he was. Initially, he wanted to go with an artisanal tobacco blend because Hiruzen was an avid smoker, but Mariboshi explained that people like that would be too picky about their preferences and instead reminded him about Sarutobi Konohamaru and suggested giving something that would help an old man connect with his grandson. Hiruzen gazed at him and then at the puzzle in stunned surprise. Takuma almost couldn't handle the silence, but from the smile on the assistant's face, he felt he was safe. Thank you. It's the most thoughtful gift I've received in recent memory, Hiruzen said with a warm smile. Takuma simply bowed his head. You're transferring under Weasel, Hiruzen said as he carefully put the puzzle set into a drawer. Yes, sir. Captains Weasel and Takenit both agreed that it'd be better that way. You've gotten even more involved with Root since the last time we met, Hiruzen said. Takuma tried to glean some information from his expressions, but the old shinobi gave nothing away. It turned out that way. My lieutenant says that I've a knack for finding them. And the two captains seemed to agree. Hiruzen nodded. What do you think about Root? They are a cancer that needs to be treated before they can spread and do more damage than they have already done, Takuma said, feeling his nervousness fade. He was much more comfortable talking about work. And how would you go about doing that? In my opinion, we must pursue them openly, aggressively, and purge them while they're still establishing themselves. Agents are the most timorous, but they're still limited in number. The other side of the problem is informants, suppliers, and known collaborators, anyone that would give them the faintest chance of coming back. Hidden Leaf's current approach for taking care of Root was to do it silently without raising much noise. The village didn't want to air their dirty laundry in public. It was partially due to embarrassment. It was Hidden Leaf's biggest internal screw-up in recent memory. But it was also a way to not seem weak in front of the peering gaze of foreign powers by maintaining the outward appearance that Root and Danzo's expulsion was a trivial matter. They didn't want other hidden villages to think this was an opportune time to pressure them. Takuma also agreed with that because he knew that if other hidden villages decided to target Hidden Leaf through covert operations, Root would be the first one to lend their hand in a bid for power. Giving a war to a warmonger like Danzo would be like helping him grow. However, his thoughts had begun to change recently. We shouldn't care about not looking weak. We should appear strong, Takuma said. There is a difference. Hiruzen nodded. Perhaps it's crass, but we should openly threaten those who dare to help Root by making an example of those whom we find. That way, we instill fear in the hearts of those who might have a thought about trying to benefit from this internal conflict by taking the option off the table. Takuma saw Hiruzen thinking about his words. To be honest, he was taking a risk by speaking like this. Anything he said would reflect on Itachi, who was soon going to be his direct superior. If Hiruzen didn't like what he said, and that affected Itachi in any way, he risked damaging his relationship with his new captain. We aren't the Hidden Rain, he said. Hidden Rain? Hiruzen asked, confused. However, now that he had already taken the risk, he would rather go all in instead of folding his card. They allowed a threat like Akatsuki to grow to the point where they can't get rid of it. We are not them. We are the Hidden Leaf. We are the oldest and strongest village in the land. Root will not become another Akatsuki because we will crush them before they even have a chance." There was a silence in the room as the Hokage pondered. No one made a noise until he was done. "I can see why Weasel poached you, Radel." Hiruzen smiled. "Is there something you need to do well in your new position?" "Congratulations on getting promoted to a squad leader." "Thank you, sir." Takuma bowed his head. It wouldn't look good for Itachi if he found that his new subordinate was asking the Hokage for resources. "Captain Weasel has been quite accommodating. I couldn't ask for more, but—" "Yes? I'm forming my own squad. I wonder if you have any recommendations." Hiruzen was surprised once again. Straight-faced. A barn on a farm on the outermost edge of the Hidden Leaf Village, beyond the wall, looked like any other on the outside, but on the inside, it had been turned into a mission center. A group of men gathered around a wooden table with enough splinters to satisfy a porcupine. "How much have you found?" Khan asked. It had been a few hours since he had arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village. He looked at the team members who had been stationed at the village and had been keeping an eye on the target, and felt anger bubble from inside. They were lucky because they got a favorable assignment while he was pushed to the backwaters, even though he was better than every single one of them. None of them had managed to climb high up the hierarchy of wherever they were placed and were still waddling in the middle. If he were in their space, he would have done a much better job at them. "The target's name is Takuma. We have been following him for a few months and know the locations of his work and home, schedule, friends, and acquaintances. There's enough information to plan an operation," an agent replied. "I'll be the judge of that," Khan thought. "Where does he live?" The agent showed the location on a map of the village. The home was inside the wall, but it was right near the edge. "It's isolated enough." "Let's hit him there," Khan said, feeling excitement thrum in his heart. He couldn't wait to burn the bastard's house and destroy everything he owned. "We cannot. The target's home isn't a viable location. He doesn't live alone." "Who does he live with?" Khan asked with a frown. "Jinin Mariboshi Kosuke," the agent said, handing him a file. "A Jinin?" Khan scoffed as he received the file. "Why the fuck would we be scared of a Jinin? What's going to happen?" Khan went silent as he read past the introduction section of the file. "We will all die," the agent said, bluntly. Khan crushed the file in his rage-filled grip as he glared at the threat assessment section and knew that they would indeed die if they even stepped into the shadow of the house. "You should rest," said the agent. "What?" Khan looked up and was about to burst, but his words died in his throat when he saw how the others were looking at him. Their eyes were looking at him as though judging him to see if he was worth following. Even though he was the leader of this operation, the village was their territory. If they stopped cooperating properly, he wouldn't be able to run a clean operation. He needed to maintain his position as leader and ensure that they followed his orders. "Very well," Khan replied calmly, even though he was boiling from within. Power meant everything in the world. He needed power to reign in these worthless agents, and he needed it to kill the little bastard that had ruined his life. "It's okay," he told himself as he felt his stump of an arm ache. Lord Danzo had granted him great power to accomplish this mission. He needed the agents to run a clean operation, but the success of it was already guaranteed. Chapter 420, Hiruzen stared out of the window in his office. His meeting with Takuma, codenamed Radel, had ended. Even though the reason for the summons was something else, the actual conversation had given him a lot to think about. There was a knock on the door. He turned around to see the ANBU commander of the domestic branch enter his office. Hiruzen raised his hand for everyone, hidden or otherwise, to leave the office and give them space. He didn't want anyone listening to their conversation. "How was he?" Stag asked. "He brought a gift." Stag gazed at the puzzle box on the table. "Is he one of those eccentric types?" he asked. "It's for your son," Hiruzen said as he returned to his chair. "Konoha Maru?" Stag asked in even more befuddlement. It was a bold move on Hiruzen's part to appoint his eldest son as one of the ANBU commanders, but he needed someone he could trust to reign in the domestic branch while the village was plunged into chaos from the Nine-Tails incident and left weak from the fourth Hokage's demise. Even though he had been the Hokage for 3 decades, things had changed in the short while Minato had taken the office as the fourth Hokage. He had advised him to clean house and appoint his own people to the staff. The people Hiruzen worked with had been there far too long and had become set in their ways. For a new Hokage to be effective, he didn't need people who would complain at every junction because they were used to things being done a certain way. The Hokage's office needed new blood. However, that advice became a problem when Hiruzen reassumed control of the office and didn't recognize any of the people there. Things moved smoothly during the turmoil as everyone in the office set everything else aside and focused on making sure that the village didn't collapse in on itself after the attack. Problems emerged a month or 2 later when things calmed down and emotions returned to the fray. There was a sentiment among Minato's staff that Hiruzen was destroying everything the former had worked so hard on building. They didn't oppose him openly because they didn't have the authority, but there was an unseen but noticeable resistance in the day-to-day operations. He tried to find a solution. Perhaps somewhere deep inside, he agreed with the sentiment. In the end, he had to clean house. Any other time, he would have received major pushback to appoint his son as the ANBU commander, giving the Sarutobi clan substantial power, but things were so chaotic that it got a pass. Hiruzen smiled. It was an immensely thoughtful gift. Something for me and Konohamaru to do together. I see, Stag said, putting the puzzle set aside. He didn't like to discuss his personal life outside the house, especially not when he was wearing his ANBU mask. So, why is he so adamant about going after Root? Has he made a connection between his past and Root? I can't be sure, Hiruzen shook his head. The conversation had gone in a different direction than he had expected. He clearly has personal feelings against them, but it could very well be that he sees them as an opportunity to advance his career. It was common to develop personal feelings against a target while working on a case. In Takuma's face, he had lost a comrade to Root. He had ample motivation to hate them. Poor kid. Stag sighed. But I guess, he's lucky not to come out completely broken after what he went through at such a young age. The air in the room became heavy when both of them thought about Takuma's true past. Hiruzen remembered the day he had heard about the boy. Even all that time ago, ANBU suspected Root of nefarious things. Root was created to handle many of the things that the Hidden Leaf didn't want to be associated with, but there were limits to what Root were allowed to do. ANBU claimed that, due to a lack of significant oversight, Root was overreaching its authority and committing horrendous atrocities. They had found a laboratory, allegedly connected to Root, that was conducting highly illegal experiments on human test subjects without following any of the established laws and procedures. ANBU raided the laboratory, but it seemed someone tipped them off because when ANBU breached inside, they found the equipment trashed, the documents burnt, and a nightmare of dead bodies of test subjects and even the people who worked in the laboratory. It was done hastily, only a couple of hours before the raid, but they had made sure ANBU gained nothing from their raid, nothing but a single child, 3 to 4 years old, who seemed to be one of the test subjects. They had tried to kill him like everyone else, but he had miraculously managed to cling to life. He was given immediate treatment, which saved his life, but he spent 3 months in a coma. When he finally woke up, the child refused to say a single word as though he were mute. He woke up every night screaming from nightmares to the point that there was a period of time where he refused to sleep. Even a Yamanaka operative didn't dare peek inside his mind because it was broken and traumatized to a point that delving inside was a danger for both parties. It took over a year and a half and a lot of dedicated care to put together the broken child, but even then, it was advised that any attempts to delve into his mind or even simply trying to question him about his time in the laboratory would undo all the progress they had made. Hiruzen decided to give the child a chance at a normal life. He ordered a forged identity and sealed all records under the highest level of security clearance, something that could only be accessed by the Hokage and the ANBU commander, and even misplaced those documents in the wrong place so that even if someone tried to find them, they would fail. That child was Takuma. Hiruzen thought he would live a peaceful life as a civilian, only for the child to decide he wanted to be a shinobi. When asked why, he said that he wanted to become strong to protect himself. In the end, they didn't find any evidence against Root, but it was clear they were involved. All of that had led to the current situation, where the child with a horrendous past because of Root was now hunting them down. They didn't think Takuma knew that Root were his torturer. He had never mentioned them, and they had done everything to separate him from his experiences as part of the healing process. It could be a problem, Stag said with a sigh. If he has made the connection, then he's running on a much more visceral hatred than the death of a friend, and that sort of internal motivation is never good in the long term. If he hasn't made the connection, we risk him eventually finding out and that causing him to spiral out because of his past trauma. But, it's his choice, isn't it? Hiruzen gave him a look to explain further. Stag continued, regardless of whether he has made the connection or not, it's his choice, isn't it? We don't have much choice in the matter. We can distance him from Root, Hiruzen said. And how would we explain it? Sidelining Radel in itself isn't a problem, but how are you going to convince Weasel without revealing Radel's history? Stag said. Radel was an operative without much influence to resist an order from the ANBU commander or Hokage, but an ANBU captain wouldn't just take it sitting down without a valid reason. And? Hiruzen asked. I know you care about his well-being, father. Hiruzen was surprised because his son never called him father or treated him as such when he was working as ANBU Commander Stag. But I'm not thrilled about being unable to use the best performing operative in the initiative. Unless you order it, I plan to keep him hunting after Root. The eradication of Root needs to happen as soon as possible for the good of the village before my time at ANBU comes to an end. There was only one way Stag would lose his position as the ANBU commander. It was when Hiruzen would vacate his position and the next Hokage would choose a new commander. Hiruzen had already retired once, and his second term had already crossed a decade. Even if no one was talking about it, everyone knew that a new Hokage was bound to be chosen as soon as the next year. Hiruzen gazed at his eldest son. They never had the conversation, but he knew that his son was waiting for the day he would step down as the Hokage, so he, too, could retire from ANBU. A decade at the department had taken its toll on Hatake Kakashi, codenamed Fox. Hiruzen's son had been with ANBU for much longer. He had a young child at home who rarely saw his parents, both of whom were in ANBU. Perhaps it's time, Hiruzen thought with a sigh. Straight-faced. Choosing his team wasn't the only thing Takuma needed to do. Running an anti-Root squad under Weasel came with its own dedicated resources, including funding, separate from the support of the initiative. Part of those resources was a dedicated contact at the Leaf Intelligence Division's analysis team. The person dealing with your squad will be Chunin Yamanaka Nakashi, said the liaison handling the analysis team. He's been in the analysis team for a decade. This will be his first time working with an ANBU squad, which meant it would take him time to get used to how ANBU operated. The liaison smiled. Which means you can push him around a little bit. That too, Takuma thought. He believed in treating his partners well and expected them to treat him well in return, but it was always reciprocated, and sometimes, a certain firmness was required to ensure things churned forward smoothly. Do you know anyone on the team? He asked the liaison. No. Why do you ask? The best way to ensure cooperation and preferential treatment is to build a rapport. The team leader is important, but you need a good relationship with the people who actually do the work. I need to connect with the analysts who are going to be sifting through the information, so they'll be on the lookout for information that might be useful to us, at least more than they might for someone they don't have a personal connection to. They arrived at the analyst team's headquarters, which was not the first time he had seen it. He saw it at least once a month when he went to lunch with Taro. But it was his first time going inside. They were led to a conference room. On the way there, no one really seemed to be surprised to see ANBU there because that's how common it was for the analyst team to work with ANBU. The moment Takuma entered the room, he was hit by the overwhelming scent of a strong cologne. Welcome, Chunin Yamanaka Nakashi got up from his chair around the conference table with a beaming smile. It had to be him because if it were anyone else, they would have been excluded from the meeting, but it was hard to do that with the boss. As that man came to shake his hand, Takuma was taken aback because when he looked around the table for the people, he saw Taro sitting there with his usual, completely disinterested look. Chapter 421, You Can Depend on Us. We will keep our ear to the ground for any news about Root. Chunin Yamanaka Nakushi smiled as he finished presenting the plan his team had prepared for him, outlining their approach to collect information about Root. Taro looked at his boss. He had them work late for the last couple of days to complete the presentation. Even though the department worked regularly with ANBU, an opportunity to work with them was still significant. It was all about gaining the trust of an ANBU nin and establishing a long-term relationship. I would like your team to also focus on those helping or hiring Root, said the ANBU nin, his voice distorted. From what Taro had heard, that wasn't common. The ANBU nin wore a badger mask and was on the shorter side. For some reason, he thought that the masked man was glancing at him from time to time. Of course. We'll adjust our plan to add that, said Nakushi. The boss was eager to please. Taro noticed everyone was making notes. He opened his notebook and began doodling. Please feel free to ask any questions you might have, said the liaison. He handled communication between the two departments. Nakushi had persuaded the man for a very long time to get this gig via recommendation. Taro glanced at the other three analysts. All of them seemed nervous in ANBU's presence. He was, too. He pursed his lips and partially raised his hand. Why do you want information on the people helping Root? He asked. The reason was skipped because Nakushi readily agreed to the ANBU's request. They needed to understand his exact reason for wanting that information to ensure they searched for relevant intelligence. Was it too tactless? He thought. The question might feel like he didn't like the request. Not to mention, the boss had already agreed. Root is too careful to give away its presence before a mission, and it'd be too late by then, so the next best option is to find them through the people who work with them, the ANBU nin replied. Root won't work with incompetent people, so it's not going to be easy, but not everyone is trained and brainwashed agents. There will be mistakes. We want to be on the lookout for those mistakes. What kind of people are you looking for? Taro asked. Local contractors, information dealers, clients. Taro nodded. He looked at the others, hoping that this would be enough for them to open up and ask their questions. The ANBU nin retrieved a scroll from his person and rolled it across the table. Taro, surprised that it rolled towards him, caught it. It was a storage scroll, which meant there was something inside. Those are profiles of people who worked with Root. Base your search on those. Study them carefully, said the ANBU nin. Even though Taro couldn't see his face, it felt like he was telling him, personally, to handle it. Thank you. We will use it wisely, said Nakushi. The ANBU nin nodded. The work my team will be doing is heavily dependent on good information. Your contributions will be vital for our operations. We will also share information that we collect with your team to help. I hope I don't need to say that everything needs to be handled with care, he said. The ANBU nin was treating them seriously. From what Taro had heard from others, most ANBU were deeply distrustful of everyone, including the analysts they worked with. They needed to earn their trust by consistently providing quality information. But this ANBU nin was offering information from his side right from the beginning. Is this a test? Taro thought. Perhaps the ANBU nin wanted to see what they could do with this information to see if they were worthy of access to future confidential intelligence. The ANBU nin looked at the liaison, who nodded. I think this is enough for today. It's lunchtime, and everyone should take their break. This was very productive. Please look over that information and contact us if you find something. As they were leaving, Taro glanced at the ANBU nin, and their eyes met. The masked operative nodded at him, and he returned the nod in surprise. Taro knew he was overthinking it, but he really thought that the ANBU nin was totally focusing on him in the meeting. Straight-faced. Khan was in a good mood when he entered the barn. The assassination plan was coming along smoothly. They only needed to put some finishing touches before they could put it into action. A couple more days at most, and he would have his revenge. The thought soothed the ache in the stump of his amputated arm. "We have a problem," said one of the agents. The pain in his arm immediately returned, and the vein in his temple throbbed. "The target's schedule has changed. He hasn't been to the Ironwood Protection Company this week," said the agent. Which meant they didn't know where he was. There wasn't a good vantage point near the home, so they placed one of their own some distance near the Ironwood Protection Company. As long as he was in the village, Takuma always went to work. In the time they had been watching him, he hadn't broken that consistent routine. "We should postpone and see what these changes mean. Maybe we can find more about ANBU," said one of them. Khan glared at the agent who suggested that. A delay like this would mean months because the motive was to gather information. It would mean that Takuma would be away from his grasp for at least a few more months. He couldn't let that happen. Never. "No," he said, looking at everyone. "I agree that it might be beneficial to learn more about ANBU, but that's not the mission. The mission is to assassinate him. I'm sure I don't need to remind you who this mission comes from." And that was enough to silence any protest. He knew they wanted to keep Takuma alive because gathering more information through him was beneficial for those who were stationed in the Hidden Leaf Village. They didn't care if this mission failed because the responsibility of failure fell entirely on Khan. Ever since the day he arrived, no, from way before he was even involved, they had been trying to spin this to benefit them. However, it didn't matter because he was backed by someone they could never defy. Everyone knew the consequences of defying Lord Danzo's orders, and no one wanted to experience those consequences. "This Sunday. That's when we do it," Khan said. Takuma had caused his life to spiral out of control. He was going to take back control of his life by killing him, but before that, he was going to make the bastard feel a fraction of the pain he had been through. Takuma dumped himself in a chair. The meeting with the analyst squad was tiring. It was difficult to pay proper attention when Taro was sitting across from him. He had grown accustomed to voice modulation as Radel, but he felt particularly self-conscious when doing it in front of Taro. He looked around the empty office space that was going to be the base for his new squad. It was located within the ANBU headquarters. Now that he had left the Inquisitor squad, he was also leaving Ironwood Protection Company, which meant his cover job was also changing. His new job was still security and protection, but now he was directly hired by a confidential client. This was only possible because Itachi was starting a new squad. "How's the space?" Takuma turned around to see his captain, whom he had just been thinking about, walk into the workspace. "Empty," his voice echoed as he replied. Itachi smiled. "The furnishings will be here by the time you're here tomorrow. How's the recruitment going?" Takuma took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Itachi. Recommendations from Itachi, Senpachi, and the Hokage had given him quality candidates. And when people found out that ANBU Captain Weasel was starting a new squad, applications began to flood in from all parts of the department. He had been meeting 2 to 3 people every day and had met many deserving candidates. "I'm done with meeting people. Friday's the deadline. I've asked people to contact me if they're interested. I'll decide on that day," said Takuma. "You have some favorites," Itachi said as he read from the list. Some of the names had stars next to them. "Of course," Takuma said. Everyone he had shortlisted was a competent person with an impressive track record, but there were some people he was partial towards. "Don't take him," Itachi said, pointing to a name that had already agreed to join. "Huh, why?" Takuma frowned. "This guy came to meet me. Said that he would be a better choice to lead the squad than you. Seeing that he wants to join you, it's safe to say that he'll try to undermine you so that he can take over the squad." Takuma groaned as he took the sheet back and crossed out the name. He couldn't have someone like that on the team. Luckily, he wasn't one of his favorites. "And are you sure about this one?" Itachi asked, pointing to another name on the list. "I know," Takuma sighed. "But Lord Hokage recommended her, so I looked into her, and she has an impressive track record. She was equally impressive during our talk. I'm hesitant because of the obvious problem, but she, personally, hasn't given me a reason to knock her off, so what do you think? He asked. It's a big risk. I don't mind the risk, said Takuma. He had gotten where he was without taking risks. I'll look into her from my own side. If she gets a clean bill, it'd at least be safer. Thank you, I'll leave that to you. Takuma looked down at the name on the list. Shimura Mayuri. Chapter 422, a private room at the prestigious Blue Diamond Bar on a busy Saturday evening was not easy to come by, even for those with money and influence. It smelled of cedar and vintage whiskey. Heavy curtains muted the noise of the city below, leaving only the sound of ice clinking in a glass. Chunin Onakuma Aoki, an appointed member of the governing administration, shifted in his chair for the third time in 10 minutes. His glass was untouched. He had been there since 6. He looked at the clock, it was already 6:30. The door opened, and Inomoto stepped in, followed by a waiter. Chunin Aoki, Inomoto greeted warmly, as if speaking to an old friend. He didn't apologize for being late, he didn't even acknowledge it. The waiter helped him remove his leather coat, revealing a silk shirt with collars monogrammed with his initials. Aoki managed a smile. Chunin Inomoto. Always a pleasure. Inomoto settled into his seat. The waiter poured him a drink and vanished without a sound. Only then did he speak. I hear the latest supply tender is quite big. Medicinal extracts, refined chemicals, contracts worth millions of Rio, he said casually, as though discussing the weather. You'll want reliable partners to carry that weight and consistently meet demand. Inomoto placed a leather folder on the white linen. The folder wasn't thick, but its presence was. Aoki glanced at it, then at Inomoto's face, whose expression didn't change, his round blackout shades hid his eyes, and the faint smile remained static as though it was painted on his face. Inside are my company's proposals. Competitive rates. A record of delivering on time. Aoki's throat tightened. He reached for his glass, more for something to do with his hands than his thirst. The ice had already melted. Inomoto calmly poured him a new drink. Chunin Inomoto, you understand the scrutiny these contracts are under. Weak words, even as he said them. Inomoto's smile remained polite. Scrutiny doesn't concern me, Chunin Aoki. Results do. And I believe you share that perspective. You care about the results of your upcoming reappointment. I have prepared a show of support for your campaign. From beneath the table, he placed a duffel bag on the table beside the leather folder. He opened the zip to reveal it to be filled with a stack of bills. I like you, Chunin Aoki. It's always better to invest in someone you already trust. For a moment, the only sound was the hum of the chandelier above. Finally, Aoki slid the folder closer, the gesture small but irreversible. Inomoto raised his glass. To progress. Their glasses touched, the sound crisp, final. Straight-faced. It was a lovely dinner, Chunin Inomoto. Allow me to host you next time, Onakuma said. It would be my pleasure, Inomoto smiled politely and returned to the private room. The waiter brought him his favorite drink, and he settled into the couch to relax as his firm posture melted. The past 3 years were more fruitful for Inomoto than the rest of his life. He had risen from a mid-sized drug supplier to someone with real influence. Over a period of nearly 10 months, his competition on the market was mercilessly and aggressively targeted by the police force's narcotics task force, clearing a path upwards for him. He had quickly consolidated power and earned himself a fortune that would last him a lifetime. However, that wasn't enough. The narcotics task force was tightening its noose around the industry, and without his insider there to protect him, he was also in danger. He was big enough to have the strength to endure, but his size also made him a big target. It made him realize that he needed to diversify. He had expanded his business to cities other than Hidden Leaf Village, but also built legitimate businesses which weren't just money laundering fronts. Finally, he had gotten into government contracts and tenders, which paid a lot of money. He wasn't a big player in the field because the competition from the big clans was too fierce, but in the past 3 years, he had managed to plant a firm foot into the space. He predicted that, given 4 to 5 more years, he would have a chance at competing at the big boy table. He wasn't blessed with a clan background. His parents were shinobi, but both retired as genin after their 10 years and took on other work. Other than attending the academy in the countryside, he grew fairly detached from the shinobi world. His life changed when he was transferred to Hidden Leaf Village because he showed talent for Iryujutsu. He thought himself to be special, but in the face of the big clans and their talents, he knew he was nothing. Chunin was his limit. He could feel it. Even his talent with Iryujutsu was mediocre at best. It didn't interest him. He knew he couldn't be the best at it. 2 decades, that's how long he had lived in the Hidden Leaf Village. It was his home. And he didn't want to be mediocre in his home. If he couldn't be a spectacular shinobi, he would be special in some other way. He would make those with real power acknowledge him as their peer. Inomoto brought the drink to his lips and took another sip. He frowned and looked down at his glass. Something tasted strange. He reached for the bottle on the table while smelling the glass. He stilled as he touched the cold crystal of the bottle. He couldn't feel the cold or crystal. His hand had become numb. He looked at his other hand when he felt his grip around the glass weaken. He had been poisoned. "Waiter!" His feet almost betrayed him as he stood up. He tried to stop the fall by grabbing the table, but his arms remained limp against his wishes. He bumped the table, causing the bottle to shatter against the floor, spilling liquor, some of which splashed on his face. The door opened, and a group of men entered the room with the waiter standing at the door. He saw one of them slip a wad of cash to the waiter. He tried to speak, but his voice was already gone. He lay on the floor, paralyzed, and desperately circulating his chakra to neutralize or weaken the paralysis agent spreading through his body. It wasn't working. One of the men squatted near him. He had an empty sleeve. "I need your help, Mr. Inomoto." "I hope you'll cooperate," he said calmly, but with a hint of excitement in his voice. Inomoto woke up to a bucket of ice-cold water being dumped over him. He moved on instinct, but found that he was bound to a pole with chains. When he tried to break them, he couldn't summon his chakra. It had been sealed. The one-armed man from before was sitting in front of him. He looked around the building, a barn, and saw others. They maintained their distance, remained in shadows, but all stared at him. "We need something from you, Chunin Inomoto." Inomoto returned his attention to the one-armed man, who had a calm smile and a comforting body language. It took one look for him to realize that this man was the same type as him. He tried to settle down the panic bubbling in his pit. With his chakra sealed, he was completely helpless. It would be some time before someone would get suspicious about his disappearance, so he needed to cooperate to keep his abductors happy. It would be some time before someone would get suspicious about his disappearance, so he needed to cooperate to keep his abductors happy. "What do you want?" "Takuma." "I want him." "Takuma?" Inomoto was taken aback because he hadn't expected to hear that name. The last time their paths had crossed was before his police force insider had been shipped off to the Frost Steam War. He had heard that the boy had returned, but they hadn't been in contact beyond that. "You know him, right?" Inomoto nodded. "Excellent. I have some business with our mutual friend. We have a telephone. All you need to do is call him and arrange for him to come to the location of our choosing. Very simple, right?" The man talked as if this were a simple favor between two close friends. "I can do that, yes, of course," said Inomoto. If that's all they wanted, there was no problem at all. But, the man suddenly looked displeased. "I'm not sure he would come if I ask. He and I aren't exactly on good terms." He was sure Takuma still suspected him of being behind the assassination attempt on his life. Takuma was the type who would hold a grudge for life for a chance at getting even. That would be a problem. The man hummed before smiling. "But that's not my problem. He needs to come to the location. You need to make it happen. Inomoto felt his heart go cold. The man's smile didn't reach his increasingly dull eyes. This was not a reasonable person who would work with him so that they both could be comfortable. Okay, I will make it happen. I'll personally go to him and escort him wherever you want me to bring him. No, you'll remain here. The man stood up from his chair and walked to him and gently caressed his cheek. I looked into you. Unfortunately, I didn't like what I found. You need to bring him to the location over the telephone. If you do this, I promise I will release you, but if you fail, you'll die a painful, horrible death, so think carefully how you'll do it. By the time he was finished, he was squishing his face in his grip. Inomoto clenched his hands into a fist to contain his rage and nervousness. He silently nodded. Good. The man smiled and patted his cheek, but it was close to slapping. But, I won't leave you hanging like this. I will tell you something that'll definitely compel Takuma to come. What is it? He's an A&B Yunin. Straight-faced. Inomoto looked at the telephone on the floor in front of him. The man had taken a seat beside him and was dialing Takuma's number while holding the receiver next to his ear. Can't you untie me? He asked. It's okay this way. Inomoto gritted his teeth. The man wasn't listening to him. He didn't know the time, but he knew it was already late at night. He suggested that they call him in the morning because they wanted Takuma to come to their desired location the next morning, but the man didn't listen. He looked at the people, hoping they would say something, but none of them had moved from their place and didn't seem like they would. He flinched when he heard the dial tone turn into ringing. He forcefully calmed himself down, but it was difficult to do so when he was about to talk to an A&B Yunin. Nothing good came from interacting with one. Inomoto took a deep breath and thought about Takuma when they first met. He remembered the desperate kid who had agreed to join the ring. He remembered the nervous kid who dealt drugs to make some money. He recalled how startled the boy looked when he kicked his door down. The thoughts brought him some calm. He could do this. The phone line connected as he released his deep breath. Hello? Hey, kid, said Inomoto, a smile stretching on his lips. Who is this? It's Inomoto. Already forgot my voice? There was a few seconds of silence from the other side. Hey, are you listening? Why the fuck are you calling so late? Scratch that. Why the fuck are you calling, period? We need to talk, kid. I'm putting the phone down. Don't fucking call me again. This is important. Inomoto urged while keeping his voice casual. There's a problem about what we did back then. Not my problem. Deal with it on your own. Oh, it's also your problem, boy. I don't think so. Fucking lose my number. Inomoto knew that Takuma didn't give a fuck about whatever he had to say. He was no longer talking to a police officer with whom he had a relationship based on mutual benefit and who held blackmail over him. He was now talking to an A&B Yunin who could ruin his life. Inomoto could tell that the only reason Takuma hadn't was because he probably didn't want anything to do with that time of his life. I know you're an ANBU, Inomoto said. He held his breath as he waited for a response. What did you just say? Even if you're a hotshot now. This is big enough to be a problem even to you. I highly doubt that. What is it? Inomoto knew he had him. It's not something to talk over the telephone. Meet me tomorrow and find out. He gave him the time and location, then used his feet to reach the telephone and cut the call before Takuma could reply. He glanced at the man, who was staring at him in surprise. He will come, he said. The man remained silent for a moment before nodding. I agree. I think he will. You did a good job. Let me go. Yes, I'll keep my promise. I'll release you. The man reached behind his back, and instead of a key to free him, he pulled out a kunai that he stabbed right into his neck. Inomoto spurted blood from his mouth and neck while he stared at the man in shock. From life, that is. Chapter 423, is anything wrong? The next morning, as Takuma was putting on his shoes at the entrance, Mariboshi called out. Not at all. Why do you ask? Takuma said, smiling. You're armed to the teeth and you're wearing those clothes instead of your uniform. Mariboshi pointed at his unusual choice of attire. He wore a gray outfit with black and purple highlights made from a breathable and sturdy material, and an assortment of strategically placed pockets and inserts. Half a year ago, Takuma had put down a custom order at the local tailor for a few sets of casual clothes that could also function as combat gear. The base layer didn't look that much different from casual streetwear, but additions like pockets and compartments to hold slot-in weapon packs and pouches, and inserts to attach utility belts and straps, along with a back attachment to hold his sword, had been added for combat functionality. However, after wearing the set for one day each during training, they hadn't seen the light outside the closet. Takuma wore his standard lead uniform to work, and he had to wear his ANBU gear when he was doing field work. And the rest of his wardrobe was more comfortable for daily use. I'm meeting an old acquaintance who once kicked down my door, Takuma said, casually, but it still worried Mariboshi. Don't worry, even though he likes to use intimidation tactics, he's the type who prefers to talk. I'm overdressing to intimidate him back. Do you want me to come with you? Or perhaps take a friend with you? Mariboshi suggested. Thank you, but it's fine. I'll be back in time for dinner. See you then, Takuma said. He didn't want to bother Mariboshi, who had once warned him to stay away from the seedy underworld of the city. Nor did he have any friends he could take without truly explaining the extent of his dealings with Inomoto. Takuma wasn't worried about the meeting with Inomoto. Both of them held dirt against each other, and both had tons to lose. Takuma risked losing his job at ANBU, while Inomoto would lose the grip over all he had managed to grow over the past few years. Even if ANBU found out about his past, they could possibly overlook it because of his performance, but he didn't want things to come to that because it would taint his reputation. He was more interested in how Inomoto found out about his job. If ANBU discovered this and he couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation for how it happened, his competence would be called into question. He wanted to take care of it all without getting ANBU involved. He was at a sensitive junction at his job and didn't want anything jeopardizing it. He was also curious what Inomoto would like to get out of him. It was clearly blackmail, and why Inomoto thought he would do anything for him. Shady Guy wanted to meet at a training field he had booked especially for the conversation. It gave them privacy because they would be alone. Takuma would have chosen a random rooftop or alley, an abandoned building, or any public place, but clearly the upstart drug lord had money to spare. Takuma looked around the grassy portion of the training field to spot Inomoto. This is massive, he muttered to himself. He hadn't been to this specific training field before. It was one of those fields used for group training exercises. He remembered the training field he used during the Genin Corp basic training. That was among the biggest facilities he had seen. Am I early? He took out a watch when a yellow shimmer traveled up into the air, covering half of the field around him, before disappearing. It was a barrier. He didn't know what function it served, but it couldn't be a coincidence that it went up upon his arrival. 3 figures appeared before him. 2 of them were identical to each other, build, height, skin, hairstyle and color, down to the distance between their feet as they stood. They were dressed in root gear with fish motif masks. The only difference was the color of the fish scale design. One was red, the other was blue. The third figure, Takuma would have recognized him even if his eyes were gouged out. Just like last time, he was the only one who wasn't wearing a mask, as though confident that it didn't matter if his face was seen because no one was going to escape alive to spread it. Khan. The leather of his gloves stretched as Takuma clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to run forward and slice the bastard's head off his neck and punch a hole through his chest. He would pay anything to watch the life drain out of Khan's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for, and it took everything in his power to stop him from acting on it. Khan smirked. Takuma, or do you like to go by Riddle these days? Root not only knew that he was ANBU, but they also knew his codename, which meant it was safe to assume that they knew about Ironwood Protection Company, and in turn, about everyone who worked there. The entire unit was compromised. ANBU's secret identities were to protect the agents because if their enemies discovered the identities, they could target them through their friends and families. Inomoto was neither a friend nor family, but they still managed to use him to lure Takuma here. They accurately found someone who wouldn't hesitate to sell him out at a moment's notice. "Is he dead?" he asked. "Who?" "Oh, your friend?" "That's rude. Please, we treat our guests well." "He was quite helpful, we kept him very comfortable," Khan said sarcastically. "Kill him. You have to kill him." Takuma glanced to the side to see Gray standing beside him, staring at Khan. There was anger in his eyes, but his face was stiff in nervousness, and he hugged his body with one arm. Gray was scared. Despite being able to communicate with the original entity taking refuge inside his mind, Takuma didn't know much about Gray. The remnant kept everything about him locked behind the wall. Even in conversations, he never gave anything away. The only memories Takuma knew were from the visions he had seen while fighting in the mansion at U. Gray's memories of being part of an experiment in which Khan was involved. "I want to ask him some questions," Takuma mentally replied. He was going to kill Khan with his own hands, but not before enjoying torturing him. The bastard would not have the privilege of meeting a Yamanaka. He was going to do it the old-fashioned way. You can't take that risk. Kill him and be done with it. Gray all but yelled at him, his voice teetering on the verge of spiraling out of control from extreme emotional turmoil. "It's okay, I can handle him. Not to mention, I can tap him for information about Root. He'll die eventually, I'll make sure of it," Takuma said mentally while simultaneously speaking to Khan not to seem suspicious. "Who are the two goons?" he asked, looking at the identical twins. "You can't be sure of that. Once he enters ANBU's custody, he becomes an asset. They might torture him, but they won't let him die. Do you want that?" Gray said through gritted teeth. His tone went from slightly panicked at Takuma's refusal to a storming rage trying to leak through his words. "I don't like eventually." Takuma felt the fringes of his vision darken. Gray's emotions were influencing the Jinjutsu he was using to appear to him. However, he couldn't deny those words. The moment he brought Khan, or any Root agent, into ANBU, they would be protected. Takuma was confident that he could kill Khan during an interrogation, but he had to consider his reputation. The moment he killed a subject during an interrogation, he would be barred from conducting them for an extended period. "I want him to feel pain," Takuma told Gray. A simple death was a mercy for a guy like Khan, who reveled in others' misery. He wanted to break him down. Then present him a glimmer of hope, have him cling to it, and then crush that hope at the moment which would cause the greatest despair. Losing the privilege to interrogate and a hit to his reputation was a cheap price to pay. "If you kill him now, I'll invite you to the other side. I'll show you some of my memories," Gray said, his face torn in conflict. He didn't like the decision, but was willing to negotiate to get what he wanted. "Don't go back on your word later," Takuma said after a moment of thought. "I won't." The darkness framing Takuma's vision vanished along with Gray. "They are your own personal Grim Reapers," Khan said with a cruel smile. "You should be honored. Lord Danzo personally selected them for you. They'll give you a swift death, putting you down for good." "Well, consider me honored then." Takuma's smile grew wider. "I mistakenly thought they were your caretakers. It must be difficult without both hands." Khan's face twitched violently. "Like helping you take a shit. Must be difficult to wipe your ass, so after you're done dumping, they spread a cheek each while you use your good hand to wipe." Takuma made exaggerated hand motions to mimic what he was speaking. Khan's face turned red. "Why you?" Takuma interrupted him. "Hey, you know what this means, right? That bitch-face old fuck Danzo didn't trust you with the job, so he sent someone else to do it for you. You must really hate me for ruining your life." He was sure that Khan hadn't been living well because his original smart appearance had devolved into disarray. but you will never be able to take your revenge. Even if I die here today, it won't be because of you. You are utterly useless." Khan's face was flushed red, his nostrils were flaring, and his veins were throbbing. At that moment, Khan wasn't focusing on anything but the sound of his voice. "It's not good to be so emotional," Takuma whispered. Straight-faced. Khan was seething. He felt his blood boil hotter with each word from the bastard's face. That damn smile rubbed it in his face that he was enjoying every moment of it. How could he claim to know Lord Danzo's esteemed thoughts when they had never met? He was just a little, annoying ant that needed to be crushed under a boot. "Take care of him," Khan said to the two beside him while taking out a kunai. He was going to participate in the fight. Even though he had lost his life, he wasn't enough to be pushed around like a punk like him. He was going to kill the bastard and get rewarded by Lord Danzo and use it to get back what was stolen from him. His hand, position, respect, and authority. But as the two agents stepped forward, a smooth but cold wind flowed through them. The two identical agents stopped and uncharacteristically stopped like statues. "Why did you stop?" he asked. The next moment, the face of the agent on the left was dissected horizontally at eye level. The top part of his head slid off the lower half and fell to the ground. The cross-section of the human head, with eyes, nose, brain, and spinal cord, all became visible as blood bubbled from the orifices. On the right, the other agent was bisected vertically from head to crotch. The two portions fell to the sides. One half hit the ground and bounced right onto Khan's feet. Khan flinched. His heart began to beat faster as an inordinate amount of blood began to pour out from the dissected corpses in droves, more than a human body could ever, and began to seep into the ground that absorbed it like a sponge. The green grass around the corpse began to turn blood red and spread out, turning the green field red. Khan looked up and saw Takuma raise his hand to his face, and began tearing his skin and hair off while screaming in pleasure until he was only a head of flesh and muscle. He laughed louder and louder until the sound coming out of his mouth wasn't human. The laughter suddenly stopped, and an eerie silence settled in the field. The blood-stained eyes stared at him with a death rattle coming from his open mouth, 2 rows of exposed teeth, until a demonic voice echoed next to his ear. "You're going to die here, Khan. Die! Die, 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 die." Awa. Khan felt a pat on his shoulder. He swung his kunai blindly in utter fear, only to have his arm grasped by the agent who had been dissected in half, who was now standing there unharmed. He closed his mouth while realizing that he had been screaming until now without knowing. "Genjutsu," the agent said, emotionlessly. Khan's heart was beating so fast that it hurt along with his arm stump. All of his clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. He felt a mix of cold and hot, and he was out of breath. He whipped his head to the other agent and then at the grass, which was green, and finally to Takuma, who stood there with his skin and hair intact. Their eyes met. Takuma smiled as though he knew a secret that only two of them shared and spoke in an utterly normal voice. "You're going to die here, Khan. Die." That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 22. Peace.